As a lover of ancient literature, my greatest pleasure is to immerse myself in the study of ancient society, as if I could travel back to that era. One morning, I was eating bread and rushing to work. As a result, I missed a step and fell into a stolen manhole cover. My eyes went dark, and I passed out. When I opened my eyes again, the scene in front of me made me dumbfounded. A group of officials in ancient official uniforms surrounded me, with serious expressions. Behind them, there was a large group of women with different expressions. An official loudly announced, "Men over 17 must get married. No wife? No problem, the government will give one to you. There will be a reward of 50 coins for every wife you marry." Looking at this scene, I felt a sense of strangeness. "Old Shun, do you want a wife or not?" said a villager next to me. "Shen Huanxing, why are you so stunned? This is your deadline. If you don't accept the help, the 20-stick punishment will not be as simple as last time." At the west end of the village, several government officials were urging me, and my cousin was standing next to me. Wang Hu saw that I was in a daze and quickly pulled me aside. "Old Shin, what are you doing? Do you really want to be sent to the frontier? Although life is difficult, it is better than being arrested and sent to the frontier." My head was confused, and I kept muttering in my heart, "Have I really traveled through time?" The anniversary year was not good, with frequent wars, and the court forced men to get married when they reached 17. In front of him was a row of women, all in rags and thin, all victims of the disaster, waiting to be taken home as wives. I said helplessly, "Cousin, if I can't take the blame myself, how can I have the money to marry a wife?" Wang Hu looked suspicious after hearing this. "What? Are you confused? What kind of betrothal gift? These women are blessed to be married back. Betrothal gift? What a dream." The yamen runner next to him said coldly, "Pick it. If you pick it, the government will give you a subsidy." I couldn't help but sigh. That life in ancient times was really weird. I glanced at these women and thought to myself that although these people were thin, they were actually not bad looking if you look closely, and some of them were even pretty. So I asked tentatively, "Just pick any of these?" "Choose anyone you like," the bailiff replied impatiently. I smiled and waved. "Change to another batch." The surroundings immediately fell silent, and even one of the tall women had a sullen face and gritted her teeth. Who was she? I didn't want to think about it. I just shouted casually. The yamen runner said coldly, "They can't be changed. If you don't choose, they will have to serve as military prostitutes." Wang Hu hurriedly advised me, "Old Shun, although they may not look good, they can still work if they are raised." I don't think they look bad. It's just that ancient people had a different aesthetic, preferring those with big shoulders and waists. Looking at these women, hearing about their fate of being military prostitutes, they all begged me with tears in their eyes. I was just about to pick one at random when a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Choose me." The tall woman who spoke blushed. Her voice trembled with a hint of shame. "I am proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and I have also read the 4 books and 5 classics." People around me laughed, but I was stunned. Playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Reading the 4 books and 5 classics? This is not an ordinary disaster victim. Although the people around me didn't take it seriously, I realized that this woman was not simple. So I nodded and said, "Okay, it's you." She breathed a sigh of relief and gave me a grateful look. I turned around and prepared to leave, but when I heard the desperate cries of those women, my heart tightened and I couldn't help but turn back. "Well, I've chosen. I want all 7 of them." When these words came out, everyone around was stunned. Even the tall woman raised her head and looked at me in disbelief. The place fell into an eerie silence, and everyone stared at me as if I were a madman. Even Wang, who lowered his voice and asked anxiously, "Old Shin, are you crazy? 7 women? You can't even pay the taxes. How can you afford to support them?" I chuckled and pretended to be relaxed. "I'm not crazy. It's just 7 wives, right? 1 principal wife and 6 concubines. What's the big deal?" Ji Qingxue frowned slightly, obviously seeing that I was still a little naive. With my family background, how can I support so many women? However, she said nothing. The other 6 women had tears in their eyes. Their hope was rekindled, and their grateful eyes never left me. The onlookers in the village couldn't help but sneer. "Haha, his family has only 4 acres of thin land, which is barely enough to support himself after paying the annual tax. And now he wants to support 7 wives." That's right. Even Sun Yuanwei only gave his son 2 concubines. It's good for him to have 6 concubines. "He really isn't afraid of dying of poverty," said a villager. The Yamen servants were happy to have their time at ease, and were afraid that I would regret it. Xinhuanxing, since you have decided, come and sign. I readily stepped forward to sign my name, and the 7 women also signed their names in turn. When I saw Ji Qingshue's signature, I was stunned. The last name turned out to be Ji. I was slightly surprised that the royal family of neighboring Dakian was named Ji, but then I laughed to myself. How could it be such a coincidence? Among these women, please choose the first wife. The Yamen servant asked me with a smile. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the air. I am the first wife. It was Ji Qingxue who spoke. Ji Qingshue's aloof aura made people stunned. Even I was shocked by her arrogant aura, as if she should be standing in some high and mighty position. Okay, let's choose her. I nodded in agreement. The Yamen runner immediately wrote it down on the household registration card, and then handed me a bag of silver with a smile. 50 coins per person, a total of 350 coins. Count it for yourself. I took the purse, took out 50 coins, and handed it back. Sir, thank you for your hard work. Here are 50 coins for you to use for your tea. The bailiff's smile deepened, and he patted my shoulder. 50 more coins? Ah, it seems that the brothers really counted wrong. You are a very honest person. I will remember you. The villagers around sneered and curled their lips when they saw this. Thinking that I am so poor, yet I am pretending to be rich, I don't know how difficult my future will be. Ji Qingxue was full of contempt for my bribery, but this contempt seemed to also contain some new evaluations. I cupped my hands towards the 7 women and said with a smile, I am going to sink to Huanxing, and for the rest of my life, please give me your guidance, ladies. The faces of the women varied. Some blushed with shame and did not dare to raise their heads. Some secretly looked at me, my husband. Only Ji Qingxue was still as cold as ice. Her teeth clenched, and she was unwilling to give up. She, a majestic empress, actually wanted to marry me, a countryman. The thought of spending a good night with me in the future made her feel even more complicated. At this moment, an arrogant shout came from a distance. What? Someone married a wife with 7 wives? When I raised my eyes, I saw a man with a fat head and big ears, wearing a brocade robe and jade belt, swaying over. He is Sun Fulu, the son of Member Sun, who is used to being domineering. As soon as Sun Fulu arrived, he immediately pointed at the 7 women I had just accepted and said arrogantly, These women belong to me. I frowned and replied coldly, No. Sun Fulu was stunned for a moment, then walked over with a sneer, his face full of disdain. Did I hear you right? You poor bastard. You dare to go against my Sun family? The old Yamen runner who had just taken my 50 coins suddenly stood up and advised with a dry laugh. Master Sun, these women have already entered the Shun family's household, and the documents have been signed. You see, why don't you come back next time? Sun Fulu glanced at me and said sarcastically, A poor fellow also wants to take concubines like others? I will reward you with 500 coins. Just hand over these women to me. Do you understand? 500 coins in this world is enough for a family of 4 to live on for a few months. However, I sneered and said, I won't sell it. Sun Fulu showed disdain on his face. 1,000 coins, don't be ungrateful. As he said this, he stretched out his fat hand towards Ji Qingxue with an lewd smile, his eyes showing greed. Ji Qingshue's face instantly turned pale, and she was shaking with anger. She took a step back and angrily shouted, How dare you? Seeing that Ji Qingxue dared to hide, Sun Fulu was furious and raised his hand to slap Ji Qingxue. She hurriedly closed her eyes, feeling at a loss. However, at that moment, I suddenly took action, grabbed Sun Fulu's wrist, and slapped his fat face hard with my other hand. If you dare to touch them, believe it or not, I will chop off your pig's trotters. My voice was cold, and there was a faint murderous intent in my eyes. Since these women have become my wives, they are the women of Shun Huanxing, and I will never allow anyone to bully them. After this slap, there was deathly silence all around, and everyone was stunned. Even Wang, who looked at me in disbelief, as if he didn't recognize this cousin who had always been submissive. Sun Fulu was even more confused. He never thought that I would dare to beat him in public. He roared with red eyes. You dare to hit me? I will kill you. Sun Fulu gritted his teeth and struggled to rush forward. With a murderous look in my eyes, I kicked him to the ground. Sun Fulu rolled around on the ground, looked at me in shock, and shouted in disbelief. Do you know who my father is? I took a step forward with a sneer on my face, raised my fist, and aimed it at his face. I am your father. My punch made Sun Fulu dizzy, and he kept yelling. You bastard, just wait for me. I have recorded this account. Sun Falu got up in embarrassment, covered his face, yelled angrily, and stumbled away. When the villagers saw this scene, they burst into applause and cheers. Shen Huanqing did what they had always wanted to do, but dared not do. The older Yamen runner came up, sighed, and said earnestly, "Little brother, impulse is the devil. Sun Falu's father is not a good person. You can do whatever you want." I bowed to him to express my gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, officer. I know what to do." The officer patted my shoulder, shook his head, and sighed, then left with his men. Wang Hu walked over with a complicated expression on his face. "Old Shun, you are so impulsive. But things have come to this now. I still have some money on hand. I will borrow some more later. Let's go to the Sun Mansion together to apologize. Maybe we can settle things." His tone revealed deep worry, and he was obviously worried about me. Hearing Wang Hu's words, I felt much warmer in my heart. Such relatives are really rare. However, before I could open my mouth, the villager next to me, Wang Ergu, sneered, "Why apologize? You might as well save up money to buy a coffin." After these words were spoken, Wang Hu couldn't help but sigh, seeming to be full of pessimism about the future. The 7 wives I just married, except Ji Qingxue, all looked worried. They had obviously seen that the power behind Sun Falu should not be underestimated, and they were worried that this conflict would drag them into trouble. No one wanted to become a widow right after getting married. Only Ji Qingxue stared at me with a complicated expression. She knew that I had offended Sun Falu just to protect her. And how could a man who was experienced and knew how to bribe do such a reckless thing in such a situation? Ji Qingxue felt mixed emotions and finally said softly, "Thank you." I laughed and waved my hand, saying, "What are you thanking me for? I am your husband, and it is my duty to protect you. From now on, with me here, no one can bully you, and you don't have to live a hard life anymore." Hearing this, the eyes of several women couldn't help but turn red, and they were all moved to the point of tears. Even Ji Qingxue couldn't hide the fluctuation in her heart. Although she didn't believe that I really had this ability, my words still made her feel warm. I actually already had a plan in mind. Although there are 7 countries coexisting in this world, there is no dynasty that I am familiar with. Even the industry and smelting technology are far behind. This is an era where everything is waiting for improvement, and I, Shen Huanqing, have a blank piece of paper to write the future. I took a few people back to my simple blue-tiled house. The house was empty except for a few old tables and chairs. Ji Qingxue looked around and frowned. "Is this what you said, don't let us live a hard life anymore?" I rolled my eyes. "Just make do with it. It will get better." Ji Qingxue was not polite at all. He grabbed the teapot and poured himself a cup of water to moisten his throat. Then he said calmly, "Don't waste your 300 coins. Give them to me. I am proficient in calligraphy and painting. Go to the market tomorrow to buy some silk cloth and brushes and ink. I can sell calligraphy and paintings to get some money to solve my urgent needs." I frowned, thinking that this woman was too confident. Although she had an extraordinary temperament, this was the Great Zhou, a country founded by military force. So who would be willing to spend money on calligraphy and paintings? I couldn't help but tease her. "Madam, the Great Zhou has always valued military power over literature. I'm afraid your calligraphy and paintings can only be used as toilet paper." Ji Qingxue immediately raised her eyebrows and glared at him angrily. "What do you mean?" "Ha!" I laughed so hard that I couldn't straighten my back. "I don't deny that you have great talent, but you have to know that this place is not as rich and prosperous as you think." Ji Qingxue was obviously furious and said coldly, "Then what do you say we should do? Are you going to take us to die?" I couldn't help but feel a headache. This woman is indeed a little conceited, but we can't spoil her too much. I smiled and replied, "Madam, have you ever heard of refined salt?" Ji Qingxue was a little confused when she heard this. "Salt is salt. What is refined salt?" I said nothing more, only saying, "You will know tomorrow." It was getting late, so I decided to make the first step of preparation tomorrow. "Okay, who will come to the bridal chamber first tonight?" I smiled and looked at the 7 women, secretly admiring their graceful figures. The 7 women looked at each other shyly, and no one said a word. I jokingly said with a sly smile, "In that case, do you want to come together?" Ji Qingxue glared at me immediately. "You wish." I sighed helplessly. These women are really hard to please. I pretended to be dignified and said sternly, "You must spend the wedding night together today. Otherwise, I won't support you anymore." Shen Huanqing stood in front of the women, his brows furrowed and his face stern. At this moment, the youngest Yunju lowered his head slightly, blushed, and said softly, "I do." Yunju's shy appearance was like a budding flower, which made Shin Huanqing feel pity for her. But there was a slight movement in his heart, and he thought to himself, "She is still so young. Am I being a little rude?" While Shin Huanqing was thinking, other women also responded, "I am willing to serve my husband." Shin Huanqing nodded with satisfaction and glanced at Ji Qingxue provocatively. She snorted coldly and squinted at him. "What are you in a hurry for? At least let us take a shower first." Shin Huanqing nodded quickly and said with a smile, "Madam is right. I will prepare some water for you now." He turned around hurriedly, his steps brisk and urgent, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Ji Qingxue looked at his back and sneered. "He is indeed a scoundrel." But Yunju persuaded softly, "Sister, my husband saved us. If it weren't for him, we would have been exiled long ago. We are lucky to have a place to stay now." Ji Qingxue sighed, shook his head, and said, "Zhu Qi, you are still young, don't think too well of people, and don't think too bad of people. If you didn't have this appearance, would Shin Huanqing save you so easily?" Yunju was slightly stunned, unable to refute. Seeing this, Ji Qingxue waved her hand and said, "Okay, let's go take a shower. We'll put on clean clothes later." 7 people gathered in the bathroom. The hot air filled the air, and the laughter and laughter continued to echo, like a touch of tranquility in this troubled world. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Shin Huanqing rushed in with a bucket of hot water. His eyes fell on the 7th girl in front of him, and he was stunned. He walked quickly with a smile on his face. "Here, add more hot water." However, the 7 girls were caught off guard, and all screamed, "Husband, get out. We haven't even dressed yet." Shin Huanqing's smile did not diminish. The scene in front of him made him couldn't help but secretly praise the beauty of the 7 girls. However, just when Shin Huanqing was about to joke a few more words, an angry roar suddenly came from outside. "Shin Huanqing, get out of here! Believe it or not, I will burn this lousy place of yours." Shin Huanqing's expression changed, and he quickly turned around and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he warned, "Hurry up and put your clothes on. Don't let that Sun Falu take advantage." After saying that, Shin Huanqing hid the knife in his sleeve and prepared to deal with the trouble outside. Outside the door, Sun Falu stood there arrogantly, his eyes full of contempt. He sneered, "I'm not here for you, Shin Huanqing. I'm here for your 7 beauties. Hand them over quickly, before I do anything." Shin Huanqing snorted coldly, blocked the door, and said in a cold tone, "They are the wives assigned to me by the government. What do they have to do with you?" There was a lustful look in Sun Falu's eyes, and he said with a smile, "How long can your family last? You might as well leave it to me, lest you can't uncover the pot." At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and 7 women walked out one by one. Their wet hair hung down their shoulders, and their soaked clothes outlined their graceful figures. Sun Falu's eyes suddenly lit up, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. "She is indeed a beauty that will captivate the country." Shin Huanqing was so angry that he took a step forward to block them and said coldly, "Sun Falu, if you take one more look, I will make you blind." Sun Falu smiled contemptuously. "Look? Not only do I want to look at them, I also want to enjoy them one by one in front of you. What can you do to me?" A chill flashed through Shin Huanqing's eyes. He clenched the knife in his sleeve tightly, but with a look of reluctance on his face, he pretended to be helpless and said, "Sun Falu, you were right just now. My family really cannot afford to support 7 of them. In this case, I am willing to give them all to you, but a bucket of rice is not enough. You have to give some compensation." Sun Falu didn't expect that Shin Huanqing would suddenly compromise. Surprised, he nodded with satisfaction, smiled, and took out a money bag from his arms, shook it, and said, "Don't worry, as long as you know the truth, I won't treat you badly. This bag of money, even if I reward you." Hearing the sound of coins colliding, Ji Qingxue's eyes ignited with anger, and she yelled angrily, "I knew you, a scoundrel, had no good intentions. How could you compromise so easily?" Zhu Qi also looked in disbelief, with tears in her eyes. "Husband, do you really want to exchange us for money?" Shin Huanqing ignored them and walked directly to Sun Falu, reached for the money bag, took out the knife from his sleeve, and placed the blade firmly on Sun Falu's neck. Sun Falu was caught off guard. His eyes widened in horror, and he trembled. "Are you crazy? What do you want to do?" Shin Huanqing sneered and shook the money bag in his hand. "Sun Falu, you are from a wealthy family, and you want to throw away this little money from me? Now I will give you 2 choices. Keep the money and run away, or I will kill you directly." Before he finished speaking, Shen Huanqing increased the force on his hand, and the blade drew a thin blood mark on Sun Falu's neck. Feeling the stinging pain on his neck, Sun Falu turned pale and couldn't stop trembling all over. I'm going. Don't do anything. You have something to say. Shen Huanqing looked at him coldly and said in a cold tone, I don't want what happened today to happen again. Do you understand? Sun Falu nodded repeatedly. I understand. I will never dare again. I swear. At this moment, Qin Piampian sneered from the side. Husband, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Let him go away quickly and don't make this place dirty. Shen Huanqing lowered his head and saw that, sure enough, Sun Falu's lower body was wet, and the stinky smell hit his nostrils. He frowned in disgust, raised his foot, and kicked Sun Falu in the stomach, saying coldly, Get out. Sun Falu crawled away in embarrassment. Shen Huanqing walked to the door of the courtyard, slammed the door, threw the knife aside, turned around and looked at the seventh girl with a smile, rubbed his hands. Seventh madam, let's take this. Isn't it time to get down to business? A moment of spring is worth $1,000. Ji Qingxue calmly raised her hand to stop her and said calmly, Don't worry, the seven of us have already discussed it. Although we married you, you are far from meeting our requirements. In order to ensure our future, you must agree to our 3 conditions, and we will do whatever you want. Shen Huanqing was slightly startled, with confusion on his face. What are the conditions? Ji Qingxue raised 3 fingers and said calmly, First, earn enough 10,000 gold. Second, become an official. Third, win the sincerity of each of us. Shen Huanqing was shocked. Your conditions are too harsh. Ji Qingxue smiled lightly and said, If you don't want to, you can give up and don't mention these things again in the future. Shen Huanqing left, give up. These conditions seem to be as difficult as the sky. But for me, it is just a piece of cake. 10,000 gold is nothing. I can earn you 100,000 gold. Let's see. Early the next morning, Shen Huanqing took Zhu Qi out to make money. After walking not far, Zhu Qi blushed and asked in a low voice, Master, where are we going? Shen Huanqing smiled and replied, Selling salt. Selling salt? Zhu Qi was shocked. He looked around and whispered, My boss, stealing salt is a serious crime. Zhu Qi doesn't want anything to happen to you. Shen Huanqing chuckled and patted her head. Don't worry, I have a way. The two came to the market. There were few people in the market, and there were only a few vendors. Shen Huanqing walked straight to a salt shop which was filled with coarse salt. He picked up a salt bead, took a sip, and immediately frowned and spat out. Bah! It's so bitter. Seeing this, the shopkeeper came over angrily and cursed. Who told you to taste it randomly? Did you pay me? Shen Huanqing smiled, stretched out his hand, and threw out 2 slings of copper coins. 2 buckets of white salt? Pack them. The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't expect someone to be so generous, and his face immediately became flattering. Okay, wait a moment, I will install it for you right away. Just as he was preparing to make a move, Shen Huanqing sneered. Wait a minute, did you forget something? The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then looked behind Zhu Qiho, who looked aggrieved. Then he slapped himself in the face and said with an apologetic smile, Look at my mouth. I'm so young that I can't see Taishan. My aunt, please calm down. Don't take it personally. Then, Shen Huanqing snorted coldly, carrying coarse salt, and pulled Zhu Qi out of the shop quickly. Zhu Qi had not recovered from the shock just now, and was taken into a nearby cloth shop. Seeing that the money in Shen Huanqing's hand was about to bottom out, Zhu Qi couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly grabbed the remaining 6 cents from his hand, stuffed it in her waist, and pulled Shen Huanqing towards home quickly. At home, Ji Qingxue had already felt uneasy. When she saw Shen Huanqing and Zhu Qi returning, she hurriedly greeted them. When Ji Qingxue heard that Shen Huanqing had spent all 300 pennies on coarse salt, his expression suddenly changed, and he asked angrily, Is this what you do as a master? You just bought some coarse salt for 300 pennies? Where's the rest of the money? Zhu Qi timidly took out the remaining 6 cents from her waist and handed it to Ji Qingxue. Looking at the few pennies left, Ji Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief, and she gritted her teeth and said, That's all? 2 buckets of coarse salt. Do you plan to eat this? When the other sisters heard about this, they immediately fell into despair. They thought they could get rid of their homeless life by following Shen Huanqing, but they didn't expect it to be such a bleak situation. Shen Huanqing looked at their disappointed expressions and said calmly, Don't worry, since I have brought you back, I will definitely be responsible for you. Don't worry about money, I will make it soon. Shen Huanqing handed over the meat and cloth he bought, and walked into the house, carrying the coarse salt. At this time, Wang Hu and his wife also came to Shun Huanqing's home, intending to persuade him to go to Sun's house to apologize. After knocking on the door, they were greeted by Ji Qingxue. When he learned that Shun Huanqing had spent 300 pennies on coarse salt, Wang Hu was so angry that his face was livid and shocked. 300 pennies just bought coarse salt? Is he crazy? Wang Hu angrily asked Shun Huanqing. You have 7 people to support now. How can you be so reckless? Do you think you can solve the problem by just spending money? Shun Huanqing smiled, patted Wang Hu on the shoulder, and said calmly, Don't get excited. I have my own plan. Don't worry. We won't starve to death. Wang Hu sighed helplessly, knowing that no amount of persuasion would help, so he could only shake his head and leave. Shun Huanqing walked into the kitchen and saw several girls sitting in a daze around a pot of cooked meat, not knowing how to start. Shun Huanqing sighed, rolled up his sleeves, and started serving the meat. Seeing this, the girls also hurriedly put the food on the table. Since their exile, they have long forgotten the taste of this delicious food, and now they can't help but salivate when looking at the steaming food. What are you doing standing around? Eat! Shun Huanqing raised his hand to say hello, then picked up the chopsticks and started to eat happily. After hesitating for a moment, the women also sat down, picked up their rice bowls, and started eating hungrily. Shun Huanqing watched them devouring the food and comforted them softly. Eat slowly. No one will compete with you. There is still a lot of meat. Just when there was silence, a cry suddenly sounded. Shun Huanqing was stunned and turned to look at Xiao Si with confusion on his face. Xiao Si, why are you crying? Is the food I cook not delicious? Xiao Si sobbed and shook his head. No, boss, the food you cooked is delicious, but we haven't had such a good meal for a long time. Xiao Si's words made several other sisters stop their chopsticks and look at the little food left on the table. They felt sad for a moment, and tears burst into their eyes. Although we have a good meal today, who knows what will happen tomorrow? Perhaps soon, they will return to the days of hunger and cold. Shun Huanqing looked at their expressions and felt a faint pain in his heart. He sighed and vowed to himself that no matter what, he would lead them out of this predicament. Yuan in the room, and quickly asked several other women. Finally, Shun Huanqing found Ming Yuan hoeing the ground in the backyard. He was surprised and admired by her stubbornness. Ming Yuan said stubbornly while hoeing the ground, Shun Huanqing, since you are unreliable, then I will rely on my own hands to support myself. Shun Huanqing felt his heart tighten when he saw that her hands were bleeding. He strode forward, snatched the hoe from her hand, and said firmly, The skin on your hands is broken, so stop working. Let's go apply the medicine first, and then eat. Ming Yuan wanted to refute, but Shun Huanqing had no doubt. I am the head of the family. Listen to me. After that, Shun Huanqing took Ming Yuan back to the house and treated her wounds carefully. When the girls saw this, their hearts were touched. In the Zhou dynasty, women's status was low. How could they ever enjoy such careful care? When they are homeless, their wounds often have to be bandaged by themselves, and they cannot even think about such treatment. Shun Huanqing applied the medicine to Ming Yuan. He said softly, Okay, don't do any work recently. Wait until your hands heal. Let's eat first. He turned to Xiaoxi and said, You help feed her, please do it. Don't let her do this. Xiaoxi nodded obediently, helped Ming Yuan sit down, and everyone started moving again. This time, the girls felt obviously much more relaxed, with smiles and hope in their eyes. They know very well that in troubled times, they are lucky to be alive, and although today's life is difficult, it is much better than the previous displacement. As night fell, the girls were just about to take a rest when Shun Huanqing suddenly knocked on their door. Take some time to clean up and go out with me. Ming Yuan, please stay away and recuperate. Husband, it's so late. Where are you taking us? Xiao Si asked curiously. Shun Huanqing smiled mysteriously. Of course I'm looking for money. Otherwise, are you really going to sit back and get nothing? Hearing the word money, the girls immediately became energetic, quickly put on their shoes, and hurriedly followed Shun Huanqing. Even Ming Yuan was no exception. She stood stubbornly in front of Shun Huanqing and said firmly, I want to go with you. Shun Huanqing shook his head helplessly. You are injured, don't go, otherwise I will feel bad. He forced Ming Yuan to stay at home, and Ming Yuan blushed and stopped insisting. Shun Huanqing led the other 6 girls, carrying weak lamps, and quietly slipped up the mountain behind the village. Shun Huanqing was carrying a large basket on his back and a short hoe in his hand. He was walking around, groping for something on the ground. The girls followed curiously, and their faces were full of confusion when they saw Shun Huanqing kept picking up stones and throwing them into the basket. Husband, what are we here for? Zhu Qi couldn't help but ask. Yeah, why are you picking up rocks? It's better to dig some sweet potatoes and sell them for money, right? The other women were also puzzled. Shen Huanqing explained with a smile. Don't underestimate these stones. With them, I can make refined salt. Although the coarse salt is unpalatable, the price is already as high as 140 cents per bucket. If the refined salt is made, at least it can be sold for 500 coins per bucket. The girls were stunned after hearing this. Ji Qingxue frowned and asked, What is refined salt? Shen Huanqing scratched his head and showed an inexplicable expression. I can't explain it for a while, but you will understand it later. Now hurry up and remember to look for this kind of stone. As Shen Huanqing spoke, he handed the limestone in his hand to the girls. Several people began to work, digging out the limestone Shen Huanqing needed. It wasn't until midnight that Shen Huanqing said with satisfaction, These stones are enough. Let's go back and try to save some in the future to avoid going up the mountain all night. After returning home, Shen Huanqing went directly into the kitchen to prepare the limestone. Several women followed him in, worried that he was too tired. Husband, it's getting late. Let's rest first. Shen Huanqing didn't even raise his head. I'm not tired. I have to do this myself. You go and rest first. Seeing this, the women looked at each other and could only sit aside, waiting to see what Shen Huanqing's so-called refined salt was. Shen Huanqing threw the limestone into the charcoal fire to heat it, then put them into water to make lime milk, then poured coarse salt into the water and added lime milk for processing. The girls were stunned and didn't understand what he was doing. Ji Qingxue couldn't help but said distressedly, What on earth are you doing? Those are 2 buckets of coarse salt bought for 280 yuan. Shen Huanqing's method of making salt shocked all the women. They didn't know how to blame him for a moment, but instead watched him silently complete a series of operations. As Shen Huanqing continued to process the solution, especially when he blew air on the paper roll, the women were full of curiosity and admiration for the wonders in front of them. My boss is so powerful. What kind of strange method is this? I've never seen it before. Zhu Qi exclaimed, and several other women nodded in agreement. Ji Qingxue looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Although I was still a little dissatisfied with Shen Huanqing, I had to admit that this man was indeed quite capable. Shen Huanqing ignored their reactions and continued to focus on his work throughout the night. It wasn't until daybreak that the refined salt was finally completed. Shen Huanqing dipped his fingers into a little salt and put it in his mouth. The salty taste spread on his tongue, which made him very satisfied. Turning around, Shen Huanqing said to the girls, Success. Come and have a try too. The 6 women stepped forward one after another, and after taking a sip of salt, they all showed surprised expressions. Unlike the bitterness of coarse salt, this refined salt has a pure salty taste and is very delicious. My boss, you are so awesome. I never thought that coarse salt could be turned into such a delicious thing. Zhu Qi praised. Yes, refined salt tastes much better, but the bitter taste of coarse salt is really hard to swallow. The other women also agreed. Ji Qingxue listened on the sidelines. Although she was equally surprised, she knew that the situation was not that simple. So, Ji Qingxue said coldly, Don't be too happy too early. Although this refined salt is much better than coarse salt, we have no legal way to sell salt. It is strictly forbidden to sell salt privately in Dazhou. If the government discovers it, we will all die. These words were like a basin of cold water that dampened the excitement of the few girls. They realized that selling illegal salt was a capital crime, and they didn't know what to do for a while. The wealth in front of him seemed to turn into a dangerous trap in an instant. Shen Huanqing smiled calmly and looked confident. I have considered this a long time ago. Although the private sale of salt is prohibited in the Great Zhou dynasty, salt can be made legally and sold to the government. We don't need to open a shop and wait for people to buy it. We can sell the salt directly to the government, don't worry. You can make money without worrying about being caught. After hearing this, the women looked relaxed and nodded one after another. Seeing that they had stayed up all night, Shen Huanqing said warmly, Everyone is tired. Let's go and rest first. I will go to the government office today to sell the salt, and I will come back in the evening to bring you delicious food. As the morning light shone, Shen Huanqing walked quickly to the government office with the newly made refined salt. When he arrived at the yamen, he met the yamen servant with whom he had known each other before. Shen Huanqing stepped forward to say hello. The yamen servant was a little surprised to see him and asked, Why did you come to the government office? Shen Huanqing smiled and said, To be honest with you, I made a batch of salt and want to sell it to the government. I wonder if I can ask you to recommend it. After hearing this, The Yamen servant was a little surprised and immediately asked Shun Huanqing to take out the refined salt. Shun Huanqing immediately took out some salt. After the Yamen servant tasted a little, surprise flashed in his eyes. This salt tastes really good. Okay, you wait. I will take you in to see the county magistrate. The Yamen servant immediately led Shun Huanqing into the county Yamen. When he entered the county government study, the county magistrate was immersed in handling official duties. When he heard a knock on the door, he raised his head and asked slightly tiredly, "What's the matter?" The officer stepped forward and explained, "Sir, this boy has made a batch of refined salt, which is much better than the usual coarse salt. I think you will be interested in this." Shun Huanqing presented the refined salt respectfully and said with a smile, "Master, this is the refined salt I made through special methods. It tastes great. You can try it." The county magistrate saw the snow-white salt in front of him. After tasting it, a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. "It's really extraordinary. Did you make this salt yourself?" Shun Huanqing smiled modestly and stroked the back of his head. "It took me a whole day to do this. I don't dare to boast too much." The county magistrate nodded and sighed. The quality of this refined salt is indeed very good, but unfortunately the quantity is too small. If there were more, it could be widely distributed and sold. After hearing this, Shun Huanqing felt helpless and responded in a low voice. "Sir, to be honest, I also want to make more, but I am short of money. I have spent almost all my money on the materials for this batch of salt. If I can't sell it, the 7 women in my family can only drink the northwest wind with me." The county magistrate was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and thought to himself, "So it's the one who married 7 wives at once." He smiled slightly and said approvingly, "You have such ability, 7 doesn't matter anymore? 7 more. You can make a living by yourself." The county magistrate said, "Let's do this. I'll pay 1,000 coins for this batch of salt." 1,000 cents? Shun Huanqing was surprised. The price far exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of the government. The government servant next to him also had a face full of shock, and the sword in his hand was trembling slightly. 1,000 coins was twice as much as the market price. Shun Huanqing quickly agreed. "Thank you, sir. I will sell you all this batch of refined salt." The county magistrate smiled and added, "I am not only buying your bag of salt, but also hoping that you will continue to make it in the future. I will buy it all." Shun Huanqing was overjoyed and quickly said, "Don't worry, sir. I will sell all the refined salt to you from now on." When Shun Huanqing left the county government office, he grabbed a handful of copper coins from his purse and handed them to the government servant. "Brother, thank you for your care. If I need to trouble you to introduce him to me in the future." The Yamen servant smiled and took the copper coins and patted Shun Huanqing on the shoulder. "Brothers, why do you need to say so much? I will send you back. Since the county magistrate values you so much, I expect you will have to buy materials. I will bring a few people to help you carry it." Shun Huanqing was a little flattered and quickly gave in. "Isn't this afraid it's too much work?" The Yamen servant laughed. "I understand what the county magistrate said. You will be a popular person in the future. Don't forget that your brothers are." Shun Huanqing laughed and agreed. "Fifth brother, you are looking down on me." Hu Wu smiled and nodded. "You can call me fifth brother from now on." The two walked out of the county government office. Shun Huanqing was alone when he came, but now he was accompanied by 3 government officials. Walking on the street, many people cast curious glances at him. Arriving at the salt shop, the waiter saw a few government servants and hurriedly greeted them. He asked respectfully, "Masters, what do you want to buy today?" Hu Wu pointed at Shun Huanqing. "He bought it, not us." As soon as the waiter saw Shun Huanqing clearly, he immediately remembered yesterday's big business and hurriedly said with a smile, "Sir, are you here to buy salt? Give me 7 measures of salt first." Shun Huanqing took out his wallet and said without hesitation. The waiter in the shop was extremely shocked. "Sir, you just bought 2 buckets of salt yesterday, and you want another 7 buckets today? You use it so fast." Shun Huanqing smiled calmly. "Why do you talk so much? Are you selling it?" The waiter nodded repeatedly. "Sell? Sell. I'll go pack the salt for you right now." Hu Wu, who was standing by, couldn't help but get closer and asked, "Is this refined salt of yours really made from coarse salt?" Shun Huanqing said proudly, "Fifth brother, this process is not simple at all. Even if you are watching, you won't be able to learn it." Hu Wu nodded approvingly. "No wonder you can marry 7 wives at a time. You are really capable." Shun Huanqing shook his head and said half seriously, "Don't say that, 7 is enough. I can't bear any more." The two were chatting and laughing. Shen Huanqing bought coarse salt in the shop and then went to buy pork and snacks. Hu Wu saw him returning home with large and small bags and sighed, "Look, this is a real man." The Yamen servant on the side curled his lips and said, "Brother, aren't women just to serve men? We do whatever we want. What do they do?" Hu Wui was speechless for a moment and could only smile and pat Shen Huanqing on the shoulder. Shen Huanqing carried a bag of coarse salt and walked towards his home contentedly. He was thinking about the future of refined salt, and his pace became more brisk. At the same time, Shen Huanqing was at home. Zhu Qi frowned and looked out the door, her heart full of anxiety. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "My boss has been out for so long, and I don't know what the situation is like. Has the salt been sold?" Zhu Qi paced back and forth anxiously in the room, her footsteps echoing in the silent room, becoming more and more hurried. Yuan, who was sitting next to him, had a calm expression and firm eyes and softly comforted him. "Don't worry, trust me, my boss. He has always been smart and steady, and he will not let us down." Just as Ming Yuan finished speaking, there was suddenly a rush of footsteps outside the door, followed by a familiar chuckle. The girls suddenly felt happy and turned their heads to look. They thought it was Shen Huanqing returning, but before the shouts came out, they saw several unfamiliar figures walking in swaggeringly. The leading man looked frivolous. It was Sun Fulu, and the several servants following him were holding weapons and looking arrogant. Sun Fulu's eyes flashed with evil intentions, and he looked at the girls unscrupulously, revealing a sneer. "It's been a long time. No see, you beauties. Where's that boy? Did he know that I was coming and escaped in advance?" The faces of Zhu Qi and others darkened. Ming Yuan took a step forward and replied coldly, "Master Sun, this is really a joke. We are already the women of our employer. How can we follow you?" Sun Fulu disagreed, shook his head, and said frivolously, "What good life can you have if you follow him? It's better to follow me, and I will guarantee you a good life. Isn't it wonderful?" The girls were angry. Lu Qingyu and Lu Hongyu stepped forward and stood at the front, looking at each other coldly. Lu Qingyu stared at Sun Fulu and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Sun, why are you bothering me? We sisters follow our boss and will never change our words." Sun Fulu's smile deepened. "It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Then I will teach you a lesson today and see how long you can keep your mouth shut." He waved his hand and ordered, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, several servants raised their sticks and smashed them directly at Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu. The two sisters gritted their teeth and resisted, but they were ultimately no match for the servants' strength. Although they knew martial arts, they could not reveal their skills in order to conceal their identities, so they could only endure these blows. "Sun Fulu, don't go too far," Ji Qingxue shouted angrily, trying to threaten the government. "Aren't you afraid that we will report you to the government if you do this?" Sun Fulu laughed loudly and replied nonchalantly, "Report to the police? Go ahead if you have the guts. I want to see who dares to touch the young master of the Sun family." After receiving the order, several servants became more unscrupulous and swung the sticks even harder. Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu endured the pain, and the warriors in their bodies instinctively wanted to fight back, but Lu Hongyu gritted her teeth and endured it, whispering to Lu Qingyu, "Don't do it. We are guilty now, and if our martial arts are exposed, the consequences will be disastrous." Lu Qingyu was extremely anxious. "But if we continue like this, we will die. Sister, staying alive is the most important thing." Lu Hongyu's eyes were gloomy. Although she knew in her heart that her sister was right, she knew that if she took action, it would not only be their sisters, but also several other sisters in Shen Huanqing. She gritted her teeth and said, "No, we can't take this risk. Hold on and wait for my boss to come back." When the other women saw this, they all shouted anxiously, "Please stop. If we continue to fight, they will be killed." However, Sun Fulu remained unmoved. Instead, he said with a kind of cruel amusement, "You two are so durable. Such women are very interesting." At this moment, a familiar call came from outside the hospital. "Madams, I'm back." Shen Huanqing's voice instantly broke the deadlock. As if seeing a savior, the girl shouted, "Master, you are back." As soon as Shen Huanqing walked into the yard, he saw Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu covered with scars. The anger in his chest suddenly boiled, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sun Fulu, what are you doing here? Stop." Sun Fulu slowly raised his hand, motioning for the servant to stop, and sneered, "Of course I am here to take my daughter-in-law home. What qualifications do you have to enjoy the blessings of others? Shen Huanqing was furious, picked up a wooden stick, and went straight to Sun Falu. However, several servants quickly stepped forward and protected Sun Falu behind them. Sun Falu sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Get out of my way. I'll personally deal with this brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Seeing that the conflict was about to break out, Hu suddenly stepped forward from the side, stood in front of Shen Huanqing, and advised in a low voice. Brother, don't be impulsive. Leave this matter to me. The Sun family is very powerful, and it will do you no good to offend them. Shen Huanqing was full of anger, but when he saw Hu Wu's dissuasion, his heart froze slightly. There was tension in the air, and the confrontation between the two sides seemed to be about to break out at any time. Shen Huanqing clenched his fists and said in an angry tone, Fifth brother, thank you for your kindness, but they are bullying my woman, and I must not stand idly by. I must move this hand, and if I can, I still want to interrupt him legs. After hearing this, Sun Falu seemed to have heard a big joke and laughed wildly. It's just you? You still want to break my legs? You are really overestimating your capabilities. It is my gift that you are blessed today. If you don't behave, you will even if you hand it over. I, the King of Heaven, can't save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Wu's face instantly darkened. He strode forward and looked at Sun Falu coldly. Master Sun, your behavior has crossed the line. Every family has a wife and daughter, and the government has records. If you have any objections, you can report it to the Yamen. Why bother acting wildly here? I advise you to leave as soon as possible and stop causing trouble. Sun Falu couldn't help but be startled, and then he noticed Hu Wu's official uniform and the presence of several government officials behind Shen Huanqing. Sun Falu's expression became complicated for a moment, but he still pretended to be calm. Master, you misunderstood. I am not looking for trouble. I am helping them. How can this kid Shen Huanqing have the money to support so many people? I just wanted to take some of the burden off these beauties. Hu Wu sneered and slowly grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist. So, Master Sun is determined to confront us? In this case, we don't have to be polite. Brothers, why are you still standing there? Drive them away. Go out. Several government officials responded in unison. Yes. They quickly stepped forward with their swords and approached Sun Falu and his servants. Faced with this sudden oppression, Sun Falu's expression suddenly changed, and he stepped back with a panicked tone. You dare to touch me? I am the young master of the Sun family. Aren't you afraid that my father will deal with you? Hu Wu sneered. What about the young master of the Sun family? It's a joke that your Sun family dares to provoke the government. Hu Wu pulled out his saber, and a cold light flashed, pointing directly at Sun Falu. Sun Falu was so frightened that his legs weakened, and he no longer dared to show off. He glared at Shen Huanqing resentfully and turned around in embarrassment. Let's go. Seeing Sun Falu and his men fleeing hastily, Hu Wu taunted softly with disdain. Cowards. When Shen Huanqing saw this, he felt grateful and thanked Hu Wu with clasped fists. Fifth brother, thank you very much today. Hu Wu waved his hand and said with a smile. It's a trivial matter. We brothers don't have to be polite. After this lesson, Sun Falu will never dare to trouble you again in a short time. You are now a popular person in the eyes of the County Magistrate. If necessary, you will be there at any time. Come to us. Hu Wu said, took a step forward, put his hand on Shen Huanqing's shoulder, and whispered, The two of your family are seriously injured. I have a bottle of healing medicine here for them to use. Don't leave any scars. Then, Hu Wu took out a small jade bottle from his arms, stuffed it into Shen Huanqing's hand, patted his shoulder, turned and left. Shen Huanqing squeezed the jade bottle in his hand, walked to the seventh girl, and said with guilt, What happened today was my negligence which made you suffer. I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again in the future. I will protect you, and I will remember what the Sun family did today, and I will pay it back 100 times in the future. Seeing how angry and determined he was, the girls felt warm in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the long-lost sense of security came from this man. Ji Qingxue took the things from Shen Huanqing's hands and asked with concern, Okay, everyone is left. Why did you buy so much salt again? Did you sell all the refined salt you refined yesterday? Shen Huanqing nodded and smiled. Of course, the county magistrate bought yesterday's bucket of salt at a high price and also ordered all subsequent refined salt from me. From now on, the county government will continue to purchase it, and our lives will be easier. After that, Shen Huanqing took out his money bag, grabbed a handful of copper coins, and handed them to Ji Qingxue. "Boss, share this money with everyone. You can buy or eat whatever you want." Ji Qingxue was stunned for a moment, took the money bag, and asked in surprise, "You really give us so much money?" The other women also said, "Master, please keep this money. We don't need anything. There is no need to give it to us." Shen Huanqing waved his hand and said with a smile, "If you lose it, just throw it away. What are you afraid of? With a man like me who can make money, why are you afraid that you will have no money to use it?" Ji Qingxue rolled her eyes at him helplessly. "Can you be steady? Now is not the time to squander. Every penny must be spent wisely. You'd better take the money back and plan it carefully." Shen Huanqing raised his eyebrows and joked, "Don't you always want to manage money? Now I give it to you, and you don't want it anymore." Chapter 12. Where do you get so much money? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qingxue looked away unnaturally. "I wanted to take care of money before, because I was worried that you would act recklessly. Now that I have seen what you are capable of, what else do I have to worry about?" "My master, your master, you are still in charge of this money. Take it. I will ask you for the money if I need it." With that said, Shen Huanqing put the money directly into her hand and took the meat to the kitchen to prepare for cooking. The girls were so moved that they couldn't help discussing it. "We are so lucky to have met such a good person like our boss. He treats us kindly and takes responsibility for us. He also makes us new clothes and eats meat. I really never thought that one day I would be able to live like this. Yes, our boss has been really kind to us. There is no way we can repay such kindness. We will try our best to share the worries of our boss in the future. It's a pity that we don't know the refining technique. Otherwise, we would be able to help our boss." After today, Sun Falu settled down and never caused trouble to them again. A few people lived step by step. He went up the mountain to dig stones at night, and during the day he made salt and sold it to the government. "There is more and more money left in my pocket, and my life is becoming more and more prosperous." The smiles on the seventh girl's face gradually grew. Since that day, Wang Hu never looked for Shen Huanqing again. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't pay attention to Shen Huanqing. He saw the changes in Shen Huanqing's family. Doubts grew in his heart. The two of them were eating when there was a sudden knock on the door. Just as Wang Hu was about to get up and open the door, a figure walked in from outside. It's Shen Huanqing. He carried the wooden basket and walked straight to the two of them with a bright face. "Brother Wang Hu's sister-in-law, are you eating so early? It's a coincidence that I'm here." Seeing that there were no greasy or meaty dishes on the table, Shen Huanqing couldn't help but shook his head. Seeing this, Qianfang put down the chopsticks in his hand irritably, took a deep breath, and spoke as calmly as possible. "It's a coincidence. Have you eaten? If not, I'll get you a bowl." In Qianfang's view, Shen Huanqing came to the house at this time just to get a meal. 2. There are 8 people in the family, but only a little money. How can it be eaten? Fortunately, Shen Huanqing didn't bring everyone to eat together. Otherwise, she would have kicked them out no matter what. "I have eaten. I came here to deliver food to you. I made braised pork at home today and left a bowl specially for you," Shen Huanqing said as he took out the carefully wrapped bowl from the vegetable basket. He took off the cloth covering the bowl and pushed the bowl to the middle of the table. The meaty braised pork comes into view, and the meaty meat fills the mouth with water. Qianfang and Wang Hu froze in place for a long time before looking up at Shen Huanqing. "Son, where did your meat come from?" Wang Hu spoke worriedly. Qianfang looked at Shen Huanqing with a complicated expression. Thinking about her attitude just now and looking at Shen Huanqing in front of her, she suddenly felt a little ashamed. "Brother Hu's sister-in-law, just eat you too. This is what I have specially reserved for you. I know Brother Hu likes to eat fat food. I picked out a beautiful piece when I went to the street today. You guys should try it quickly," Shen Huanqing urged. No. Why did you buy so much delicious food when you have a son? You won't spend all your money, right?" Wang Hu looked at Shen Huanqing tremblingly, feeling breathless and not knowing what to say. Qianfang was also dumbfounded. While moved, I was also disappointed with Shen Huanqing's behavior of being unable to hold up the wall. "Brother Hu, don't get angry yet. I have something else for you." Shen Huanqing smiled mysteriously and took out a money bag from his arms. He tossed it casually. Seeing this, Wang Hu subconsciously reached out to catch the heavy purse. Feeling the weight of the money bag, Wang Hu swallowed hard. He stiffened up and opened the money bag. After seeing the change clearly, he covered it with his hand, as if he was afraid that others would see it. "Where did you get the money to have a child?" "Brother, don't be so nervous. I earned this myself, so just feel free to use it." "Earn? Where did you earn so much money?" Wang Hu still suspected that the source of the money was incorrect. Seeing Wang Hu's expression, Shen Huanqing couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. As for me, I have found a special way to make money. Now it is stable. I have money coming in every day. Don't worry, this little money is nothing to me now. You and your sister-in-law helped me a lot before, just thinking give me something back. Shen Huanqing's words were like a boulder, shattering the moods of Qian Fong and Wang Hu. The two looked at each other with complicated expressions, feeling that the money bag in their hands was hot to the touch. Son, I don't know what to say when you're like this. I thought I was taking care of you, but I didn't expect you were taking care of me. Brother, look at what you said. Shouldn't we brothers help each other and support each other? Okay, stop talking about this and eat quickly. The food is almost cold. The two of them had not eaten meat for a long time, and they were not polite. They drank in the wind and the wind. The whole starving ghost was reincarnated. After Wang Hu finished eating, Shen Huanqing reached out and patted Wang Hu on the shoulder. Brother Hu, after you finish eating, come with me to the mountain to pick up some rocks. Collecting stones? What are you doing picking up stones? Wang Hu was stunned. Isn't Shen Huanqing's so-called way of making money just picking up rocks? Are stones so valuable these days? The mountain man has its own magic. Don't ask. Just eat it quickly. Shen Huanqing smiled mysteriously and then urged. That's right. Why do you have so many problems? Is it possible that giving birth will cheat you? Eat quickly. Don't delay having children and making money. Qian Fong was uncharacteristically helping and urging. If Shen Huanqing hadn't refused, she would have wanted to go up the mountain with them. As night fell, Shen Huanqing and Wang Hu each carried their backpacks and carefully walked around the back of the village and up the mountain. The village was plunged into darkness, and there was not a soul in sight on the road. Wang Hu glanced around nervously and leaned closer to Shen Huanqing unconsciously. When you have a baby, why don't you just pick up a stone? Why do you have to go up the mountain at night? It's so dark, and you're not afraid of us falling into the pit. Don't worry, Brother Hu. I'm very familiar with this road. I can take you up there even if I close my eyes. Going up the mountain to pick up rocks during the day is too conspicuous. I don't want others to know how I make money for the time being. Although Shen Huanqing never thought of monopolizing the method of refining refined salt, he also never thought of leaking the method so early. Not enough money has been saved. No rush. Just as he was thinking about it, Wang Hu heard some sound and trembled all over. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed Shen Huanqing's arm, pulling him and hurriedly ran behind the big tree aside. Shen Huanqing staggered behind him and looked at him in confusion. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wang Hu was not so courageous before. Don't talk, listen. Wang Hu made a gesture of silence. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing had no choice but to shut his mouth silently. The night is long, so it's not a bad idea to spend some time here. He wanted to see how timid Wang Hu was. At this moment, a strange sound accompanied by the howling wind penetrated the ears of the two people. Wu dash. The woman's plaintive sobs kept coming and going, making those who heard it feel numb. Chapter 13, Crying at Night. Wang Hu stiffened and turned his head to look at Shen Huanqing with difficulty. You heard? Did you hear it too? Shen Huanqing licked his chapped lips. He went up the mountain 8 times, if not 10 times at night. He had never encountered anything strange before. What happened today? At this time, the woman's whimpering sounded again. The only difference was that this time there seemed to be something else in her voice. Well, help save me? Save me? That woman is asking for help? She is not a ghost. Realizing this, Shen Huanqing ignored it and took Wang Hu and ran towards the direction of the sound. Wang Hu followed Shen Huanqing without knowing why. As they got closer, the woman's whimpers became more and more obvious. The cries for help gradually became clearer. No, let's go home quickly when we have a baby. Maybe it's a girl. Wang Hu didn't finish his words. Feeling the trembling of his body, Shen Huanqing sighed helplessly. Brother, there are no ghosts in this world. Don't scare yourself. It's late at night. Everyone is sleeping at home. How can a woman call for help when everything is fine? Something serious must have happened, and we can't just sit idly by and ignore it. Shen Huanqing spoke firmly. After saying that, he took out the fire-folding piece from his body and used the faint firelight to illuminate the way forward. Is there anyone? Help me. I don't want to die. I saw someone tremblingly stretching out his hand in the darkness, not far away. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing ran over quickly. Wang Hu didn't want to get involved at first, but compared to getting close to the woman who didn't know whether she was a human or a ghost, he was more scared to stay where he was. After thinking for a moment, Wang Hu finally caught up with Shen Huanqing. Not long after, a figure covered with injuries came into view. The delicate clothes were already soaked with blood, and the woman was dying, relying solely on her survival instinct to cry out. Seeing the person coming, she raised her head with difficulty and stretched out her hand, trying to catch Shun Huanqing. "Help save me." 3 simple words consumed all her energy. She looked at Shun Huanqing expectantly, then turned around and fell into coma. "I'm going, girl, wake up. Girl." Seeing this scene, Shun Huanqing's heart trembled. He hurriedly dropped his backpack, squatted down, and carefully tried the mysterious woman's breath. "Fortunately, I still have energy." But looking at the injuries all over her body, she was probably not far from death. "Brother, help me pick her up and I'll take her back." "No." "Do you really plan to take care of her? We don't know her identity. If she accidentally picks up someone wanted by the government, she will get into big trouble." The woman in front of them was pitiful, but compared to their lives, it was nothing. "But we can't just ignore him." "Brother, don't worry, I won't implicate you in this matter." Shun Huanqing carried the woman on his back. Wang Hu sighed and said no more. Shun Huanqing carried the girl back home. The girls were very surprised and gathered around to watch. "Boss, what happened? Why have I never seen this person before?" "It's a long story. I picked her up on the way up the mountain. Seeing that she was dying, I couldn't bear to worry about it, so I had to bring her back. Please help me take a look. Look at how she's dressed. She doesn't look like a refugee." "Don't worry, boss. We'll help treat her wounds right now." Lu Hongyu took a brief look at the woman's injuries, then spoke and helped her into the house. Shun Huanqing and Wang Hu sat outside the door the whole time. Looking at the basins of blood and water brought out from the room, the 2 people looked very ugly. After a full hour, the women retreated from the room. Their faces were solemn, and their eyes flashed with deep anger. "How is the girl doing?" "Don't worry, boss. I've taken care of her injuries, and there won't be any major problems," Qin Pianpian said coldly. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. "Since she's fine, why are you all looking so heavy?" "When I was applying medicine to her just now, I found a lot of injuries of varying shades, good and bad, on her body. It looked like they were caused by long-term abuse." After hearing what Qin Pianpian said, Shun Huanqing's expression became more solemn and sympathetic. "When will she wake up? She lost too much blood. It will take 2 or 3 days no matter what. I will go up the mountain early tomorrow morning to collect herbs and try my best to restore her vitality." "Okay, you can decide this matter entirely." After Shun Huanqing finished speaking, he turned to look at Wang Hu apologetically. "Brother Hu, I'm sorry to make you run all the way today. It's getting late. You should go back and rest first." "Okay, what about picking up rocks? Let's talk tomorrow night." "Good." After receiving Shun Huanqing's answer, Wang Hu turned around and walked away without saying any more. As soon as he left with his front foot, Ji Qingxue walked up to Shun Huanqing with a solemn expression. "I have some impression of that guy." "What?" "If I remember correctly, she is one of Sun Fulu's concubines. I originally thought that she would live a fairy life with Sun Fulu. But now it seems that the Sun family is not as glamorous as we seem on the surface." Considering that Wang Hu was present just now, Ji Qingxue did not reveal her guess. "The only people left here now are our own people, so there is no need to hide them." "Sun Fulu? I didn't expect that this matter would be related to him." Shun Huanqing's expression was complicated. During this time, the Sun family was very peaceful. Since that day, he has never appeared in front of them again. If it hadn't been for today's incident, Shun Huanqing would have forgotten about them. "Don't publicize this matter to the outside world, especially the woman's matter. I will go to the door of Sun's house tomorrow to check out the situation." "My boss, be careful. Sun Fulu has been dissatisfied with you for more than a day or 2. If he finds an opportunity, it will definitely be detrimental to you." Zhu Qi spoke worriedly. Shun Huanqing nodded. "I will be careful." The next day, at dawn, Hu Wu came to the door with his servants. Shun Huanqing handed him the refined salt that had been prepared at home and then went out. Hu Wu briefly took stock of the quantity. Just as he was about to say hello to Shun Huanqing, he saw him walking towards the entrance of the village. He looked at it suspiciously, told the others, and then chased after him. "Brother Huanqing, wait for me." Hearing the call from behind, Shun Huanqing stopped subconsciously. He looked at Hu Wu and blinked in confusion. "Fifth brother, why are you here? Is there something wrong with the amount of refined salt?" "No, just seeing you in such a hurry makes me a little worried. Where are you going?" As Shun Huanqing's voice became more and more stable, the relationship between Hu Wu and him became closer. He knew very well that Shun Huanqing stayed at home except for shopping. It was rare to see Shun Huanqing go out, so he was naturally curious. "Sun family." Shun Huanqing calmly uttered 2 words. Hearing this, Hu Wu frowned. "Sun family? What are you doing to provoke them? You're not thinking about taking revenge now, are you? No, it's broad daylight. Even if you want to take revenge, you should find it in the dead of night. I've never seen you so honest. Huwu rolled his eyes angrily and took the initiative to make suggestions. Chapter 14. Beaten up? Shen Huanqing couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. This Huwu seems to have forgotten his identity. He said, I think the Sun family has been a little too honest recently, and I'm worried about what bad things they are holding back. You also know my current situation. The procedures for refining refined salt are cumbersome and no disclosure is allowed. I don't want to be disturbed at a critical moment. Shen Huanqing concealed everything that happened last night and said briefly. Huwu frowned and said, That's true. How about this? I'll go with you to take a look. With me here, even if they're dissatisfied with you, they won't dare to do anything. Then I'll trouble you, Brother 5. It's just a small matter, let's go. At the same time, in the lobby of the Sun family, Sun Falu, who usually acts so arrogant outside, is now kneeling on the ground unwillingly. In front of him, Mr. Sun was holding a teacup and sipping tea carefully. Do you know where you went wrong? I'm not wrong, right? Even now, you still don't want to admit it? How did you become like this? Old Master Sun yelled in disappointment, raised the teacup in his hand, and threw it directly at Sun Falu. Bang! Sun Falu, remember, my Sun family does have some assets to protect you from a stable life. But if you continue to make troubles endlessly like before, no one can protect you. Mr. Sun's angry words were met with silence. Seeing Sun Falu's embarrassment after having hot tea poured all over his face, Mr. Sun finally couldn't bear to be cruel. He stood up and walked to Sun Falu to help him up. She patted the tea leaves and dust on his body distressfully. Son, my body can't last more than a few years. If you do this, you will die sooner or later, and you will destroy yourself. Sun Falu looked disdainful. Dad, our Sun family has so much money. What are we afraid of? When Mr. Sun saw that he couldn't get enough oil and salt, he was so angry that he broke the cup and cursed. You traitor, get out of here! As soon as Shen Huanqing and Huwu arrived, they saw Sun Falu running out angrily. He rampaged through the streets and cursed whoever he caught. Shen Huanqing looked at him curiously, wondering what was wrong with him. Let's go, fifth brother, let's follow and take a look. Shen Huanqing quietly caught up with Sun Falu, but was shocked when he saw that Sun Falu was actually going to his house. With Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu here, Shen Huanqing was not worried about the girls being harmed. But the woman he rescued last night is still at his home. Once Sun Falu finds out, it will definitely cause a storm. He must stop him. Fifth brother, if Sun Falu is going to my house, he must be targeting my 7 wives again. Huwu patted Shen Huanqing on the shoulder and said generously, Don't worry, I will definitely help you. I will gather my brothers to stop him. Wait a minute, fifth brother, I have a great idea. Shen Huanqing interrupted him. A bright light flashed in his eyes. In the quiet alley, Sun Falu kicked the stones on the roadside irritably. Damn it, it's all this bug Shen Huanqing's fault for trying to steal a woman from me. I'm just squatting down today and dragging any girl away to death. I don't believe it. I can still be stopped this time. Sun Falu cursed and cursed, wanting only to spread all his anger on Shen Huanqing's ladies. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. After Huwu and Shen Huanqing looked at each other, the two men raised the corner of the sack at the same time. 3, 2, 1. He trapped Sun Falu forcefully. Who is it? Who the hell tied me up? Don't let me get you out. Shen Huanqing and Huwu didn't say anything. They punched and kicked Sun Falu. This turtle grandson has done so many bad things and deserves a beating. Bang, bang, bang. What kind of idiot kid kidnaps me and doesn't say anything? If we have the guts, let's challenge each other. What's going on? However, neither Shen Huanqing nor Huwu spoke up. Nonsense. If you are exposed at this time, aren't you just waiting to be retaliated by him? The louder Sun Falu shouted, the harder the two men's actions became. Sun Falu, who was in pain, also screamed strangely. Ouch! Ouch! After shouting for a while, Sun Falu also learned to shut up. Shen Huanqing and Huwu were tired from the beating, so they tightly held down the sack on Sun Falu's body, leaving only a hole for breathing. After all, Shen Huanqing didn't want to get involved in a life-threatening lawsuit, and behind Sun Falu was Sun Yuan. He was not a simple figure. Moreover, Huwu was an official of the Yamen, so he couldn't implicate him. Sun Falu couldn't get away and started to curse again. Shen Huanqing, are you a bug? I usually give you face, right? Now you have learned to plot against me. Just wait until I kill you. Huwu laughed muffledly at Shen Huanqing. This Sun Falu has no other skills, but his ability to scare people is top-notch. You stole my woman, and you're still beating me here. Believe it or not, I took turns with all those women, stripped them naked, and hung them on your grave." After hearing this, Shen Huanqing was so angry that he kicked him hard in the lifeline. "Ah!" Sun Falu let out a shrill scream. "Shen Huanqing, you are indeed the bastard. I will definitely kill you." No matter how loud Sun Falu shouted, he was always answered with silence. Shen Huanqing and Hu started a new round of attacks on Sun Falu again, hitting Sun Falu with one punch after another, which made Sun Falu angry again. No matter how much he shouted, the person who beat him would not speak. But at this time, he was already sure that the person who beat him was Shen Huanqing. Gradually, both Shen Huanqing and Hu got tired. They began to take turns hitting Sun Falu. It's just that their principle is not to slap Sun Falu in the face, which makes Sun Falu very aggrieved. In desperation, he struggled several times but was held down by Shen Huanqing. "Shen Huanqing, you have the guts to say something. You robbed my woman and beat me. Our Sun family has a great business. We are afraid of you. You are deliberately murdering me." These words were repeated dozens of times. Sun Falu used some harsh words on Shen Huanqing, but the person who beat him didn't speak. This made Sun Falu begin to wonder who the person who beat him was. Shen Huanqing felt that it was almost done and began to search for things on Sun Falu. "What are you doing?" Sun Falu was frightened by this sudden search. He was a manly man no matter what, but being groped in broad daylight made his legs tremble with fear. He was answered by silence. "Hero, spare your life." Shen Huanqing finally got Sun Falu's money bag, which was bulging with a lot of silver in it. After tearing open the money bag, Shen Huanqing gave Hu Wu half and half. Then the two people looked at each other, took Sun Falu, and threw him onto the street. "As expected of you, I have relieved my hatred and gained some silver." Hu Wu patted Shen Huanqing on the shoulder. "Fifth brother, this can be regarded as the income of our labor, isn't it? Come on, my brother is happy today. I will treat you to wine and meat." The two people left here arm in arm. Only Sun Falu was left lying on the street and fell asleep. After they left, Sun Falu gradually woke up and took off the sack, yelling at people on the street. "I'll scold whoever I catch. Did you see who hit me?" Chapter 15. Holding on to it. After turning around for a while, no one paid any attention to him. They all moved away from him, not wanting to have anything to do with him. Sun Falu was so angry that he limped towards the county government office. As soon as he walked into the county magistrate's gate, he was stopped by several guards. "What can I do for you?" "I want to find your county magistrate. I want to report to the police. Someone beat me up." The guards looked at each other, unable to see the scars on Sun Falu's face at all. Instead, they felt that Sun Falu was just faking it. After all, Sun Falu's reputation is well known far and wide. However, the Sun family was so powerful that they did not dare to offend him easily, so they had no choice but to let him go to see the county magistrate. After Sun Falu met the county magistrate, he told all his experiences. At this time, the county magistrate didn't know what to do. I bit the bullet and asked a few questions. "Do you know who hit you? And where were you hit?" Sun Falu felt guilty. Then he calmed down. "It must be Shen Huanqing. He was the one who hit me." This nonsensical answer left the county magistrate speechless. The county magistrate asked several questions back and forth. Sun Falu couldn't even answer, but he still insisted on Shen Huanqing. Despite the power of the Sun family, the county magistrate had no choice but to appease Sun Falu for a while. "Well, I'll go investigate first. Why don't you, Master Sun, go back and wait for the results?" When Sun Falu refused to leave, the county magistrate looked at Sun Falu's unbeaten face and began to wonder if Sun Falu came here to avenge his personal revenge. Now Sun Falu became anxious and exposed the skin covered by his clothes. "It's already swollen." The county magistrate also knew the virtues of Sun Falu of the Sun family, and he didn't know how many people he had offended. Being beaten now seems to be common sense. "You'd better go back. I'm going to start investigating the suspicious people you mentioned. I will give you an explanation." But Sun Falu still stayed here and refused to leave. He cursed and didn't take the county magistrate seriously. The county magistrate had no choice but to say, "You guys should take young Master Sun to rest. I will lead people to investigate immediately." At this time, Shen Huanqing and Hu Wu were drinking wine leisurely in the restaurant and chatting about the previous events. "Dong, dong, dong." A soldier said Sun Falu sued Mr. Shen for beating him. What this person said is very embarrassing. After all, it is without any basis. Moreover, Shen Huanqing's reputation has always been excellent. "Okay, I'll go with you." Shen Huanqing didn't have any ink marks either. He just went when he said he wanted to. They walked in a hurry along the way and arrived at the county government office. The county magistrate looked at Sun Falu helplessly. Why hasn't Shen Huanqing come yet? I'll just say he is the murderer. A group of people looked at Sun Falu chattering. There were still a few who couldn't stand it and muttered in a low voice. This Sun Falu really doesn't have any ability other than slandering others. Soon, Shen Huanqing and Hu came over with the county magistrate's people. Sun Falu was so angry that his teeth itched after seeing Shen Huanqing. Shen Huanqing, it's you who sent someone to beat me. You really don't have any royal skills in broad daylight. You said it was Mr. Shen who beat you. Is it Mr. Shen who beat you? Where is your evidence? Hu spoke for Shen Huanqing. Fourth brother, this matter was brought by Sun Falu to me. You'd better leave it alone, otherwise it will cause trouble. Shen Huanqing thought about it for a while, then spoke again. There are some things I don't want to say in front of everyone. What you did to my wives before, and now you start again. The onlookers listened to Shen Huanqing's words. Even more contempt for Sun Falu. What are you talking about? Shen Huanqing, the women I like are their blessings. And we are not done with the matter of you beating me today. Immediately afterwards, Sun Falu wanted to rush in front of Shen Huanqing. He was forcefully pulled back by the Yamen servant. The county magistrate was also so angry that he had a headache. Quiet. Anyone who dares to disturb the court will be hauled out and punished. In an instant, the entire county government fell silent. Ascending to the hall. Mighty. The government officials began to follow the procedures. Sun Falu, what grievances do you have? The county magistrate glanced at Sun Falu. In fact, the county magistrate already understood almost what happened. However, this process is necessary for official business. Shen Huanqing hit me. My whole body hurts now. I'm almost dead. Then the county magistrate looked helplessly at Shen Huanqing. Do you have any objection to what Sun Falu said? Shen Huanqing stood upright in the courtroom and spoke calmly. Sun Falu, you said I hit you? Then when did I hit you? How can you be sure that the person who hit you is me? And you have done evil and have countless enemies. I think there are many people who want me without my taking action. Hit you. These words made Sun Falu furious. Pointing at Shen Huanqing's nose, he started to curse. Who else is it if it's not you? Then where were you beaten? Shen Huanqing began to ask Sun Falu aggressively, but now Sun Falu didn't even want to blurt it out. I was beaten at the door of your house. This matter must have something to do with you. Then what are you doing in front of my house? At this time, Shen Huanqing stared directly at Sun Falu, and his words became even more contemptuous. The people around him basically understood what he said. It's a pity that Sun Falu stopped doing good things again. This time Sun Falu was so anxious that he jumped. Sun Falu pointed to the injuries on his body and shouted, "This is the evidence, ironclad evidence." Oh, is this what you call evidence? Could it be that I was beaten, and I pointed to the wound and said you hit me? Do you think it is reasonable? Sun Falu was speechless in response to Shen Huanqing's rhetorical question, but he still looked at the county magistrate angrily. This is my evidence. I hope the county magistrate will kill this murderer and criminal. Sun Falu gritted his teeth and said with a bit of threat in his voice. The county magistrate frowned. Sun Falu, is this what you call evidence? If you don't have other evidence, I will withdraw from the case. Sun Falu looked at the county magistrate angrily and threatened. What evidence do I need that I was beaten by him? Does that mean my beating was in vain? Guanggu, are you too comfortable sitting in this position? My father can destroy your black gauze hat at any time. The county magistrate's face turned blue and he was shocked. Presumptuous. Sun Falu, you don't have enough evidence and you're just falsely accusing others. It's just a false accusation. Why don't you get out of here? Shen Huanqing was surprised. He did not expect that the county magistrate would choose to face him. It seems that the benefits he brought to the county magistrate were great enough for him to choose to go against the local squire. This is a good sign. Sun Falu became more and more angry when he walked out of the county government office. He felt that Shen Huanqing did it. His beating this time cannot be in vain. After thinking about it, I glanced at the servant next to me. You guys keep an eye on Shen Huanqing and take this bitch to the Sun Mansion while no one is paying attention. Chapter 16. My Sun family is Heaven and Wang Fa. The woman Shen Huanqing rescued was in a coma for 3 days. During these 3 days, the 7 women took turns, staying by her side every step of the way. I'm afraid something will happen to her again. When she woke up, Qin Pianpian was changing her dressing. She felt the burning pain coming from all parts of her body, and the woman couldn't help but cry out in pain. When Qin Pianpian heard the movement, she quickly stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look over. Are you awake? You. Who are you? The woman spoke with difficulty. She tried hard to get up, but her body couldn't move. I'm just an ordinary person in the village. My husband met you on the road when he went out, so he picked you up, Chin Piampian said as she straightened the bedding on her body soothingly. You are seriously injured and can't move for a short time. If there is anything you need to do, just tell me. Is it safe here? There was fear in the woman's eyes, as if she was afraid of being found by others. Hearing this, Chin Piampian paused what he was doing. Safety? Is there really any place in the Great Zhou that is absolutely safe at the moment? Don't worry, there are no bad guys here. If you want, you can tell me everything that happened to you, and I will find a way to avenge you. As a woman, Chin Piampian was unwilling to sit idly by. Her words successfully shattered the woman's pretended strength. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down the corners of her eyes. She looked at Chin Piampian pitifully and called out a name through gritted teeth. Sun Fulu. It's all his fault that I became like this. Really, the situation was exactly as they had imagined. If I remember correctly, you are one of Sun Fulu's concubines. What happened to you that you were injured like this? Chin Piampian asked cautiously. The woman in front of me was in very poor physical condition and couldn't stand any stimulation. We can't let anything happen to her. To be honest, Sun Fulu has a quirk. He forces me to do things I don't want to do every day. If I can't satisfy him, he will beat and scold me. That night I couldn't stand it anymore, so I rejected him. I didn't expect that he got in the mood and whipped me. Men are stronger than women, and I couldn't break free at all. I was knocked unconscious by him. Luckily, he stopped right after I passed out. Otherwise, I would not be here alive today. Memories from before the coma came flooding back. As the woman spoke, her body couldn't stop shaking. Her chest kept heaving and cold sweat oozed from her forehead because of anger. Seeing this, Chin Piampian unconsciously reached out and held her hand. Don't be afraid, it's all over. No, nothing has passed. As long as Sun Fulu is still alive, the nightmare will never pass. Feeling the woman's overwhelming hatred, Chin Piampian didn't know what to say. She thought for a while and said softly, I can understand your feelings, but this is the Sun family after all. You are alone and weak, and you will never be their opponent. If you finally save your life, it is better to live in pain. It's better to embrace new life. Hearing this, the woman laughed to herself. It's useless. I don't have a new life anymore. The moment the door closed, the woman fell into pain again. She cried silently, hatred growing in her eyes. When Shen Huanqing came back, the food was already ready. Everyone sat around the table with serious expressions. What are the expressions on each of you? What happened? Husband, the woman is awake. Really? She's finally awake. How is she doing? Hearing this, Shen Huanqing smiled on his face. Before he could be happy, he realized something was wrong. Logically speaking, the 7 girls should be excited to tell him the news, but why are their faces heavier than the other? What happened? The injuries on my body are gradually recovering, but the wounds in my heart may never heal in this lifetime. Chin Piampian leaned close to his ear and told Shen Huanqing the contents of the conversation between her and Xiaojiu. After hearing this, Shen Huanqing punched the table angrily. His knuckles made a crisp sound, and his ferocious expression made people detect a hint of cruelty. Scum like Sun Fulu doesn't deserve to live in this world. That's right. The women nodded in agreement. Chin Piampian looked at Shen Huanqing and continued to speak in a heavy tone. Xiaojiu no longer has the courage to live. Murder and revenge are her only wish now. Her desire for revenge was very strong. I tried to persuade her, but it was useless. I had a hunch that once her body recovered, she would not hesitate to rush to Sun's house and fight for Sun Fulu. Husband, we have to help her. Chin Piampian looked at Shen Huanqing pleadingly. No, you don't think I'm going to stay out of it, do you? I saved this person, so of course I have to take responsibility. Don't worry, I won't just sit idly by and ignore this matter. However, we still need to think of ways to plan. The Sun family is not so easy to deal with. Before Sun Huanqing could think of any solution, he was hit with a sap when he went to the street and he fainted. When Shen Huanqing woke up and saw Sun Fulu clearly, there was a contemptuous smile on his lips. Sun Fulu, you have no evidence and just kidnapped me to your Sun mansion. Do you believe that I will report to the official? At this time, Sun Fulu was extremely angry. He asked his men to tie Shen Huanqing to a pillar and began to angrily scold Shen Huanqing. You talk so hard. This time I don't believe that I can't let you tell the truth. It's obviously you who beat me, but you still don't admit it. You can do it. Let me see how tough you are. Sun Falu was so angry that he was shaking all over. You guys go get me my torture instruments. Shen Huanqing also looked indifferent. He sneered and said, You, Sun Falu, have offended so many people. How can you be so sure that the person who beat you is me? It's not you. Who else has such courage? Sun Falu laughed sinisterly. Shen Huanqing, if you had not provoked me, I would have left you a way to live. You will be dead today. Ever since he was a child, he had always used the power of the Sun family to bully others. He had never been treated like this before. His whole body was sore and bruised, and he felt aggrieved. Shen Huanqing was shocked. It seemed that today's matter was not easy to solve. Sun Falu came over with a whip and smiled very proudly. Sun Falu, do you have any more royal methods? Seeing that Sun Falu was about to torture him to extract a confession, Sun Huanqing scolded him. Sun Falu whipped him up with an arrogant smile. Here, my Sun family is heaven and Wang Fa. At this time, a majestic voice came over. Really? Your Sun family is really bold, Hu Wu scolded coldly. Fifth brother. Shen Huanqing's eyes were full of surprise, and he said in surprise, Why are you here? Chapter 17 Dead. Hu Wu frowned. I just came out and saw you being taken away by others. I felt something was wrong, so I followed you all the way to the Sun Mansion. Sun Falu looked at Hu Wu and snorted coldly. This is between Shen Huanqing and I. It has nothing to do with you at all. Get out of here. Hu Wu drew out his knife. Then I want to see what the Sun family is capable of. Are they openly trying to go against the government, or are they planning to rebel? Sun Falu's face was twisted and he stared at him fiercely, but thinking of what his father had told him, he took a breath. If it weren't for the purpose of running for village chief and not leaving a bad reputation, he would have killed the nosy Hu Wu and Shen Huanqing. This bug. Forget it. Let him jump a few more times now. Anyway, he won't be able to jump for long until he becomes the village chief. Okay, today I will give Captain Hu some face and forget about it. If there's a next time, humph. Hu Wu breathed a sigh of relief and helped Shen Huanqing back home. Fifth brother, thank you very much this time. We brothers, don't be so polite. Just be fine. Hu Wu sighed with a sad voice. Your village is about to elect a village chief. Sun Falu is already the appointed village chief. I'm afraid that in the next few days you... Shen Huanqing's expression changed drastically. No wonder the bastard Sun Falu let him go so easily. It turned out to be for reputation before the election. It's going to be bad this time. After returning home and seeing off Hu Wu, Shen Huanqing looked sad. In the evening, Wang Hu came and said to him, I heard that if you become the village chief, you can get 20 cents a month. Why don't you give it a try? Well, your sister-in-law knows that she wants me to give it a try. She doesn't even know what kind of person I am. She knows that there is no chance for me. Wang Hu said helplessly. Somehow, Shen Huanqing thought of the Sun family by accident. He had a bold idea and smiled confidently. It seems that I have to fight for the position of village chief. You're going to run for village leader? Are you serious? Ji Qingshu asked in shock, with a look of contempt. Isn't that what you said? If I want to be rich and powerful, I will start as a village chief. Moreover, as far as I know, Sun Falu will also participate in this election. If they are elected, we will not have a good harvest. Instead of sitting back and waiting for death, I'd rather take the initiative. I have confidence in myself. What's more, we can also take this opportunity to help Xiaojiu get revenge. With the financial resources of the Sun family, canvassing for votes is easy. But if others knew what the Sun family did, the situation would be completely different. He just wants to invite people out at the most critical moment. Let Sun Falu speak clearly in front of the entire Qingtian village. After hearing Shen Huanqing's plan, everyone fell silent. They looked at each other, and then Qin Pianpian took the lead in nodding. I agree with your husband's idea. I agree too. Shen Huanqing agreed. Just as he was about to plan the next action with everyone, the door of the room where Xiaojiu was located was slowly opened. Xiaojiu was seen struggling to support the door frame, shaking his body, and walked out step by step. She heard clearly everything that happened outside just now. She didn't expect that these people in front of her were actually willing to help her. Looking at Shen Huanqing's intentions, and then looking at Sun Falu's inhumane abuse, Xiaojiu just felt ridiculous. If the person she met at the beginning was Shen Huanqing, would everything be different? Thank you, Mr. Shen. Xiaojiu Ying bowed, his eyes full of gratitude. After dinner, Xiaojiu returned to the room to rest, while Shen Huanqing went to the government office to sign up for the Qingtian village chief election. Upon hearing the news, the county magistrate was shocked. Are you going to participate in the village chief election? Judging from the current registration situation, the Sun family is the most likely to be elected village chief. After hearing this, Shen Huanqing's expression gradually became weird. My lord, the Sun family is rich and unkind. They are all the tyrants in the village. How can you become the village chief? I know that people outside are dissatisfied with the Sun family, but when we choose the village chief, we don't choose the village chief based on public support, but on ability. The county magistrate's words made Shen Huanqing a little overwhelmed. What if he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world? Why is it that people's support doesn't matter once we get here? Just when he was about to say something, there was a government servant outside the door and ran in a hurry. Master County, no, it's not good. What happened? You're in a panic. That people? What did you say? As soon as the word dead came out, the county magistrate became nervous. The two people did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed the pace of the government servant and rushed to the place where they found the dead man. The dead man was abandoned behind the village, near the road up the mountain. Setting foot on this familiar road again, Shen Huanqing felt indescribably complicated. He just picked up Xiaojiu here not long ago, but he didn't expect that something would happen to someone again so soon. Who could have done it? Fifth brother, the person is right there. The person who died was a woman. Her condition was very miserable. It looked like she had been abused. Her entire face was ruined, and her appearance could not be clearly seen, etc. As soon as Wu finished speaking, Shen Huanqing spoke. Several people turned their heads following the sound and looked at Shen Huanqing curiously. What's wrong? Look at how this woman is dressed. Women usually wear coarse linen clothes, but the one she is wearing is indeed silk. Based on this alone, I think everyone can guess who the murderer is. As Shen Huanqing spoke, the people present reacted suddenly. The only people in the village who can afford silk are the Sun family. Looking at the woman's dress, there is no doubt that this woman is from the Sun family after all. Who would be so bold as to kill the Sun family? Are they crazy? Everyone looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Who would have guessed in his mind? Could it be? Shen Huanqing nodded vigorously. Yes, he did it. Wu took a breath of cold air. Is this Sun Falu crazy? Sun family. Master, something terrible has happened. The body has been discovered by the government officials. What did you say? What corpse? What on earth happened? A servant hurried into Master Sun's study. He fell to his knees and spoke in panic. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sun paused with his pen in hand, and a bad premonition arose. It must be that brat Sun Fulu, who did something he shouldn't have done again. Yesterday, the young master killed another concubine, and he ordered someone to take the body away overnight. Logically, the body should have been buried well, but for some reason, the body was discovered by someone. The servant spoke tremblingly. I didn't even dare to look up at Master Sun's gaze. Hearing this, the pen in Mr. Sun's hand fell to the ground. He was breathing heavily and rapidly, and his eyes couldn't help but roll up. He looked like he would pass out at any moment. Where is that bastard Sun Fulu now? Chapter 18, Scapegoat. Dad, why did you hit me again for no reason? What did I do to make you so upset? How dare you say that? What the hell did you do? What did I do to you? Sun Fulu was unable to react for a moment. The body of the woman you had thrown out yesterday has been found. Tell me, what should we do now? Faced with Master Sun's sneer, Sun Fulu couldn't help but shudder. He swallowed hard, not knowing what to say. That's impossible. It must be Master Sun who is lying to him. Those people are very clean. How could they be discovered? There must be a mistake. Dad, don't be angry first. I think there is a misunderstanding about this matter. Bang. Misunderstanding? You knew that the Sun family was going to participate in the election for village chief, but you still had to make such a big fuss at this critical moment. Are you crazy? Mr. Sun was not satisfied and slapped Sun Fulu again. This completely stunned Sun Fulu. He looked at the person in front of him, not knowing what to say. Who were the people who helped you deal with the bodies last night? Call them over immediately. Master, we have buried the body yesterday according to your instructions. Yeah, I'll make sure no one finds out. You two still dare to lie to me after all this. Tell me the truth. How did you do things last night? Did you really bury the body? Master, we really did everything according to your instructions. Why are you so angry? Shouldn't I be angry? Someone has just found the body, and now the government has taken it back and handed it over to the coroner. Do you know how much trouble this will bring me? Sun Fulu roared in anger and whipped the two men with a whip. When Mr. Sun heard what the two men said, he closed his eyes in annoyance. There is only one way now. That's enough, Fulu. Stop fighting. Dad, just let me beat them both to death. If it weren't for them, our Sun family wouldn't have ended up like this. I really can't swallow this. You idiot, if you beat them both to death, who will be your scapegoat? Master Sun spoke with a look of disappointment. Government. Upon learning of the accident, the county magistrate immediately went to the room where the body was placed. When he saw the coroner taking off his clothes, his expression changed. How's the investigation going? This woman was tortured to death. There were more than 50 wounds on her body, and the old wounds were new and old. I have never seen such a miserable death after so many years as a widower. Oh, how pitiful. Has no one come to claim her body yet? When the county magistrate heard this, he turned to look at Hu Wu unconsciously. As long as someone comes, they can follow the clues and find out the identity of this woman. Hearing this, Hu Wu shook his head. County Master, if something like this happens, it's normal for this woman's family to not come out to identify the body. Instead of just waiting for death, why don't you give me the list in the village and let me go door to door to search? Hu Wu and several government officials divided themselves into several groups and searched from house to house. Unknowingly, I came to Shun Huanqing's door. Hu Wu originally wanted to go in and ask for a drink of water, but before he could knock on the door, someone opened the door from the inside. Shun Huanqing cautiously stuck his head out and looked around carefully. Fifth brother, are you here alone? Yeah. What's wrong with you? Let's talk after you come in. Shun Huanqing was worried about not being able to find a chance to be alone with Hu Wu, but he didn't expect him to come to his door so quickly. It's really hard to find anywhere without wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. After closing the door, Shun Huanqing pulled the person into the room. He looked at Hu Wu with a complicated expression and reached out to pour him a glass of water. What's wrong? You're looking at me like this for no reason. If you have something to say, can you just tell me? Don't scare me. Hu Wu looked at Shun Huanqing and felt frightened for some reason. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing sighed. Since you have said so, fifth brother, I won't beat around the bush. When you found the body, didn't you ask me if I was hiding anything from you? Now let me tell you yes. And this matter has something to do with the body. What did you say? You should explain the specific situation clearly. Hu Wu was a little anxious. Shun Huanqing patted his shoulder comfortingly, then turned his head and looked aside. Come out. As Shun Huanqing finished speaking, Xiaojie walked out accompanied by Qin Pianpian. The two of them went straight to sit next to Shun Huanqing, looking at Hu Wu intently. Who is this girl? Hu Wu clearly remembered the woman who went to Shun Huanqing's house. He was sure that the person in front of him was not one of the seven. Hello, sir. I am a concubine of Sun Fulu. My previous name was Yun'er, and now my name is Xiaojie. The person who died, if I guess correctly, should be Xiaoqian, who was spotted by Sun Fulu at the same time as me. That night half a month ago, I was tortured by Sun Fulu until I fainted. He sent people to abandon me behind the corpse village. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to meet Master Shin. He rescued me and cured me. Xiaojie said, becoming more and more excited. She stood up, walked to Hu Wu, knelt down in front of Hu Wu, and spoke tremblingly with a cry in her voice. Master, please give Xiaoqian justice. She must be like me, beaten to death by Sun Fulu. If you don't believe me, you can look at the scars on my body. Even if Mr. Shun tries his best to treat me, the scars on my body still show no signs of disappearing. Xiaojie rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, revealing the hideous and sinuous scars on his hands. The shocking traces made Hu Wu's heart tremble. He couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman treatment the woman in front of him had suffered in the Sun family. Fifth brother, now that things have come to this, we can no longer sit idly by and ignore it. We must make Sun Fulu pay the price. Hearing Shun Huanqing's indignant words, Hu Wu nodded firmly. It's okay if he doesn't know. Now that he knows, he will have to pay for whatever he says. Even if the county magistrate protects him, it will be useless. God is watching what people do, and Sun Fulu will eventually pay the price. Thank you, sir. When Xiaojie heard this, he thanked her repeatedly. Seeing this, Hu Wu stretched out his hand and helped the person up from the ground. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Hide well here and don't run around. If the Sun family finds you, they won't let you go easily. Fifth brother, don't worry when she is here with us. We will definitely be able to protect her. Shun Huanqing patted his chest. Hu Wu picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Without saying anything more, he turned and walked out the door. Over at the Sun family, it would be best if you can find a way to keep an eye on it. If not, I will send someone to keep an eye on it. In short, be careful in everything. Okay, fifth brother, you too, you must not let anyone else know about this matter, including the county magistrate. Shun Huanqing warned. They didn't know which side the county magistrate belonged to. Telling the county magistrate rashly about this will only cause trouble. They must be careful. Good. Chapter 19, There's Someone Above. The day after the body was discovered, the Sun family sent 2 servants. After receiving the news, villager Shun Huanxing rushed to the yamen. As the matter spread so widely, the county magistrate had no choice but to interrogate the 2 men in front of all the people. He sat on the main seat and looked down at the people below, one dead and one seriously injured. Sun Qi, you said that the body found on the outskirts of the city 2 days ago was the work of the 2 of you. Is this true or false? Yes. County magistrate, we know we were wrong. We really didn't think it would be so serious. We just thought she was pretty and wanted to have some fun with her. We really didn't think of killing her. The wounded man spoke tremblingly. While speaking, he unconsciously turned his head slightly, looking at the Sun family members in the crowd intentionally or unintentionally. How dare you? As a servant of the Sun family, you want to bully your master. If this matter had not been exposed, how many innocent women would you 2 have killed? We. Faced with the questioning, Sun Qi didn't know how to answer for a moment. This was not their doing in the first place. If it weren't for Master Sun, they wouldn't be here at all. Now that his companion has been beaten to death, what can he do? You have nothing to say, right? Come, drag Sun Qi and this corpse away and hang them outside the door to expose them to the sun as a warning to everyone. If anyone dares to do anything wrong in my jurisdiction, I will not let them off easily, etc. As soon as the county magistrate finished speaking, a voice rang out at an inopportune moment. I don't know who spoke in the crowd. Isn't this a bit arbitrary, county magistrate? I think this kid is a coward. Even if he can tease a woman, he wouldn't dare to kill someone. I'm afraid there's something else going on here. Yes, I have seen the dead person. She was Sun Fulu's concubine. This matter must be related to Sun Fulu. Judging from Sun Fulu's behavior of being tempted by beauty, it must be him. County magistrate, killing is no small matter. Please be more careful and prevent more people from dying. As one person spoke, more and more people stood up. They looked at Sun Fulu angrily, wishing they could skin this guy alive. Hearing this, Sun Fulu stepped forward and sneered. You bunch of brutal and unreasonable people. You accuse me of murder. Do you have any evidence? Everyone in the village and outside the village knows about the bad things you did. What evidence do you need? That's right. If you want evidence, we are the evidence. Several decent women who had been harassed by Sun Fulu took the initiative to stand up and looked at him with gritted teeth. Hearing this, Sun Fulu sneered. What kind of evidence do you have? If you can't produce any evidence, you are just slandering me. County magistrate, what do you think? Sun Fulu turned to look at the person sitting in the main seat and asked with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Shun Huanxing in the crowd keenly sensed something was wrong. It seems that the county magistrate has been bribed by the Sun family. I really didn't expect that the county magistrate would choose to collude with the Sun family. That would be a human life. Isn't he afraid of retribution? Eyes facing each other. The county magistrate caught the surging look in Sun Fulu's eyes and sighed helplessly. If you use money to do things, what will happen to the public sentiment? Bang! Sun Qi has confessed to the crime committed by the 2 of them. If this matter is really related to Master Sun, as you said, then please provide evidence. The county magistrate picked up the gavel and forcibly drank everyone present. Hearing this, the people looked at each other and closed their mouths unwillingly. Seeing that the crowd was finally quiet, the county magistrate couldn't wait to speak. Since no one has any objections, let's let this be settled. I hope everyone present will take a warning. If something like this happens again, it won't be as simple as hanging a warning in front of the government office. Quit. As the county magistrate finished speaking, the life-and-death man was mercilessly dragged out of the yamen. The people cursed angrily and dispersed, giving Sun Fulu a look of contempt before leaving. Shun Huanxing hid in the crowd and walked straight into the yamen when no one was paying attention. He arrived at the county magistrate's study with ease and strode in without knocking. Before the county magistrate could sit down, he heard footsteps coming from behind. At that moment, his heart was in his throat. He turned his head carefully and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the person clearly. Why is it you? It really scared me to death. Why are you here? The county magistrate's question is really ridiculous. Don't you know why I came here? That is a living human life. How could you be so careless? Shun Huanxing looked at the county magistrate angrily, unable to control his temper. Hearing this, the county magistrate couldn't help but sigh. Before he could speak, he heard Shun Huanxing continue. Just because the Sun family gave you enough money, the emperor breaks the law and the common people are guilty. Do you deserve the title of your county magistrate? Shen Huanqing became more and more excited as he talked. The county magistrate had no choice but to reach out and pour him a cup of tea. He handed the tea to Shen Huanqing and then spoke helplessly. Ancestor, do you think I don't want to handle this matter fairly? But you also have to understand my official rank. I'm just a big official. Can I afford to offend the Sun family? To tell you the truth, there are people in the Sun family above. If it weren't for this, the Sun family wouldn't dare to be so arrogant here. On the surface, I do things with money. To put it bluntly, I do things based on the expressions of the superiors. If I'm not careful, I can't keep my black gauze hat. The county magistrate lamented again and again. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing clenched his fists unwillingly. Can we just let the Sun family do whatever they want? Yes, there is only one life today, but what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? No matter how many corpses will appear tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, my answer will not change. Unless you can produce conclusive evidence to prove that Sun Fulu killed the person, even I will not dare to take the risk. The county magistrate directly stated his attitude. The Sun family had long been dissatisfied with Shen Huanqing. If it weren't for the huge benefits Shen Huanqing brought from making refined salt, the superiors would have taken action against Shen Huanqing. Shen Huanqing has value, but he is different. He is just an ordinary sesame official. He couldn't afford to gamble. Speaking of this, Shen Huanqing could only nod. Of course, he has the evidence. But you can't take it out at this time. Just wait and see. Sun Fulu, murder must be paid with life. Thinking about it, Shen Huanqing turned around and left. Seeing this, the county magistrate spoke hurriedly. Shen Huanqing, wait a minute, what about that? Don't forget about the refined salt. I know the Sun family's affairs make you very unhappy, but the agreement between us cannot be broken. Don't worry, county magistrate. One code equals one code. I still understand such a simple truth. Shen Huanqing interrupted the county magistrate and left without looking back. The people gathered in front of the Yamen gate have long dispersed. Only the Sun family's people are still here. Shen Huanqing wanted to leave directly, but unexpectedly the road was narrow. Hey, isn't this Shen Huanqing? Where are you going? Chapter 20. Are you a human or a ghost? Sun Fulu didn't expect to see Shen Huanqing here. But think about it carefully. How could Shen Huanqing be absent from such an important scene? I guess he came to watch the fun, just like everyone else. After hearing Sun Fulu's question, Shen Huanqing said unhurriedly, look for evidence that you committed murder. Evidence that I killed someone? What are you daydreaming about? Sun Fulu burst out laughing as if he had heard some big joke. Everything has been concluded, and even if Shen Huanqing has doubts, nothing can be changed. He looked at Shen Huanqing provocatively, almost writing the words "come and beat me" on his face. Instead of worrying about these nonsense, it's better to take care of yourself. What happened last time is not over yet. Just wait, Shen Huanqing. I will kill you sooner or later. So, what if you are in the Yamen? He is not afraid. Faced with the provocation, Shen Huanqing suddenly chuckled. A playful smile appeared on his lips, and he pointed his middle finger at the person in front of him. Okay, let's see if I kill you first or you kill me first. Sun Fulu, enjoy the few good days you have left. After leaving these words, Shen Huanqing turned and walked away. Sun Fulu stood there blankly. Looking at the direction, Shen Huanqing left with a puzzled expression. After a long while, he turned to look at the Sun servant next to him uncertainly and said, is that kid provoking me? It seems so. Haha, if you have the guts, I want to see how long he can be so proud. Let's go. 7 days later, the village chief election meeting was held. The village that used to be bustling with activity is now silent. In the huge open space, the villagers sat side by side, looking angrily at the person in the front. Are we really going to let Sun Fulu be elected village chief? Didn't we have the right to choose in this election? Why is it like this? Those words are just the government's excuses. Do you really believe them? I think Sun Fulu will be the village chief this time. The Sun family was already accomplices to evildoers in the village before they became officials. What will happen after they become officials? What will we do next? They complained bitterly, and their words were filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Sun Fulu turned around and looked at the people who had just spoken. He pointed at those people and then at his neck. The threat is self-evident. If no one wants to stand up and compete for the position of village chief, then this position will belong to Master Sun Fulu. The county magistrate glanced at the people whispering below and spoke. While speaking, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Where is that boy Shen Huanqing? How long has it been, and why hasn't he come yet? He doesn't really intend to give up the position of village chief to Sun Falu, does he? The county magistrate was very worried. At this moment, Sun Falu turned to look at him coldly. When their eyes met, the county magistrate sighed helplessly and had no choice but to speak in front of the whole village. Since no one has come forward, the county announces that Sun Falu of the Sun family will be the next village chief of this village, etc. Before the county magistrate could finish his voice, a male voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and unconsciously made away. Shen Huanqing was seen strolling over, followed by Hu Wu and a woman. He had a smile on his lips and looked at Sun Falu provocatively. Sun Falu, I couldn't convict you last time because there was no conclusive evidence. You can't run away this time. Ah, you mean you have evidence now? Nature. Shen Huanqing walked to Sun Falu and stopped. The two people's eyes intertwined in the air, causing raging fire. Hearing this, Sun Falu smiled and nodded. In that case, let me see what you are capable of. Okay, Xiaojiu, it's up to you. Shen Huanqing turned to look at the person behind him, stretched out his hand, and patted her shoulder encouragingly. Don't be afraid. The government and villagers are here. He can't hurt you. I understand, Brother Shen. Thank you. Xiaojiu glanced at Shen Huanqing gratefully, then stepped forward and walked to Sun Falu. I wonder if it was Sun Falu's misunderstanding. The woman in front of him looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Master Sun, long time no see. Do you still remember me? You mean you? Do we know each other? Facing Xiaojiu's inquiry, Sun Falu shouted impatiently. Hearing this, Xiaojiu quickly took off her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Do you recognize it now? You? How could it be you? No, it's impossible. It must be fake. You can't be still alive. Sun Falu looked at Xiaojiu helplessly, his mind going blank. Isn't she dead? Why are you still here? Fraud? Fake death? Fear spread from Sun Falu's heart, and he retreated tremblingly, not daring to get close to Xiaojiu at all. I didn't expect Master Sun still remembered me. Looking at Sun Falu, whose face was filled with fear, Xiaojiu smiled self-deprecatingly. I thought Master Sun only remembered the living. It seems I am narrow-minded. Are you a human or a ghost? Sun Falu said tremblingly. Hearing this, Xiaojiu chuckled. Of course I am a human. You didn't expect that, did you? That day you tortured me to the point of being seriously injured and unconscious. I was in imminent danger. If it weren't for the laziness of those two men under you, I wouldn't have had this chance to survive. Since I woke up, I've been waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. Many times in the middle of the night, I have dreamed of skinning you alive. Xiaojiu shed tears with every word she spoke. As she spoke, she took off her coat, revealing the hideous, winding scars on her arms. When the villagers saw this scene, they all gasped. They stood up unconsciously and moved forward. It's fine if you harm me, but why do you harm other sisters? Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? You stop spitting blood at me. I haven't done anything. Sun Falu spoke in a panic, his eyes wandering around helplessly. Sun Falu, you are still trying to make excuses at this time? I remember her. She was also one of your concubines. No wonder you want to marry so many concubines. This is what you've been thinking about for so long. Brothers, grab your weapons. No matter what, Sun Falu cannot leave here today. That's right. If Sun Falu leaves, the body we find tomorrow will be one of us. The villagers were filled with righteous indignation and rushed forward with whatever weapons they could find. The scene was in chaos. Sun Falu's wails came one after another. But in the blink of an eye, he was submerged in the crowd. The county magistrate stared at the scene in front of him, not knowing what to do for a moment. There is solid evidence that Sun Falu committed murder. Any rash obstruction will only cause public outrage. Don't stop? If anything really happened to Sun Falu, the Sun family would never let him go. There's no way around it. I shouldn't have come. Master County Magistrate, what should we do now? Hu walked up to the county magistrate and asked. Hearing this, the county magistrate waved his hand and said, I haven't been here today. Chapter 21. Death of Sun Falu. No. What does the county magistrate mean by this? Without waiting for Hu Wu to react, the county magistrate hurriedly got up and left. Watching the county magistrate's back as he left, Hu Wu could only pretend he saw nothing and led the rest of the yamen runners away. Without the presence of government officials, the villagers became even more unscrupulous. They quickly took care of the servants of the Sun family, who came with Sun Falu, and then turned their attention to Sun Falu. The sight of the blood-stained sticks made people tremble. Sun Falu swallowed nervously and spoke tremblingly. You, what do you want to do? I am the village chief, you. Bah! You are not worthy of being the village chief. That's right. Killing someone means paying with your life. It's only natural. Today, no one can save you. I've been annoyed with your Sun family for a long time, and I'm going to vent my anger today, no matter what I say. The villagers were outraged. After saying this, he ignored Sun Falu's pleas for mercy and started attacking. Sun Falu was like a lamb to be slaughtered. He huddled helplessly on the ground, holding his head with his hands, trying hard to protect himself. But it's no use. The anger of the villagers did not last overnight, and the grievances could not be resolved with a few sticks. Shen Huanqing stood aside and watched quietly, then reached out and patted Xiaojiu's shoulder comfortingly. I said he will pay for what he did. Thank you, Brother Shen. Xiaojiu looked at Shen Huanqing gratefully. The red eyes were filled with many emotions. Her tone was one of unprecedented relief. Even if death greeted her in the next second, she would not care. After learning about the village chief election meeting, Mr. Sun did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly led a group of servants to come. They were hurrying and racing against time. Unfortunately, they were a step too late after all. Sun Falu's voice became weaker and weaker. I don't know when I completely lost my vitality. The villagers looked at Sun Falu, who was beaten to death without any fear. They just spat at him condescendingly. You deserve it. Even a man couldn't stand such a vicious beating, let alone a woman. I don't know how his concubines could hold on. Yes, but now it's all good. Sun Falu is dead, and they are relieved. Hearing what the villagers said, Xiaojiu couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Thank you for calling the shots for me. Thank you. She bowed sincerely to the villagers present. Tears fell like rain. Seeing this, the villagers waved their hands. Girl, there's nothing to thank me for. This is what we should do. That's right. A scum like Sun Falu deserves to be put to death. The villagers' voices were neither loud nor soft, and Mr. Sun, who came hurriedly, happened to hear them clearly. He walked forward angrily, but before he could open his mouth, his attention was attracted by the corpse lying on the ground covered in mud. That's his son, Sun Falu. Falu? Falu. After recognizing the figure, Master Sun rushed straight over. The man on the ground had his eyes closed, fear and regret still lingering on his face. Master Sun stretched out his hand tremblingly to feel Sun Falu's breath, and the next moment, he roared to the sky in anger. Falu, my son, who is it who killed you? Is it you or you? Master Sun turned to look at the villagers angrily, his eyes scanning them one by one. His face was hideous, and his eyes were bloodshot. Somio Nikome. Master, don't let any of the people present at the scene go free. I want them all to be buried with my son. Every word written by Mr. Sun was heart-wrenching. Hearing this, all the servants of the Sun family were stunned. They looked at each other. Hesitation flashed in their eyes. What are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and do something? Seeing that no one around him was taking any action, Mr. Sun spoke impatiently to urge them to move. In this situation, the Sun family servants had no choice but to step forward. At the critical moment, the county magistrate who had left came back. Stop it. Let's see who dares to move. The county magistrate shouted angrily, and his cold eyes fell on Mr. Sun. Master Sun, just because I respect you and give in to you doesn't mean you can do whatever you want here. It's broad daylight. What do you want? These villains killed my son. What do you think I want? Mr. Sun asked back. Anyway, the Sun family has someone to protect them, so he is not afraid. Sun Falu has fallen into this situation. Ultimately, it is his own fault. It is retaliation. I think we should just let it go. If we continue to make trouble, it will be bad for everyone. What do you think? The county magistrate looked at Mr. Sun coldly and kept putting pressure on him. The death of a woman and Sun Falu already gave him a headache. If something happens to these villagers again, his black hat will really be lost. There is no other way but to temporarily control Mr. Sun. Hearing this, Mr. Sun sneered and nodded. What the county magistrate said is that the county magistrate has personally come forward, so of course I have to give him this face. But this matter won't be let go just like that. I will not let go of anyone here who has touched my son. Especially you, Shen Huanqing, you are finished. He must avenge the loss of his son. After saying that, Master Sun took Sun Falu's body and left without looking back. A farce ended here. Shen Huanqing looked at the direction Master Sun left, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Don't worry, he won't let the Sun family off so easily. Since Sun Falu is dead, according to our previous ranking, the position of village chief is about Shun Huanqing. The county magistrate gathered his thoughts for a moment and spoke. Upon hearing this, the villagers all spoke in agreement. As long as it's not Sun Falu, anyone can be the village chief. Yes, I think Shin Huanqing is quite good, so let him be the village chief. Okay, everyone, if you have nothing to do, go back early. Don't mention what happened today to anyone. Do you understand? The county magistrate did not forget to warn him. He still had to find a way to fool his superiors. Otherwise, he won't be able to keep his black hat. Hearing this, the villagers nodded. Don't worry, county magistrate. We know what to do. Let's take the first step. The villagers turned and left. The county magistrate glanced around and then walked up to Shun Huanqing. His eyes glanced back and forth between Shun Huanqing and Xiaojiu, and after a moment, he sighed helplessly. It's too risky for you to do this. Do you know who is behind the Sun family? If you offend such a big shot, you will be lucky. Hearing this, Shin Huanqing waved his hands indifferently. It's okay if you offend me. Anyway, the Sun family and I have been grudges for a long time. It's normal for this kind of situation to happen. You kid. The county magistrate really didn't expect Shun Huanqing to be so ignorant. He shook his head and said no more. Before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Xiaojiu hesitantly. If this girl can't find a good place to go, bring her to the government to find me. I will send someone to take her away from here and find her a good family. There is only so much I can do. Chapter 22 Zhu Qi is tied up. Looking at the back of the county magistrate, Xiaojiu felt something. The county magistrate is actually quite good, but it's a pity that he is in an official position and can't help himself. Yes, if he had a higher official position, everything would not be like this. Let's go, it's time to go home. When you have a good rest, we will discuss your next issues. Shun Huanqing patted Xiaojiu on the shoulder and pulled him away. Sun Falu's death did not affect the normal lives of Shun Huanqing and others. They continued to eat and make salt as usual without any interruption. The next day, when Shun Huanqing finished making the salt and came out of the house, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Qi, who went out shopping, has not returned yet. The other women were busy with other things step by step as usual. After some time, Ji Qingxue realized something was wrong. How long has it been? Why hasn't Zhu Qi come back yet? She never stays outside when she is alone. Normally, she should have arrived by this time. Hearing Ji Qingxue's suspicion, Shin Huanqing frowned for some reason. A bad premonition arises spontaneously. He walked to the door, stood on the threshold, and looked into the distance. No one. Hongyu, Qingyu, you two go out with me. The others stay at home. If anything happens, go to the Yamen immediately to find Brother 5. If that doesn't work, just use the explosives I carefully prepared. Shin Huanqing made a prompt decision. Hearing this, the other women nodded. Good. The three of them walked towards the door together, walking in a hurry. They walked to the place where Zhu Qi usually shopped, and after looking around, they found no one. I asked around and got the same result. No one had seen her. It's really weird. Where will Zhu Qi go? My boss. I can't find Zhu Qi anywhere. Could something happen to her? Lu Qingyu spoke worriedly. Qingyu, don't talk nonsense. Zhu Qi must be fine. Maybe he went wandering somewhere. Lu Hongyu glanced at Lu Qingyu disapprovingly. As soon as he finished speaking, a young and strong beggar walked up to them. Are you guys inquiring about someone's whereabouts? Instead of looking around aimlessly, why not ask me? My price is not expensive, just 2 cents. No matter who you want to find, I can help you find it. Upon hearing this, Shin Huanqing looked at each other with the two women beside him, and then took out 2 pennies from his arms. You better tell the truth, otherwise don't blame me for being polite to you. Don't worry, village chief. No matter how bold I am, I won't dare to fool you. The beggar smiled and reached out to take the 2 cents from Shun Huanqing. Then he looked around and walked to Shun Huanqing. The girl you just mentioned, I saw her this morning. She was abducted by Lu Yu, a gangster in the village. Lu Yu's family is over there. After hearing what the beggar said, Shin Huanqing's expression changed instantly. After asking for the specific address of Lu Yu's home, the 3 of them rushed there quickly. At the same time, Lu Yu's family. What do you want? Let me go quickly. If I don't go back, my boss will be anxious. Zhu Qi, who was tied up by Wu Huada, spoke in panic. She struggled helplessly, with a flash of anger in her eyes. She didn't know the gangsters in front of her at all, and she didn't know what their purpose was in tying her here. She just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lu Yu walked up to her with interest, knelt down, reached out, and pinched her chin. I don't care if Shin Huanqing is not in a hurry. Anyway, I am quite anxious. Tell me, What is going on with Shen Huanqing's salt-making business? I don't know what you're talking about. As soon as the word making salt came out, Zhu Qi's heart skipped a beat. She pretended to be calm and spoke, her eyes drifting unconsciously. Seeing this, Lu Yu slowly tightened his grip on Zhu Qi's chin. Are you really not aware, or are you pretending not to know? If you don't know, I can only ask others to come over and have a chat. Who do you think I should talk to next? What do you want? Lu Yu's words made Zhu Qi a little anxious. Didn't I make it very clear just now? My purpose is very simple, just to divide your business. Life is not easy for everyone these days. I just want to make a little money and live a good life. That's all. You won't be so cruel, right? Lu Yu said as he took out the dagger from his arms. He put the tip against Zhu Qi's face and then spoke nonchalantly. I'm actually quite easy to talk to. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee that you will be fine. But if you insist on being ignorant, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Hearing this, Zhu Qi fell into silence. Refining refined salt is Shen Huanqing's only way to support his family. What should they do if they tell Lu Yu the news? No, she must control her mouth and say nothing to let Lu Yu succeed. Thinking of this, Zhu Qi took a deep breath. I also want to help you, but I really don't know. The boss does these things behind our backs. I don't know anything except watching him buy coarse salt from outside every day. You do not know? Lu Yu looked surprised. Do you really think I'm a fool? Shen Huanqing can take a big risk to attack Sun Falu for a woman he has never met, but he will hide this little thing from you? I remind you that my patience is limited. If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Yu said with a lewd smile. It is Mr. Sun who wants the secret recipe for making salt. But it was indeed him who wanted a woman. Since Zhu Qi was so unwilling to cooperate, he didn't mind helping her. As he spoke, Lu Yu slowly placed his hand on Zhu Qi's shoulder. He pulled down Zhu Qi's coat little by little, revealing her snow-white shoulders. The sudden chill made Zhu Qi shiver all over. She was like a frightened bird, looking at the person in front of her in panic. What do you want to do? Please don't do this. The status of women in the Great Zhou was already low. If I lose my virginity again, my life will be over. No, I must not let the person in front of me do whatever he wants. Didn't you say you didn't know? Let me help you. Don't worry, it's fun. Lu Yu showed no intention of stopping what he was doing. The rough fingertips fell on Zhu Qi's smooth shoulders, and such a simple touch made Zhu Qi feel nauseous. She bit her red lips lightly and looked at the person in front of her with a look of humiliation. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes and spoke unwillingly. Does it mean you can stop touching me if I tell you? Hearing this, Lu Yu retracted his hand without interest. Of course, as long as you tell me what I want to know, I promise not to mess with you. Okay, listen carefully. Zhu Qi disrupted the order of the salt-making process and informed the people in front of her in a sarcastic manner. Lu Yu had never seen Shen Huanqing making salt, so he naturally didn't know whether what Zhu Qi said was true or false. He just racked his brains to record. It wasn't until Zhu Qi shut up that she slowly raised her head. Is it so troublesome to make salt? What do you think? If the process wasn't so complicated, our family would have become rich long ago. Chapter 23. Death of Lu Yu. Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. There is some truth in what he said. I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Zhu Qi spoke calmly. Lu Yu chuckled. Did I say I would let you go? What do you mean? Zhu Qi's expression suddenly changed. Lu Yu slowly untied his belt and casually took off his coat. Even a fool could tell what he was trying to do from that action. We just agreed that if I tell you about the salt-making process, you'll let me go. Why are you breaking your promise? Zhu Qi was furious. She struggled madly. But no matter what he did, he couldn't break free from the restraints on his body. Damn it. Is her innocence really going to be ruined in the hands of this scumbag today? No, you can't. How can she go back and face her husband in the future? Zhu Qi was so desperate that she wanted to bite her tongue to commit suicide, but Lu Yu stuffed a piece of cloth into her mouth. Girl, you have a pretty hot temper. I like hot peppers like you the most. Lu Yu quickly stripped himself down to his pants. He licked the corner of his mouth greedily. When he was about to take action, the door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! Zuiki! Shen Huanqing's angry voice exploded in the room. Hearing this, Zhu Qi turned around suddenly and looked at the person in front of the door with excitement. Husband, boy, it's none of your business here. Go wherever you can. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Yu didn't expect Shen Huanqing to arrive so quickly. He looked at Shen Huanqing with cold eyes and warned coldly. Do you think I would be polite to you? Shen Huanqing asked back. People who dare to touch me are really tired of living. Shen Huanqing sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures rushed in behind him. Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu took one look at the situation and took action decisively. When Lu Yu saw this, he ducked in panic. He is just a local gangster. How can he be compared with the two escort ladies? In just 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2, Lu Yu was ruthlessly knocked to the ground. At this time, Shen Huanqing had already untied the rope from Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi, are you okay? It's okay, husband. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise. The moment I saw Shen Huanqing, all the grievances rushed to my face. Zhu Qi was sobbing and couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Shen Huanqing felt distress for a while and quickly reached out to hold the person tightly in his arms. Lu Hongyu turned around and said coldly, "Husband, what should I do with this kid?" "Tie him up. We will retaliate against him as he did to Zhu Qi." "Good." The two sisters from the Lu family tied the man up with a swift movement. Shen Huanqing's eyes flashed, and he kicked his base several times. "Since you are so lustful, I will destroy your crime tool. For the rest, you can do your best." A hint of sinister flashed in Shen Huanqing's eyes. This person could not be kept. After saying that, he took Zhu Qi and left without looking back. The Lu sisters prepared everything and quickly followed. On the way back, Zhu Qi told Shen Huanqing exactly what happened just now. "Husband, I really had no choice in that situation, so I could only make up a method for him to make salt. Is there any problem?" Zhu Qi looked at Shen Huanqing carefully, and while speaking, her fingers tangled together nervously. She was so reckless, and she didn't know if her husband would blame her. "It doesn't matter if you tell him the real method of making salt. In that case, you should really put your own safety first." Shen Huanqing rubbed Zhu Qi's head comfortingly. As he spoke, he sighed slightly helplessly. "But who said the salt-making method is fake? That salt-making method is real." "Ah," the girls asked in surprise. On the other hand, Ji Qingxue smiled slightly, with a little more appreciation in her eyes. "What a great move to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Let's get the word out now." In the evening, news came that Lu Yu was surrounded and interrogated by greedy villagers. It was said that he had been tortured beyond human dignity. Shen Huanqing decided to add another fire. "I decided to publish the method of making salt so that everyone can get rich together and win people's hearts." The 7 women present widened their eyes in shock. "Mister, are you kidding us? Do we really want to give up such a profitable business as salt production to others?" Zhu Qi looked at Shen Huanqing, biting her red lips. "It's all her fault? If she had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. What to do now?" Seeing Zhu Qi's self-blame, Shen Huanqing smiled. "Don't think too much. This is a good thing for us. Now that I have taken the position of village chief, if I can offer some benefits to win over people, it will also be helpful to me in the future. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to make money, and I won't teach my apprentices to starve their masters to death." After hearing what Shen Huanqing said, the 3 women finally let go of their worries. They said no more and just helped Shen Huanqing make the salt-making process public. The villagers were shocked when they learned about this. Ecstasy swept through their bodies, and they were unable to react for a while. "Village Chief, is your salt-making technology genuine? Village Chief, do you really want to hand over this salt-making process to us? This gift is too heavy. How can we accept it?" The villagers looked at Shen Huanqing with complicated expressions. They really didn't know what to say to express the surging emotions in their hearts. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing smiled and shook his head. "As the village chief, I naturally have to consider everyone. Instead of making money secretly by myself, I want to lead everyone to make a fortune together. In the next few days, I will personally guide you. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me directly." These 2 simple sentences successfully dispelled everyone's doubts. They looked at Shen Huanqing gratefully and said solemnly, "Thank you, village chief. We will definitely live up to your kindness. That's right, if you ask us to go east in the future, we will never go west. Everything will be based on your orders." Hearing this, Shen Huanqing waved his hands with a smile. "It's a small matter, but I hope that if you have any problems in the future, you can come to me directly and don't bother my 7 wives like Lu Yu. They are timid. This time I arrived in time to avoid the tragedy. I can't imagine what would have happened if I had been late." Shen Huanqing's words caused the villagers to fall into silence. They looked at each other and responded to Shen Huanqing's request. After that, everyone stopped staying, turned around, and left. The next day, at dawn, there was a knock on Shen Huanqing's door. He looked sleepily at Hu Wu, who was looking seriously in front of the door and frowned in confusion. Fifth brother, why are you here so early today? It's not yet time. Something happened. Please clean up quickly and follow me to the yamen. What's wrong? Shen Huanxing is much more awake. Lu Yu is dead. Mr. Sun just came to report the case, claiming that Lu Yu was beaten to death by someone you hired. This incident happened on the cusp of the storm, and the county magistrate is very angry. He asked me to come to you and explain it clearly. Hu Wu briefly introduced the situation. Hearing this, Shen Huanxing breathed a sigh of relief. This man is finally dead. However, he pretended to be confused. What? Lu Yu is dead? What happened? Chapter 24. Shen Huanxing is in jail. Shen Huanxing simply packed up and followed Hu Wu directly to the yamen. The streets were deserted early in the morning, and it was precisely because of this that Mr. Sun chose to report to the police at this time. He was planning to get rid of Shen Huanxing while everyone was still at someone's house. When Shen Huanxing arrived at the county government office, Mr. Sun and the county magistrate were waiting. Seeing the person coming, the county magistrate sighed. He had reminded Shen Huanxing on the day of the village chief election meeting, but who would have thought that things would still reach this point? Now that there is constant pressure from above, what can he do? Meet the county magistrate. Shen Huanxing took one look at the situation at the scene and slowly cupped his fists and cupped his hands. Hearing this, the county magistrate waved his hand and said, Shen Huanxing, do you know why I called you here today? No. In that case, do you have any explanation for this? The county magistrate looked at Shen Huanxing, expecting him to give a reasonable explanation. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Sun interrupted impatiently. It's now, what else is there to explain? It's a fact that Shen Huanxing took human life seriously. As a village leader, he just doesn't lead the villagers to work well, and yet he provokes the villagers to kill each other again and again. What qualifications does such a person have to be a village leader? Instead of wasting time listening to his excuses, it would be better to kill the person immediately to set an example and avoid further problems in the village. Mr. Sun did not shy away from his true thoughts deep in his heart and spoke openly. Sun Falu's death has always weighed on his mind. If this revenge is not avenged, he will not be able to rest at ease for a day. No matter what you say today, Shen Huanxing will be killed. Hearing this, the county magistrate hesitated to speak. Master Sun, don't be anxious. At least let me figure out what's going on. After all, Shen Huanxing is the village chief. If I kill him rashly, I can't explain it to the villagers. Do you think that if you delay here, you will be able to explain to the people above? County Master, you are a smart man. I have said all the good and bad things. What you should do depends on your personal choice. Mr. Sun gave the county magistrate a warning look. With a simple sentence, the county magistrate immediately gave up the thought of protecting Shen Huanxing. Even if Shen Huanxing has superb skills in refining refined salt, he is only a drop in the bucket compared to the people above him. In this case, you still have to take charge of yourself. Thinking about it, Mr. Sun gave Shen Huanxing an apologetic look. Shen Huanxing, do you have anything else to say? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in from outside the door. After the villagers learned that Shen Huanxing had been arrested because of Lu Yu's matter, they rushed to the yamen immediately. Looking at Mr. Sun sitting aside, anger flashed in their eyes. My lord, Lu Yu's matter has nothing to do with Shen Huanxing. Please don't punish him. That's right, we killed Lu Yu. He just stole things, but he still wanted to rape a common girl. Such a scumbag. What's the point of dying? County Master, if you really want to blame, then punish us. This matter has nothing to do with Shen Huanxing. The common people took all the responsibilities on themselves with just a few words. Mr. Sun sneered and didn't take them to heart at all. Seeing this, the county magistrate sighed again. Shen Huanxing, what else do you want to say? If you want to incriminate someone, there's no reason to hesitate. Since Mr. Sun has determined that I was the one who wasted no time on people's lives, it's useless for me to say anything. Just do whatever the county magistrate wants to do. Shen Huanxing is magnanimous. Hearing this, the smile on Mr. Sun's face, who was just watching the show and had the chance to win, suddenly froze. He looked at Shen Huanxing warily, with some bad premonitions emerging in his heart. How can this guy be so calm? Is it possible that he has any other tricks up his sleeve? County Master, since Shen Huanxing has confessed his crime, please order him to be killed immediately to avoid long nights and endless dreams. Thinking of some possibility, Mr. Sun spoke eagerly. Only if Shen Huanxing dies can he feel completely at ease. Mr. Sun, I have my own decision on this matter. Dezhou has Dezhou's laws. We must do everything according to the rules. The county magistrate turned his head and glanced at Mr. Sun, and then said loudly, "Come here, push Shin Huanqing down and wait for him to be punished." "Yes, County Master, you can't do this. The village chief is innocent. Everything is our problem." "That's right, please let the village chief go." After hearing what the county magistrate said, the villagers present suddenly panicked. But no matter how they explained, the county magistrate had no intention of paying attention to them. They could only watch as Shun Huanqing was taken away. The noise coming from behind gradually faded away, and Shun Huanqing's expression remained unchanged, still calm and calm. My boss, my boss!" Shun Huanqing had been in jail for only 2 hours, and the 7 women hurried to the yamen. Looking at the people in prison uniforms locked in cells, the 7th girl burst into tears. "How could this happen? Boss, how can we save you?" They have heard about the specific situation. This matter involves the Sun family, and I'm afraid it won't be that easy to solve. I hope Shun Huanqing has a good idea. Looking at the 7 people crying in front of him, Shun Huanqing smiled helplessly. "You guys don't worry. I'll be fine. Just go home and wait in peace. I'll be back in a few days." Hearing what Shun Huanqing said, the 7th girl was stunned. Just when she was about to ask, a cold scoff sounded not far away. "You came in and want to get out? Are you thinking this cell is too simple?" The moment the familiar voice sounded, the expression of the 7th girl changed. They turned to look at Mr. Sun angrily and spoke through gritted teeth. "What are you doing here? I'm the one who should ask this question. This is not a place for you to come. Get out now." Mr. Sun looked at the 7 girls arrogantly, not caring about them at all. "You just let us go. Who do you think you are? I can kill Shun Huanqing with just a few words. Do you think I have no right to drive you away?" Mr. Sun raised his eyebrows provocatively. As soon as these words came out, the 7th girl became angry. Just as he was about to argue, Shun Huanqing spoke. "Okay, don't waste time here. Go back first. I promise you, I will be fine." "But the boss, he—" "Be careful. This is not the place for a girl." Seeing the confident look on Shun Huanqing's face, the women looked at each other. They hesitated for a moment and nodded helplessly. Watching the others leave, Mr. Sun turned to look at Hu Wu. "Hu Wu, why are you still standing here? Get out. You don't need a guard here. If you let them in next time, I will let the county magistrate hold you accountable for dereliction of duty." "Son, please don't go too far. This is the county government, not the Sun family. Do you really think I dare not touch you?" As early as in the court, Hu Wu was dissatisfied with Master Sun. Now that something like this happened again, how could he swallow the bad breath in his heart? Hu Wu put his hand on the saber at his waist, as if he would take action at any time. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing hurriedly said, "Fifth brother, please go out first. I have something to talk to Mr. Sun alone." Chapter 25. I want to make a deal with the county magistrate. There is someone named Sun above. Hu Wu's rash action would only cause trouble for himself. Shun Huanqing didn't want anything to happen to him because of himself. Hearing this, Hu Wu looked at Shun Huanqing hesitantly. "Are you sure?" "Sure." "Okay, be careful." Hu Wu warned him, turned around, and left in large strides. Only Shun Huanqing and Master Sun were left in the prison. Seeing the strong hatred in Master Sun's eyes, Shun Huanqing smiled. "Mr. Sun, I know you are powerful, but are you too anxious? Afraid? Oh, do you know that I can't wait to skin you and cramp you right now? If you dare to kill my only son, you will be punished by death." Mr. Sun walked up to Shun Huanqing and looked at him with cold eyes across the fence. "I forgot to tell you that I have found a good place for your 7 wives to live. With their looks, I think it won't take long for them to become the top names." "How dare you?" When it came to the 7 girls, Shun Huanqing's expression suddenly changed. He put one hand on the wooden door and said in a cold voice, "Master Sun, it is your own fault that Sun Falu is here today. I advise you not to act recklessly, so as not to follow in the footsteps of Sun Falu." "Oh boy, haven't you figured out your current situation? What qualifications do you have to threaten me? Want me to let them go?" "Yes. As long as you die in front of me, I will pretend that nothing happened. How about it?" Master Sun said, taking out the dagger that had been prepared from his arms. He raised his hand and handed the dagger to Shun Huanqing, signaling to him. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing waved his hand. "Master Sun, don't be so anxious. Let's make a bet. What do you want to bet on? How about you bet on whether I can leave here safely?" Seeing the confident smile on Shun Huanqing's face, Mr. Sun's expression suddenly darkened. He looked at Shun Huanqing indifferently and took back the dagger. "It seems that you are not going to consider my proposal. Anyway, I hope you will not regret your choice." After leaving these words, Mr. Sun left angrily. He will not let go of any of Shun Huanqing and those 7 women. Now that Shun Huanqing insists on having his own way, he can only attack those 7 women first. Oh, he wanted to see what these people were capable of. As soon as Mr. Sun left, Hu hurried into the cell. Seeing that Shun Huanqing was standing in prison unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Huanqing, what did you just say?" "Nothing, fifth brother. Could you please help me find the county magistrate? I have a deal I want to discuss with him." With Master Sun's temperament, he will never let the 7th girl go after he goes out. He must secure them. Hearing this, Hu hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. "No problem. I will help you find the county magistrate." Knowing that Shun Huanqing had something to do with him, the county magistrate hesitated for a moment before leaving for the prison. When we meet again, everything has changed drastically. Shun Huanqing's face was not as panicked as he imagined, but instead looked like he was confident of winning. It was as if he had anticipated everything that happened. The county magistrate sighed helplessly and spoke to Shun Huanqing with a calm face. "Tell me what you want to see me for." "I want to make a deal with the county magistrate." "What?" The county magistrate was puzzled. "Trade? The man is almost dead, and you still want to propose a deal with him?" Sun Huanqing handed over a piece of paper, smiled slightly, and said confidently, "I would like to exchange this for the safety of my 7 wives." I wonder if the county magistrate would agree to this. The county magistrate's eyes lit up after seeing what was written on the paper. This is actually the method of purifying sugar. You have to know that in this era, the price of sugar is higher than the price of meat. White sugar is difficult to make, rare, and impure in color, so only the nobility can enjoy it. The lower class people could only eat black malt sugar, which tasted bitter and contained impurities. In other war-torn countries, sugar is even more expensive than gold and is considered an important strategic material. But the county magistrate shook his head. "Do you think too highly of me? There was an order from above. If I act rashly, my shameless hat will be thrown to the ground. I beg you, don't torment me." Shun Huanqing's method of refining refined salt is indeed remarkable. But in this situation, this method can't change anything. Who made Shun Huanqing offend Mr. Sun? "I'm not tormenting you. I'm helping you, county magistrate. Don't you want to climb up a little bit more?" "What do you mean?" The county magistrate suddenly became excited. No one wants to be a puppet at the mercy of others. If possible, the county magistrate would also like to try walking up. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing smiled slightly. "If we just purify the sugar and sell it, we can make a lot of money, but as long as you hand it over to the top. With such a huge benefit, anyone would be excited, right? Someone will definitely help you, and I realize our wishes. How about it, County Master? Do you want to try it?" Shun Huanqing's words made the county magistrate's eyes light up. He suddenly realized something and quickly took the rice paper handed over by Shun Huanqing. "You have a bright mind, but I am narrow-minded. If you hand it over to the court, it will be a great achievement. It is enough for you and me to be prosperous and wealthy for a lifetime. Okay, I will send people to protect your 7 wives. As for the secret recipe, I will also get it as soon as possible. I hope this thing will not disappoint you and me." The county magistrate spoke excitedly, and in a daze, he seemed to have seen the award running towards him. Whether to take off the black gauze hat or take it to the next level depends on the content on this rice paper. "Don't worry, Mr. County Magistrate. I never do anything I'm not sure about." "Okay, you can wait here for the news." The county magistrate left these words and left without looking back. Shun Huanqing watched him leave, walked slowly to the thatched bed, and sat down. "Everything is ready now. All we need is the east wind. I don't know if Mr. Sun is ready for his counterattack." On the other side, Shun Huanqing's house. "Don't go too far. Your husband's imprisonment is only temporary. Once he comes out, you will all be miserable." Lu Hongyu looked angrily at the Sun family servants who had forced their way into the yard and gritted her teeth. Mr. Sun followed closely behind, holding a folding fan in his hand and standing leisurely in front of the door. "Oh, woman, Shun Huanqing has committed such a big crime. Do you think there is a chance for him to come out? Stop dreaming. I advise you guys to just surrender and be captured. If you resist and get injured, the price is very high." "Not so good." "What do you mean?" When Ji Qingxue heard what Mr. Sun said, her expression suddenly changed. Could this old guy want to sell them? "What else can it mean? I have found a good place for you 7. Believe me, in a short time, you will be able to live a life thousands of times happier than here." Master Sun laughed wildly. Hearing this, the faces of the girls turned pale. They hid behind Ji Qingxue in panic, biting their red lips. We are born as our husbands, and we die as our husbands' ghosts. That's right. You are not qualified to decide whether we stay or go. They resisted unyieldingly. Until now, I have not given up hope. Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu stood at the front, holding sticks and watching the Sun family servants warily. Among the 7 girls, the 2 of them have the highest martial arts skills. Now that Shun Huanxing is gone, the responsibility of protecting the sisters naturally falls on the 2 of them. They will never back down. Hongyu, Qingyu, find an opportunity to spread this powder and buy us time to escape. Chapter 26, Poison in Sleeves. Qin Pianpian's voice came from behind. The 2 women only felt that something was stuffed in their hands. They looked at each other in tacit understanding and nodded imperceptibly. Seeing that they were still planning to resist, Master Sun raised a sarcastic smile. Well, since you insist on doing this, don't blame me for being rude. Let's do it. Yes. The servants of the Sun family rushed forward. They waved the wooden sticks in their hands and rushed towards the Lu sisters with fierce eyes. Seeing this, the Lu sisters seized the opportunity and sprinkled the powder in their hands. Ah, my eyes. What is that? I can't see it. Hot. My face is so hot. White dust fell and screams rang out one after another. The Sun family servant wailed in pain and covered his face with his hands helplessly. The 2 women seized this opportunity and quickly swung their sticks to attack. They stood back to back, their movements quick and decisive. The servants of the Sun family were knocked to the ground one after another by them. Seeing this scene, Ji Qingxue took the lead, picked up the broom, and continued to beat the person lying on the ground. I'll beat you to death if you come here to cause trouble. Sisters, don't be polite to them. Just consider it as interest today. Good. The women suppressed their fear and stepped forward one by one. The teachings of the Lu sisters over the past few days were clearly revealed at this moment. They used the opponent's force to counterattack, showing no mercy. Seeing this scene, Master Sun widened his eyes in disbelief. What are you idiots doing? You can't even beat 7 women. Come on, damn it. If he had known that these good-for-nothings were so useless, he should have called the Sun family's most powerful thugs. Hopefully they won't ruin his plans. The scene became increasingly chaotic. As the effect of the powder wore off, the Sun family servants recovered. They united and attacked from 4 directions. The women were defeated step by step and could only hold on with great difficulty in the end. Realizing that they were no match for her, Ji Qingxue quickly turned around. Pian Pian, didn't you say a few days ago that you had made a poison that could kill people? Take it out now. Big sister, do we really want to do this? The boss is still in prison. What should we do if someone dies again at this time? I can't worry about that. Let's solve the problem first. Looking at Ji Qingxue's determined expression, Qin Pianpian gritted her teeth and nodded. Just as she was about to take out the poison in her arms, she heard hurried footsteps outside the door. The next moment, the bailiffs led by Hu Wu filed in and quickly took control of the situation on the scene. Master Sun never expected that they would arrive at this time. He frowned at Hu Wu and warned, Hu Wu, do you know what you are doing? Of course, no need to bother Master Sun to remind me of this. Hu Wu sneered, then walked up to the 7 women and stood in front of them. He protected the 7 women behind him and looked at Master Sun coldly. Seeing this, Mr. Sun's expression changed. Hu Wu, what do you mean by this? Abuse of personal power? Aren't you afraid that I will file a complaint against you to the County Magistrate? Please. Hu Wu was not afraid of Master Sun's threat at all and spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure came from the door. He saw the County Magistrate walking in a hurry, and he was relieved when he saw that the 7 girls were safe and sound. He walked up to Mr. Sun with a smile and spoke helplessly. Mr. Sun, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to wait for Shun Huanxing's sentencing? What you are doing is making it very difficult for me. I don't quite understand what the County Magistrate means. Master Sun frowned. These 2 people arrived one after another, so there must be something fishy going on. Could it be that they wanted to protect these 7 women? I don't mean anything. It's just that you can't touch these 7 people. Does the County Magistrate know what he is saying? Before you made these decisions, did you ask the superiors for their opinions? Mr. Sun looked at the County Magistrate warningly. Upon hearing this, the County Magistrate's face suddenly turned gloomy. He put away the smile on his face and stared coldly at the arrogant and unreasonable Master Sun in front of him. Master Sun, I know you have someone to look after you, but don't forget, this is my jurisdiction. If you want to run wild here, You have to ask me for my permission. Since you have someone behind you, I will forgive you for what you did before. If you do it again, don't blame me for being rude. You. Mr. Sun never expected that the county magistrate would contradict him like this for these 7 women. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible to take the 7 women away by force. That's all. Let's go first. He didn't believe that the county magistrate could protect them for the rest of his life. Walk. Mr. Sun spoke angrily, turned around, and strode away. Before leaving, he glanced at the people behind him in warning, and then summoned his confidants. Inform the one in the cell that you can take action. Don't let me down. Yes. Prison. Shen Huanqing didn't know everything that was happening in the outside world. He was playing with the thatch in his hands boredly, waiting for news from the outside world. After a long time, a jailer came over carrying food. Shen Huanqing, come over for dinner, he shouted, and then pushed the rice in with an unnatural expression. Catching the flash of guilt on the jailer's face, Shen Huanqing picked up the food with interest. The taste is normal and the color is normal. At first glance, it looks like it's no ordinary poison. I didn't expect that the man named Sun would go to such great lengths to kill him. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and eat. Seeing that Shen Huanqing had no intention of opening his mouth, the jailer couldn't help but urge him. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing nodded. He slowly picked up the food, and just as he was about to open his mouth, the hand holding the bowl suddenly relaxed. Crack! The bowl fell apart with a crisp and sweet sound, and the food was scattered all over the floor. Shen Huanqing blinked innocently and looked at the jailer sheepishly. Sorry, brother, my hand slipped. You. The jailer looked at Shen Huanqing angrily. Just as he was about to have an attack, a sudden worry arose in his heart. Could it be that this kid discovered something? No, not possible. He did it so secretly. How could this kid know? Just wait for me, and I'll prepare another one for you. That would be troublesome. Shen Huanqing smiled and nodded. Seeing the jailer walking away, he walked to the door and looked out of the door with interest. Unfortunately, the cell was too remote and he couldn't see what was going on outside. Not long after, the jailer came back with freshly prepared meals. Before handing the meal to Shen Huanqing, the jailer did not forget to warn Shen Huanqing. Stop wasting it. Come on, I'll be careful this time, Shen Huanqing said with a smile. After speaking, he took the food, turned around, walked to the table, and sat down with his back to the jailer. Taking advantage of the blind spot in his sight, Shen Huanqing slowly hid some rice in his sleeves, creating the illusion of eating rice. He was counting the hours in his mind. When a cup of tea was not available, he closed his eyes mysteriously and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the jailer's eyes lit up. Before he could go in to check, the horrified shouts of his colleagues could be heard from the side. What's wrong with Shen Huanqing? Come here, call the doctor. Chapter 27. 3 days delay. Huwu just came back and heard the news about Shen Huanqing's accident. He didn't care about anything else and ran towards the prison in a hurry. Several figures headed straight to the prison. Seeing Shen Huanqing lying on the ground with food placed in front of him, Huwu's heart skipped a beat. Have you seen the doctor? People have been sent to look for him. Tell them to move faster, Huwu said as he opened the door and ran to Shen Huanqing. Before he could call out, the man lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious opened his eyes. Seeing this, Huwu was stunned for a moment. His heart was in his throat, and he subconsciously reached out to detect Shen Huanqing's breath. Fifth brother, don't worry, I'm fine. I was just pretending. Shen Huanqing smiled. After hearing this, Huwu breathed a sigh of relief. You kid really scared me to death. No. Why are you pretending to be poisoned? I'm not pretending to be poisoned, but someone really wants to poison me. If I hadn't reacted quickly and noticed, I'm afraid the only thing you see now is my body. Shen Huanqing sneered. Shake the rice out of your sleeves. Hearing this, Huwu turned his head and glanced at the jailers surrounding him. Do you know who it is? He. Shen Huanqing pointed to the jailer who had just brought him food. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around the man reacted quickly and surrounded him. Huwu helped Shen Huanqing stand up, then walked up to the man and shook his head in disappointment. Why did you poison Shen Huanqing? Tell me. No, it's not me who did it. Fifth brother, believe me, all this has nothing to do with me. It's him. He's the one who slandered me. The man argued in a panic, trying hard to distance myself from this matter. Hearing this, Huwu sneered. You don't want to tell the truth, do you? Okay, pull it down and you'll be punished. He was too lazy to waste time with this guy. Instead of wasting words on persuasion, it would be better to provide some real information. Sure enough, the jailer's expression changed when he heard the words definitely punished. He broke free from the restraints of the people around him and rushed straight to Hu Wu's feet. "Fifth brother, please don't. I beg you, please don't torture me. I will say anything. It's Master Sunday. He asked me to do everything. He gave me the poison. It's indeed him." After getting the answer he wanted, Shun Huanqing nodded clearly. Hu Wu turned his head when he heard the sound and looked at Shun Huanqing with a complicated expression. "Fifth brother, please let me go. I was just confused for a moment. I didn't want to. I really know I was wrong, please. Can you erase what you did just by saying you were wrong? You think things are too simple." Hu Wu interrupted the man impatiently. Then he turned his head and waved his hands at the other jailers. "Take him down and keep an eye on this place. I don't want to hear such things again." "Yes." "Shen Huanqing, wait for me here. I will report what just happened to the county magistrate. I believe he will do something about it. They all know Master Sun's temper. As long as Shun Huanqing is alive, all this will not be over. He will make his next move soon. He must get enough protection for Shun Huanqing as soon as possible." Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. "Excuse me, fifth brother. Look what you said. This is what I should do. I'll take the first step." After Hu Wu finished speaking, he hurriedly ran out of the prison. When the county magistrate heard about this, he was so frightened that he dropped his tea bowl. He looked at Hu Wu in shock, and then relaxed after making sure that Shun Huanqing was safe. "County Master, Mr. Sun will not give up. We have to think of a way." Hu Wu spoke earnestly. "Hu Wu, I understand your concerns, but the current situation makes it difficult for me to act rashly. Let's do this. The task of protecting Shun Huanqing will be left to you. Before the superiors say anything, you will watch him every step of the way." The county magistrate thought for a moment and decided to leave this task to Hu Wu. Hearing this, Hu Wu nodded. "No problem. I will ensure Shun Huanqing's safety." It just so happened that he didn't feel at ease letting others protect Shun Huanqing. Let him do this himself. "By the way, I have to leave for a day or two. Keep a close eye on me during these 2 days and don't let Sun make any noise again." "Don't worry, county magistrate. I know what to do." "Okay, I'll set off immediately." The county magistrate no longer hesitated, took the purified sugar recipe given by Shun Huanqing, and strode out of the county government office. He hurriedly went straight to his teacher Qin Yun's residence. Qin Yun was once a bachelor of the Hanlin Academy. If he helps recommend, he will get twice the result with half the effort. The situation was urgent now, and he had no time to wait any longer. It was noon the next day when we arrived at Qin Yun's residence. The county magistrate went straight to Qin Yun's study, walking in a hurry. Teacher, teacher." Before others arrived, the voice penetrated Qin Yun's ears first. Listening to that familiar voice, Qin Yun stood up and walked out of the study. Seeing the person coming, Qin Yun smiled on his face. "It's really you, kid? I thought I heard it wrong. You're so good. Why did you come to my place?" The student has met the teacher. The county magistrate bowed politely. He was panting and had no time to rest, so he hurriedly informed Qin Yun in front of him about Shun Huanqing. At the end, don't forget to hand over the refined sugar formula in your arms. "Teacher, this is the formula that Shun Huanqing gave me. The refined salt from the past few days was all bought by that boy. Look at this." Hearing this, Qin Yun excitedly reached out to take it. "Is that kid really as powerful as you say?" Indeed, the students dare not lie about this matter. Shun Huanqing is still in prison. The students really don't know how to deal with it. "Teacher, look. I have never heard of or seen anything about purifying white sugar. Just based on your few words in this recipe, I can't judge whether Shun Huanqing's words are true or false." Qin Yun thought for a moment and gave a pertinent evaluation. As a former Hanlin bachelor, he must be cautious in everything he does. "I happen to have a bag of refined salt here. I will present these two things together in a moment and recommend Shun Huanqing to the court," Qin Yun said, calling for servants to get salt. Hearing this, the county magistrate said worriedly, "What about me?" "Teacher, the person named Sun is very resentful towards Shun Huanqing. A lot of trouble has been caused since the incident happened. Plus there is someone behind him. It doesn't move. I really don't know what to do." The county magistrate frankly stated his current difficulties. He only hoped that Qin Yun could help him find a perfect solution. "This black gauze hat is really hard to wear. Simple, you guarantee Shun Huanqing's safety first and wait for my news. If you act quickly, I can bring the news back in less than 3 days. It shouldn't be difficult for you to delay for 3 days, right? 3 days? That's all. If it doesn't work, just pretend to be sick. It's impossible for someone named Sun to drag him out of bed, right? Students understand. Then leave everything to the teacher." "Okay, I'll go back as soon as possible." Chapter 28, Sinking in the River. Before the news came back, Mr. Sun took action first. Shun Huanqing is still in jail waiting for news, but he doesn't know that he has already been targeted. The moment the cell door was opened, Shun Huanqing opened his eyes. Before he could realize what was going on, he was knocked unconscious. Seeing this, the man glanced around, put Shun Huanqing into a sack, and left directly. When Shun Huanqing woke up leisurely, he was no longer in the cell. The wind in the wild is biting and chilling, making people scalp numb. The surface of the river was sparkling, and the moon was reflected on it, bringing a chilling chill. Shun Huanqing glanced at the unfamiliar environment around him and looked at the people in front of him with a smile. Master Sun, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to kidnap me out of prison. Aren't you afraid that the county magistrate will blame you for doing this? It's a joke, little county magistrate. I haven't taken it seriously yet. If I hadn't given him face, I would have beaten you to death in court that day. How could I have waited until now? Master Sun spoke with a sneer, hatred growing in his eyes. He walked up to Shun Huanqing unhurriedly and looked at him condescendingly. It's time to send you on your way. Go ahead, Falu is waiting for you below. Do it. Following Master Sun's order, the servants of the Sun family walked over carrying several large stones. They quickly tied the big stone to Shun Huanqing's body and tied a few tight knots anxiously. After doing all this, several people used their strength simultaneously to lift up the stone to support Shun Huanqing and strode towards the river. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing suddenly realized something. He turned around to look at Mr. Sun in shock and spoke through gritted teeth. Well, you surnamed Sun, I didn't expect you to be so vicious and want to drown me alive. Is there any problem? Compared to the pain you brought to Falu, this is nothing. Don't forget, Falu was beaten to death by you. Sun Falu deserved his death. Murder must be punished with life. No matter how chaotic the Great Zhou dynasty is, the murder will not be allowed to go unpunished. Shun Huanqing tried to struggle, but now he was tied up and couldn't exert any strength at all. Seeing the river getting closer and closer, Shun Huanqing's heart sank to the bottom. Although I dislike you very much, what you just said is indeed true. Murder must be punished with life. No matter what mistakes Falu has made, it is not the turn of you, a little village official, to judge. Get off! Mr. Sun laughed wildly. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing frowned deeper and deeper. The biting cold river water lapped at Shun Huanqing's legs again and again. He could feel himself sinking deeper and deeper. His body felt as heavy as lead, and he couldn't resist at all. Are you going to die here like this? Stop! At the critical moment, an angry roar came from the woods behind. The sound of horse hooves followed closely, awakening the sleeping birds in the forest. Huwu saw such a thrilling scene when he arrived. His eyes were red with anger, and he didn't care about Mr. Sun's identity. He raised his hand and beckoned to the people behind him and shouted angrily, "Come here, arrest the guy surnamed Sun." Yes, you dare. Even in this situation, Master Sun showed no fear. He looked at the person in front of him coldly and with an arrogant expression. Do you know who's behind me? Do you dare to touch me? I think you don't want this head anymore. I don't care how powerful the forces behind you are. You can't get away with this today. Breaking into a prison and robbing people is a serious crime, not to mention that you attempted to kill someone. Huwu sneered, and seeing that the person behind him didn't move, he turned his head in annoyance. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what I just said? Arrest the man first, and we'll make the final decision after the county magistrate comes back. Yes. The Yamen servant did not dare to hesitate and hurried forward to capture Mr. Sun and the Sun family servants present. As for Huwu, he led several other people to drag Shun Huanqing ashore with difficulty. Thinking about what he saw when he arrived, Huwu said with lingering fear, "You really took too many risks this time. Did you know that you almost died just now? Don't worry, fifth brother. Apart from these stones, everything else is as expected. But can you come earlier next time? I was really scared when they pulled me into the water." Shun Huanqing smiled awkwardly. It is said that man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation, and it's true. But fortunately, everything developed in the direction he expected. I really don't know why you're working so hard. Huwu rolled his eyes angrily. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing shook his head. This is the only way to get rid of it once and for all. If you don't take the initiative, I will be killed by him sooner or later. It's fine now. We are both in prison. Let me see what he does. After hearing this, Huwu didn't say anything more and went back with his people. Huwu, who returned to the county government office, tried to interrogate Mr. Sun, but the old man refused to admit it and was not cooperative at all. He had no choice but to temporarily imprison Mr. Sun. The scene where Shun Huanqing and Mr. Sun met in prison was ridiculous. Looking at the person walking towards him, Shun Huanqing greeted him warmly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sun. It seems that we can only rely on each other for this period of time." "Bah! Don't be so proud, kid. Your good days are coming to an end soon. Just wait and see." Shun Huanqing has long been accustomed to Mr. Sun's harsh words. He didn't take it to heart and just waited quietly in prison for the return of the county magistrate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before Shun Huanqing waited for the return of the county magistrate, he first waited for Wu Jiang, the prefect behind Master Sun. The moment he saw the person coming, Shun Huanqing suddenly understood why Mr. Sun dared to be so lawless. "Interesting, really interesting. Master Magistrate, since you have a distinguished status, it is better to ask the Yamen to sit down. If you have any questions, just give them direct instructions. There is no need to go there in person." Wu did not expect that the person who came to save Mr. Sun would be the prefect. His face was ugly, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes when he looked at Shun Huanqing. "Don't you know why I'm here? Why are you standing there in a daze? Why don't you let me go quickly? Don't you want me to do it myself?" After hearing what Wu Jiang said, Wu sighed helplessly. He opened the cell door and released Mr. Sun, and then spoke anxiously. "Sir, the people have been released, and the banquet has been prepared. We might as well. Do you have the right to speak here?" Before Wu finished speaking, Mr. Sun interrupted impatiently. He turned to look at Wu Jiang, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Shun Huanqing. "Brother Wu, you came just in time. This kid killed Fu. You should quickly order him to be killed. As long as he lives, I can't sleep or eat well. Thinking about the tragic situation when Fu died, I really..." After hearing what Mr. Sun said, Wu Jiang shook his head unhurriedly. "Don't worry, I already asked about this guy named Shun Huanqing when I came here. To tell you the truth, I'm very interested in him." Chapter 29. Shun Huanqing, just wait to die. "Ah, Brother Wu, I don't understand what you mean. I thought Wu Jiang's appearance could directly kill Shun Huanqing, but I didn't expect such a reversal to happen." Mr. Sun clenched his fists unwillingly, not knowing how to continue speaking. "Of course I have my own plans. Okay, take me to meet Shun Huanqing." Wu Jiang turned around and spoke to Wu. Hearing this, Wu had no choice but to take people to the cell where Shun Huanqing was held. Shun Huanqing was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. His doubtful eyes became clear the moment he saw Mr. Sun. Unexpectedly, the person behind the man named Sun actually arrived earlier than the county magistrate, and now it was over. "Are you Shun Huanqing?" Wu Jiang looked at Shun Huanqing with great interest and introduced himself with a smile. "I am the prefect Wu Jiang. I am here today to solve the problem between you and Sun Yuanwei. What do you want to say about this? Does it matter what I say? Mr. Wu and Mr. Sun have a very good relationship. No matter what I say, it can't change the outcome. Instead of wasting my lips and tongue, it's better not to say anything." Hearing this, Wu Jiang smiled and nodded. He ignored the ugly expression on Mr. Sun's face and took a step forward. "To tell you the truth, I have heard about your deeds. The main purpose of my coming here today is to ask you to be my judge. As long as you agree, the grudges between you and the Sun family can be wiped out immediately. Other than that, in addition, I can also give you endless glory and wealth, not to mention 7 wives. Even 7 more wives will not be a problem." General judgment? The sudden olive branch made Shun Huanqing stunned. He looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression and really couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. "No, isn't this prefect working with Mr. Sun? If he does this, can Mr. Sun agree?" Thinking about it, Shun Huanqing turned his head and looked at Mr. Sun curiously. Seeing that his teeth were almost broken, Shun Huanqing couldn't help laughing. "Yes, Wu Jiang didn't discuss this matter with Mr. Sun at all." "Interesting. Thank you, Lord Prefect, for your appreciation, but I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request." "Why? Do you think the conditions I gave you are not good enough?" "No, Master Sun and I have been at odds with each other for more than a day or 2. Master Sun is a well-known evil person in our village. If you colluded with him, you are not a good person after all, so let's forget it." Wu Jiang didn't expect Shun Huanqing to be so frank. He was not even willing to tell a lie. If anyone else said that, he would be angry. But the current target is Shun Huanqing. Wu Jiang sighed with regret and then spoke. "I don't blame you for having such an idea, but I still hope you can think about it carefully. The Great Zhou dynasty is no longer a peaceful and prosperous age. Instead of sticking to those ridiculous principles, it is better to choose a better path and at least agree to I can ensure that your whole family is safe. Think about it carefully. When you change your mind, Let them come to me again. I will stay here during this period. I look forward to your answer." After Wu Jiang said these words, he took Mr. Sun and left directly. Looking at the two people leaving, Hu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what to say about this sudden reversal. This kid Shen Huanqing is really lucky. Your answer just now really scared me to death. Brother, I know you really think so, but in front of the prefect, can't you just control yourself and say something nice? Do you know what you just said? How dangerous is the situation? Hu Wu rolled his eyes at Shen Huanqing angrily. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing waved his hand. Fifth brother, you're worrying too much. In the situation just now, if I chose to flatter, he would definitely kill me without hesitation. But it is different now. I have proven to him that I am special, and he will give me time. Do you know when the county magistrate will come back? Shen Huanqing was a little anxious. Master Sun is out, which means he will be in danger again. Hearing this, Hu Wu shook his head. Logically speaking, the county magistrate should have arrived a long time ago. I don't know what happened to him. Don't worry. I will send more people to protect you during this period and never let anyone get close. You. Thank you, fifth brother. At this point, there is no other way. Shen Huanqing sighed quietly. I hope the county magistrate can return as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will really have to succumb to the prefect. Other side. As soon as Wu Jiang and Mr. Sun left the prison, Mr. Sun couldn't wait to speak. Brother Wu, didn't we agree? We must avenge Fu Lu. What do you mean? What? Do you have any questions about my choice? Wu Jiang turned to look at Mr. Sun and spoke with a half-smile. Hearing this, Mr. Sun avoided Wu Jiang's sight nervously. I just don't understand. Shen Huanqing did something wrong regarding Fu Lu, but it is undeniable that he is indeed a talent. It would be a pity to kill him. It would be best if he could be used for me. If not, I will kill him when the time comes. Not too late. Hearing this, Mr. Sun clenched his fists unwillingly. When things got to this point, he didn't dare to say anything more. The only solution right now is to do it yourself. Whatever. The worst thing is to spend more money. No matter how much he paid, he couldn't let Shen Huanqing live safely. Seeing that Mr. Sun didn't speak, Wu Jiang comforted him. As for you, don't pay too much attention to Fu Lu. Once Shen Huanqing agrees to be my intermediary, you two will meet without looking up. There is no need to make yourself unhappy. Just think about it. After saying that, Wu Jiang left without looking back. Master Sun looked at the direction Wu Jiang was leaving unwillingly and turned back to Sun Mansion. When the servants in the mansion saw the master coming back, they hurriedly greeted him. Master, you are finally back. I heard that you were taken away by the government. I was very nervous. Fortunately, you were safe and sound. The housekeeper looked at Mr. Sun and spoke slightly excitedly. Hearing this, Mr. Sun gave him a cold look. I remember that you have some connections in the world. Help me hire martial arts masters right away. The stronger the better. You must let Xin Huan Di. Master, what do you mean by this? Didn't Lord Wu come and didn't help you? The housekeeper keenly sensed something was wrong. He wanted to ask, but Mr. Sun had no intention of paying any attention to him. Seeing this, the housekeeper had no choice but to shut up. Just do as I say and move faster. Don't worry, sir, I know what to do. It happens that Hei Lang, who ranks among the top 100 killers in the martial arts world, is near our village. I believe he is very interested in this business, so I will contact him immediately. The butler left these words and left in a hurry. Mr. Sun stood alone in front of the hall door, unable to recover from the pain of sadness and resentment for a long time. Shen Huanqing, just wait to die. Chapter 30 Killer Black Wolf. When Hei Lang learned that Mr. Sun was going to spend a lot of money to buy a murderer, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. That night, he wore night clothes and sneaked into the government office. By coincidence, two sisters, Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu, happened to come to deliver food to Shen Huanqing. Brother Huanqing, the two sisters from the Lu family, are here to see you. Hu Wu's voice suddenly sounded in the silent cell. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing opened his eyes and looked towards the cell door. I saw two graceful figures walking quickly with portable food boxes. Seeing that Shen Huanqing was still locked in this dark and damp corner, the eyes of the two women turned red. They stopped in front of the cell door and looked at the man in prison uniform with distress. Master, are you okay? Is it cold here? Are you hungry? Is anyone bullying you? Lu Qingyu looked at Shen Huanqing eagerly, and then he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no wounds on Shen Huanqing's body. What she said made Hu Wu almost helpless. Don't worry, I live a good life here. I'm taken care of by my fifth brother. No one dares to bully me. Apart from barely sleeping, there's nothing else. That's good. Thank you, fifth brother, for taking care of me. This is a snack specially prepared for you by our sisters. Please take care of me. Lu Hongyu nodded politely to Hu Wu and handed over the snack box in her hand while speaking. Seeing this, Hu Wu accepted it clearly, took off the key from his waist, and handed it directly to the two of them. Since there are drinks and food, I'm going to go and have a nice time. You three can stay by yourself. I'll be back in a while. By the way, don't even think about escaping. Hu Wu warned him uneasily, and after speaking, he quickly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyu opened the cell door quickly and walked in with Lu Hongyu. The smell of mold and rot was overwhelming and nauseating. Seeing that Shun Huanqing still looked calm, the two women felt even more distressed in their hearts. My boss, you've been through a lot of trouble these past few days. It's a pity that we can't do anything to help. Otherwise, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. You just need to protect yourselves. I can take care of the rest. Shun Huanqing spoke soothingly. Hearing this, the two Lu sisters nodded obediently. They put the food they brought on the table and sat down next to Shun Huanqing on the left and right. The food was steaming hot, and Shun Huanqing ate it happily, feeling very uncomfortable. Remember to bring some wine when you two come here next time. I haven't had a drink for a long time, and my mouth is really itchy. There is nothing to do in the prison anyway. No problem, boss. We'll prepare it when we get back. Lu Hongyu's voice stopped suddenly. Shun Huanqing raised his head in confusion and looked at the two sisters in front of him in confusion. Why don't you speak? Be careful, boss. Someone is here. He is a master. Lu Hongyu looked wary. She stood up slowly and stood in front of Shun Huanqing with an indifferent expression. Lu Qingyu strode to the cell door and shouted coldly in the direction of the door. Since your excellency is here, why bother hiding him? Haha, I didn't expect you to be really capable and discover me so quickly. Hei Lang, who was hiding in the dark looking for an opportunity to make a move, slowly walked out after hearing what Lu Qingyu said. He looked at the two Lu sisters with interest, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. You two don't think you can stop me, do you? I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Who are you? Who sent you here? The Sun family? Lu Hongyu's eyes grew colder. From the first glance, this person came prepared. She couldn't imagine that if she and Qingyu didn't show up here today, would they hear the bad news and see Shun Huanqing's body tomorrow? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Hongyu became even more angry. She walked quickly to Lu Qingyu and looked at her. No need to hold back. It's best to kill him to get rid of future troubles. Good. Did I hear you right? You two are just a generation of women, and you still want to kill me? Do you two know who I am? We are not concerned with the identity of the dead person. Lu Hongyu said, pulling out the dagger hidden in her sleeve. Since Shun Huanqing's accident, she and Lu Qingyu have shouldered the responsibility of protecting the other 5 girls. In order to avoid accidents, they specially made 2 small daggers at the blacksmith shop in the city and carried them with them. They came in handy today. Lu Hongyu's words were so outrageous that Hei Lang laughed twice and spoke nonchalantly. I am the Black Wolf who ranks 108th on the martial arts killer list. Over the years, 80 if not 100 people have died in my hands. It is absolutely impossible for you and your sisters to keep him. You two should leave as soon as possible. Black Wolf? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Shun Huanqing nodded thoughtfully. He analyzed the situation at the scene and stood up to negotiate with Hei Lang. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu rushed out quickly. Although the two of them are women, their martial arts skills are no worse than those of Black Wolf. They cooperated with each other and waved the daggers in their hands again and again. Black Wolf Festival retreated and looked at the two people in front of him in shock. Who are you two? How come you have such good skills? With such strength, he would still be ranked high even in the martial arts world. Shun Huanqing also didn't expect Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu to be so powerful. From this point of view, they have been retaining their strength before. Why? Noisy. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. Why is there all this nonsense? My two sisters are not afraid of you. Lu Hongyu snorted dissatisfiedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Hei Lang firmly in the chest. The Black Wolf was pushed back a few steps, and as soon as he stood still, Lu Qingyu followed closely, brandishing a dagger. The bloodstained dagger carried a chilling chill. Hei Lang did not dare to underestimate the enemy anymore and fought against the two men in front of him with all his strength. The battle became more intense. Shun Huanqing hesitated for a moment and silently closed the cell door. He simply cannot join a battle of this level. In order to avoid causing trouble to the two Lu sisters, he had better lock himself up. Meanwhile, the patrolling jailer noticed something was wrong. He took one look at the situation in the prison, turned around, and ran outside in a hurry. While running, he did not forget to shout, Fifth brother is not good. Something happened in prison." Wu, who was drinking and eating meat, heard the noise coming from not far away, and his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly dropped the wine glass and chopsticks in his hands and hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound. Seeing the jailer, he frowned and spoke. "What happened? Tell me slowly. I heard the sound of fighting when I was inspecting the prison just now. When I entered, I saw two women fighting with a man in black. If I guessed correctly, the target of the man in black should be Shun Huanxing." "What? Damn it, the one named Sun is really haunting. I just went out during the day, and something happened again at night." He repeatedly provoked the government and despised the official authority. He deserved death. When the county magistrate comes back, he will definitely report this matter. Brothers, follow me. Find the assassin. Yes. Chapter 31. The Interrogation of Shun Huanxing. The two sisters Lu Qingyu and Lu Hongyu were inseparable from the Black Wolf. When Wu arrived with the jailer, Hei Lang was covered in scars. On the other hand, other than the unstable breath, the two women didn't have much of a problem. Shun Huanxing in prison was shocked by the scene before him. He really didn't expect that the strength of the two women was so terrifying. If that was the case, why did they hide their strength before? With their methods, as long as they refuse, no one can force them. Could it be that, as soon as Wu arrived, the two Lu sisters dropped their weapons, for fear that others would notice them? "Master, are you okay?" The two women walked to Shun Huanxing worriedly and spoke calmly. The officials arrived so quickly that they had no time to react. "I don't know if Wu noticed anything." Hearing this, Shun Huanxing shook his head. "I'm fine. Brother Wu, please arrest the person and interrogate him carefully. This time, both the person and the stolen goods will be obtained. The person named Sun will never escape again." "Good." Wu nodded. Just as he was about to take action, Black Wolf sneered. "You want to arrest me? There's no way." He turned around and knocked the jailer behind him to the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This man has such terrifying strength. Wu's face was full of shock. He understands. If you let that guy run away today, he will come back soon. The only way to protect Shun Huanxing's safety is to. "What are you doing standing still? Chase." "Yes. Brother Huanxing, just wait here, and I'll come right away." After leaving these words, Wu turned around and ran away. Seeing people leaving, Shun Huanxing confessed his feelings frankly. "I didn't expect you two to be so powerful. I made a mistake." Hearing this, Lu Hongyu looked at Shun Huanxing apologetically. "My boss, this was not our intention. We originally wanted to reveal our strength to you, but you are getting closer and closer to the government. We are also worried, so we deliberately hide our clumsiness. You understand." "So that's it, I understand." After hearing Lu Hongyu's explanation, Shun Huanxing nodded understandingly. As expected, the enemies of the two Lu sisters were related to the government. If it weren't for protecting him this time, the two women would not have exposed their strength. It seems that we have to think of a foolproof way to hide this matter, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to them. Thinking of this, Shun Huanxing raised his head. "It's getting late, let's go back." Hearing this, the two women looked at each other hesitantly. "Master, do you really don't need us to stay here to protect you? Although the Black Wolf has escaped, he has not been caught after all, so he might come back with a kill. Shun Huanxing is alone. How can he be his opponent? Don't worry about me. Nothing will happen. Go back and take care of the others. I'll be back in a few days." There was a faint smile on Shun Huanxing's lips. From beginning to end, he looked like he had a winning chance. Speaking of which, the two women didn't insist anymore. They packed up their things, turned around, and left. The news that Shun Huanxing was assassinated in prison flew into Wu Zhang's ears like wings. As soon as he learned about this, he sent someone to find Mr. Sun. The assassination failed, and Mr. Sun was already angry. Now that Wu Zhang asked him to go to the inn late at night, he suddenly panicked. But there was no way. He had to go. Half an hour later, the inn. "Did you do the assassination of Shun Huanxing in prison?" As soon as he met Mr. Sun, Wu Zhang spoke straight to the point. Hearing this, Mr. Sun nodded hesitantly. "Brother Wu, this matter is not what you think. I can explain it. You don't need to say anything. It was Shun Huanxing who killed Fu Lu after all. You hate him. I understand. After I left prison today, I have been waiting for Shun Huanxing's reply. I didn't expect that he still hasn't heard from him yet. Without making a decision, it seems that the two of us are not destined to cooperate. The corner of Wu Jiang's mouth raised a cold arc. Compared with him during the day, he was completely different. Master Sun looked at him in confusion, really not understanding what he wanted to do. Brother Wu, I don't understand what you mean. Shen Huanqing has been doing refined salt business secretly. Do you know about this? I know. What's the problem? When the refined salt business was mentioned, Mr. Sun's heart was in his throat. He had never told Wu Jiang about this matter. Where did Wu Jiang hear about it? The refined salt business was extremely profitable, and he originally wanted to monopolize this business to hoard his wealth. I didn't expect the news to leak out so quickly. Damn it. How is he going to explain it? As far as I know, Shen Huanqing has disclosed the method of refining salt in the village, and now most of your village is working hard on it. Wow, what? Mr. Sun looked at the person in front of him in shock, his mind going blank. Such a big thing happened. Why didn't anyone tell him? What is going on? You heard it right. That boy is willing to use such a precious thing to win people's hearts. He is definitely not something in the pool. I originally thought that if he was willing to help me, I might be able to rise to another level in a short time. Now look, it doesn't matter if I don't get that chance again. Except for him, I can still do it. So what Brother Wu means is, at dawn tomorrow, I will go to the Yamen to interrogate Shen Huanqing and deal with him. The next day, early morning, before Shen Huanqing heard the news about He Lang's arrest, he waited until he was interrogated. The moment he stepped into the lobby, Shen Huanqing was keenly aware of the danger. His eyes swept past Mr. Sun and Wu Jiang, and then he sneered. It seems that these two people can't wait any longer. Crack! Criminal Shen Huanqing, please kneel down quickly. Wu Jiang looked at Shen Huanqing, slammed down the gavel, and spoke with a cold expression. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing knelt down slowly and looked at the person on the throne with a calm expression. Shen Huanqing, do you know your guilt? I don't understand what Master Wu means. Don't understand? You dare to speak harshly when you are about to die. Do you really think that I can't find out anything? Wu Jiang sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, two government officials brought a few gangsters in from outside the door. The common people pay their respects to Lord Wu. The little gangster fell to the ground in panic, lowered his head, and did not dare to look directly into Wu Jiang's eyes. Seeing this, Wu Jiang shouted coldly, "Since you said you don't know, then let them help you explain what happened to the deaths of Lu Yu and Sun Fulu." Reporting to Mr. Wu, this matter was done by Shen Huanqing alone. It was him who instigated the villagers in various ways, which led to Sun Fulu being beaten to death. As for Brother Lu Yu, we don't know where he offended him. How can he be used? Be cruel. Master Wu, our eldest brother died unjustly. You must make the decision for him. That's right. Although our brothers are not good people, we have never done anything harmful to nature. What Shen Huanqing did is really unreasonable. I hope Master Wu will notice clearly. Chapter 32. He is not guilty. A few gangsters were talking to each other. They angrily accused Shen Huanqing, with no trace of guilt on their faces. Hearing this, Wu Jiang turned to look at Shen Huanqing indifferently. Have you heard everything? What else do you have to say? Lord Wu, it is clear that things are not what they said. Whether it is Sun Fulu or Lu Yu, it is their own fault that they have fallen into this situation. Shen Huanqing defended himself, neither humble nor overbearing. Even though he knew there was no point in saying this, he had no intention of acquiescing. You can't blame everyone if you say it. Sun Fulu and Lu Yu were beaten because they provoked public anger. If Mr. Wu doesn't believe it, you can go to the streets and ask the people. Lu Yu usually robs homes and houses, and half of the people in the village are suffered from his evil hands. As for Sun Fulu, well, I don't know how Master Sun raised his son. He clearly had several concubines at home, but he still went to the streets to harass other women. He had weird habits and even killed one of his concubines because of this. Does Mr. Wu know all of this? Shen Huanqing's eyes were as bright as fire. Catching his eyes, Wu Jiang felt guilty for a moment. How could he not know these things? If Shen Huanqing had made the right choice yesterday, let alone acquitting him, even asking him to punish Mr. Sun would be a good idea. Unfortunately, this kid is too stubborn. What he cares about is never the truth, but whether such talents can be used for himself. Thinking of this, Wu Jiang shouted coldly. Everything you just said was just one side of your story. Where is the evidence? Do they have evidence to accuse me of murder? Shen Huanqing asked. There are all the witnesses and physical evidence of your murder. Do you insist on me carrying the body up before you are willing to plead guilty? Wu Jiang continued to press. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing sneered and nodded. That's it for now. There's nothing more to say. Since you have already determined that everything was done by me, why do you need to let me go to court? Can't you just drag me to the execution ground? It's a waste of time. You, what a good boy. You have the guts. In that case, let's fight quickly. Somebody come. Crack. The gavel fell again. Several government officials in the lobby heard the sound and walked behind Shun Huanqing and bowed respectfully to Wu Jiang in the high hall. The evidence of Shun Huanqing's crime is conclusive. Drag him out and interrogate him at noon. Yes. As Wu Jiang finished speaking, the Yamen servant lifted Shun Huanqing up from the ground and forcibly dragged Shun Huanqing away. Hu Wu, who had arrived late, saw the scene in front of him and subconsciously stepped forward to stop him. But before he could take action, Shen Huanqing stopped him with his eyes. Their eyes met in the air. The next moment, Shen Huan grew his mouth and made a mouth shape. How long does it take for the county magistrate to arrive? Seeing this, Hu nodded clearly, turned around, and left in a hurry. On the way to escort Shen Huanqing to the execution ground, many villagers noticed this scene. They followed behind the prison van in panic, shouting dissatisfiedly. What are you doing? Where are you taking the village chief? Can the government just bully people? Release the village chief immediately. The village chief is not guilty. Let him go immediately, everyone said indignantly. What's more, he picked up the rotten vegetable leaves in front of the vegetable stall and threw them heavily on the Yamen servant. The Yamen servant, who was not planning to pay attention to them, saw this scene and spoke helplessly. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Shen Huanqing's murder is a foregone conclusion. The prefect has also given an order. If you have any objections, report it to the official yourself. Bah! What a lousy prefect. Don't think we don't know that the prefect is in cahoots with the guy named Sun. That's right, we don't accept it. If you don't let them go, don't blame us for being rude. The crowd was noisy and rushed forward. The Yamen runners were struggling to maintain order, but before they could draw their swords, Wu Jiang arrived on horseback. Take down all these troublemakers. Yes. When the constable behind Wu Jiang heard this, he quickly quickened his pace. They dispersed to both sides of the street, quickly drew the knives from their waists, and looked at the rioting crowd with cold eyes. I thought this would calm the farce, but I didn't expect the people still had no intention of stopping. Master Wu, as a magistrate, you are so careless about human life. Do you really have a guilty conscience? The village chief is not guilty. Let him go immediately. You want to kill people, right? If you have the ability to kill everyone in our village. The voices of the villagers grew louder and louder. At this moment, Wu suddenly jumped out of the crowd. Master Wu, although you are the prefect, this is not your jurisdiction after all. Even if you want to convict Shen Huanqing, you should wait until the county magistrate comes back. What you are doing is really against the rules. Listening to the voices from the crowd, Wu Jiang pulled the reins, stopped, and turned his head. Are you blaming me? I, the magistrate, don't even have this right. Of course we have power, but I think you, the prefect, are too anxious. If Shen Huanqing is really guilty, the result will be the same no matter who comes to trial. In this case, why doesn't the prefect give Shen Huanqing more time to survive? Time? Is it possible that the prefect is worried that Shen Huanqing will be unfavorable to you? Hu Wu smiled and spoke, trying hard to delay the time. He has already sent people to find the county magistrate, hoping that everything will be done in time. In short, no matter what, he must protect Shen Huanqing. After hearing what Hu Wu said, the people around him spoke in agreement. This official is right. Mr. Wu, if you didn't have something evil in your heart, why were you in such a hurry to kill Shen Huanqing? I thought the government would seek truth from facts and pursue justice, but I didn't expect this result. Anyway, if you dare to kill, we will fight against you. The scene became increasingly chaotic. Looking at the crazy villagers on both sides of the street, Wu Jiang's heart sank to the bottom. He still underestimated Shen Huanqing's ability. I didn't expect that he could capture people's hearts in such a short period of time. This guy really can't stay. Why are you still standing here? Arrest all these troublemaking people. If they do this again, take them back to the Yamen and reward them with a few boards. Yes, the police officers who received the order no longer hesitated. They divided into groups and threatened the villagers with knives to leave. When the old man with limited mobility saw this scene, he leaned on the wall and knelt down tremblingly. They burst into tears, raised their hands, and beat the ground angrily. God is unfair. God is unfair. Why can bad people get away with it, but good people don't get a happy ending? If you want to kill, just kill me, a bad old man, and let Shin Huanqing go. Please let Shin Huanqing go." The old man's heartbreaking shouts came one after another. Even if the police chase them away, they have no intention of moving. At their age, they have already looked down upon life and death. Don't seek longevity and wealth, but seek a clear conscience. Okay, since you insist on seeking death, let's go to the execution ground together and take them away. Chapter 33, Governor Junmu. Stop. As soon as Wu Jiang finished speaking, he saw several figures galloping towards him not far away. Several people stopped in front of the team, escorting Shin Huanqing on horseback, looking at Wu Jiang with cold eyes. "Who are you? The government is doing business. Why don't you get out of the way? We are the subordinates of the Governor Junmu. We are here to save Shin Huanqing. The governor has an order. No one is allowed to harm Shin Huanqing before he arrives." Is it finally here? Shin Huanqing raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look at Wu Jiang behind him with a half-smile. The first level of officialdom crushes people to death. I wonder what Wu Jiang is thinking at this moment. Junmu? Wu Jiang's expression changed when he heard this familiar name. Damn it, how could it be such a coincidence? If he had known that such a change would happen, he should not have wasted time on Shin Huanqing in the first place. What to do now? I wonder where the governor is now. The governor has entered the city and will be there in a moment. Please ask Mr. Wu to take Shin Huanqing back to the Yamen and wait for the governor to interrogate him in person. Isn't that necessary? The evidence of Shin Huanqing's instigation of murder is conclusive. The circumstances are egregious and death is not a pity. Even if the governor comes, it will not change the matter. In this case, it is better to let Shin Huanqing be executed first. Wu Jiang said and glanced at the guards beside him. Seeing this, the guards looked at each other hesitantly, not knowing whether to move or not. At this moment, a carriage came speeding up. When the people on horseback saw this, they immediately got off their horses and bowed respectfully to the carriage. Greetings to the governor. Junmu has finally arrived. Hearing the shouts of several people, the people were stunned for a moment, and then fell to the ground one after another. Greetings to the governor. I hope that the governor will conduct a thorough investigation into the deaths of Sun Fulu and Lu Yu, and clear the village chief's name. Please, the governor, please restore the village chief's innocence. The village chief is innocent. He is not guilty. The villagers kept shouting. Hearing the sound coming from outside, Junmu opened the car curtain. He stood at the front of the carriage and glanced at the kneeling people. Everyone, please get up first. I already know the whole ins and outs of this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice. My lord governor, what do you mean by this? There are both witnesses and material evidence that Shin Huanqing abetted murder. Are you planning to cover him up? Junmu's words made Wu Jiang panic. He spoke subconsciously, and only after he finished speaking did he realize how inappropriate his remarks were. Faced with doubts, Junmu raised a smile unhurriedly. Who is covering up? Who knows in his heart? I have always been fair in my work. If you are dissatisfied with the judgment made by me later, you can complain to the people above. But I remind you that you did it behind your back. I know all about those activities. Wu Jiang, God is watching what you do, and you don't care about human life for your own interests. Are you not afraid of retribution? Junmu threatened unceremoniously. After saying that, he spoke condescendingly to the jailer escorting the prison car. What are you doing standing around here? Take them back to the Yamen immediately. Yes. When the governor opens his mouth, who dares to say no? The jailer nodded in panic and pulled the prison car towards the way he came. Junmu sent someone to follow him in a car. When he passed by Wu Jiang, a hint of ridicule appeared on his lips. Wu Jiang, I know you have a close relationship with Mr. Sun, but that's not the reason for your misbehavior. You can't afford to offend Shin Huanqing, at least for now. After saying that, the carriage sped off and caught up with the prison car. The villagers saw this scene and hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he arrived at the Yamen, Shin Huanqing was released. Wu Jiang had no time to operate in secret. The moment the man bribed by Master Sun told the truth, he understood that everything was over. After hearing what he said, Junmu turned his head and looked at Wu Jiang indifferently. Master Wu, is this what you call conclusive evidence? I can't see how stupid you are. After saying that, Junmu turned his head and spoke to Shin Huanqing below. Shin Huanqing contributed a formula that has benefited the people of this area. I declare that from now on, Shin Huanqing will be released without charge. Good. Thank you, Lord Governor, for understanding everything. Thank you very much, Lord. Ha ha ha. The village chief is okay, it's okay. As Junmu's words fell, the crowd gathered outside the hall door burst into ecstasy. They were so excited that they could not help themselves, and their eyes were filled with gratitude to Junmu. You don't need to thank me. Everything is the result of Shun Huanqing's own efforts. Junmu smiled and waved his hand. After speaking, Tong Shun Huanqing raised his chin. Shun Huanqing, come with me. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded and followed Junmu's pace. The county magistrate and Hu Wu followed closely behind, but had no intention of paying attention to Wu Jiang from beginning to end. Several people came to the study together. After closing the door, Junmu looked at Shun Huanqing with a smile. Shun Huanqing, I have read the formula you submitted some time ago. I really didn't expect that there is such an exquisite purification method in this world. I wonder if you can demonstrate it in front of me? I want to refine it for you. The finished product will be presented to the emperor. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing smiled and nodded. Of course it is possible. If Lord Jun hadn't arrived in time today, my life would have been in danger. Let alone showing it off. I would be happy to prepare some for Lord Jun. Ha! Good boy, I know everything you are doing here. I never thought you would tell the people about the method of purifying salt. If it were anyone else, I'd probably want to hold it in my hands. Your Majesty, you are ridiculous. As the village chief, I have the obligation to lead the villagers to live a prosperous life. What's more, I know more than this, so why not teach them? Junmu was extremely satisfied with Shun Huanqing's attitude. If every minister in the court could have such an awareness as Shun Huanqing, Dazhou would not be like this. After all, it's their own fault. Shun Huanqing, are you willing to be my staff? Junmu didn't want to let such a talent go rashly. If you can get Shun Huanqing's help, it will only be a matter of time before you become a popular figure in front of the emperor. Even if it doesn't work, he has done Shun Huanqing a big favor this time. Shun Huanqing will not sit idly by and ignore any problems he encounters in the future. Facing Junmu's olive branch, Shun Huanqing smiled apologetically. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I still want to stay here and be a good village chief. Shun Huanqing, be careful with your words and actions. As soon as Shun Huanqing finished speaking, the county magistrate spoke in horror. Isn't this guy stupid in prison? Does he know what he's talking about? Governor and staff, this is an opportunity that no one can ask for. What is Shun Huanqing doing now? Thank you for your concern, Mr. County, but I have already thought about it carefully. Shun Huanqing is not stupid. Although he was attracted by the identity of the governor's staff, he knew clearly that the staff did not have any real power. Instead of being a silent payer behind others' backs, it's better to slowly climb up yourself. The villagers trust me and will support me to take the position of village chief. I can't let them down. Chapter 34 Fire Escape. Although Shun Huanqing's choice disappointed Junmu, his words made Junmu appreciate him even more. I never thought you would be so enlightened and come from such a small place. Now that you have made a decision, I won't force you. If you contribute the purified formula for meritorious service, I will reward you with 100 taels of gold and a plaque saying you are dedicated to public service. I hope you will not forget what you said today and continue to benefit the people. Don't worry, Lord Jun, I will definitely remember it. Coming out of the study, Shun Huanqing breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched tiredly, with a slight smile on his face. It's finally out. After being locked up for so long, he almost couldn't remember what the outside world looked like. But I have to say that this time he gained quite a lot. He received 100 taels of gold and was appreciated by the governor. It will also be much easier to do things in the future. Just as he was thinking about it, the county magistrate suddenly walked up to Shun Huanqing with a look of helplessness. Boy, do you know what a great opportunity you just missed? I really don't know what you are thinking. You want to continue to be the village chief while neglecting the good governor's staff. Are you stupid? I originally thought that Shun Huanqing was extremely smart, but I never thought that he would slip up in such a critical situation. The county magistrate said with a look of hatred on his face, eager to help Shun Huanqing make a choice. When Hu Wu heard this, he nodded in agreement. He was also curious about what Shun Huanqing thought. Facing the questioning looks of the two people, Shun Huanqing smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, the county magistrate sighed helplessly. Forget it, the matter is over. There is no point in continuing to pursue it. As long as you don't regret it, let's go. Follow me to the warehouse to get your 100 taels of gold. As for the plaque, I will send someone to deliver it to you later. Thank you so much, Mr. County. After many days, they finally returned home. The seventh daughter was even more excited than Shun Huanqing. They cried with joy and hugged Shun Huanqing directly, regardless of the presence of outsiders. Seeing this, Hu Wu turned his head silently and coughed twice in embarrassment. Brother Huanqing, I have already delivered the things for you. What do you need me to hang up for you? If not, I will leave first. No, fifth brother, help me hang it in the hall. Shun Huanqing comforted the 7 girls while talking to Hu Wu. Hearing this, Hu Wu nodded. Good. Several government officials quickly hung up the plaque, and after finishing all this, they followed Hu Wui and left. Shen Huanqing and the 7th daughter stayed in the yard, enjoying the hard-won peaceful time. Boss, you really scared us to death this time. We thought you would never come back. Yes. Fortunately, the governor showed up in time. Otherwise, okay. Am I okay? You still don't believe me? Look what I brought back to you. Shen Huanqing smiled and handed the gold to the person in front of him. Seeing this, the 7th girl took it. After seeing what was in the box, the 7th girl's eyes widened in shock. So much gold? Boss, where did you get it? I submitted the formula for purifying white sugar, which was rewarded by the governor. Shen Huanqing was proud. Hearing this, the 7th girl took a deep breath. So much? Yeah, I didn't expect the governor to be so generous, but I gave it all and kept it. There will always be some use for it. With that said, Shen Huanqing turned to look at Ji Qingxue. Boss, you guard the gold and be sure to keep it well. Don't worry, boss. If you need anything in the future, you can just ask for it. Ji Qingxue reached out and took it. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sound coming from outside the door. Village Chief, are you back? Village Chief, we are here to deliver eggs and wild vegetables to you. Are you at home? Village Chief, we all know that you refuse the governor's appreciation. You have been so kind to us, and we really have nothing to repay. After thinking about it, I can only express my gratitude with these things, and I hope you will accept them. Hearing this movement, Shen Huanqing smiled and shook his head. Ji Qingxue said curiously, My boss, what do the villagers mean? Did you really reject the governor? Yes, the governor wants me to be his staff, but I don't like to be a puppet at the mercy of others. Compared with being a staff member without any power, the position of village chief is more satisfying. Indeed, the staff has more work, but less merit. In comparison, the village chief is more suitable. Then those villagers outside. Everything has been delivered, please accept it. After receiving Shen Huanqing's affirmative answer, the women walked out the door one after another. They smiled, reached out, and took the things handed by the villagers, and nodded gratefully to them. This scene happened to be seen by the servants of the Sun family not far away. His sinister gaze swept across the 7 girls, then turned and left. Are you sure you're not blind? I'm sure those villagers have been completely captured by Shen Huanqing. If this situation continues, there won't be any room for us here before long. Master, what should we do now? After learning what happened outside, Mr. Sun's hands hanging by his sides clenched unconsciously. What should I do? Oh, it's simple. If you want to be a good person from all over the country, you have to see if he has the destiny. I found a few gangsters to set fire to his house. I don't believe he is really so lucky to find someone who can move quickly. Tomorrow, I want to hear the news that all 8 members of his family were killed in the flames. Shen Huanqing, go down and bury my son with him. The servant didn't expect Master Sun to be so cruel. He raised his head hesitantly and tried to persuade, but was stopped by Master Sun's look. That's right, Sun Fulu is Master Sun's only heir. Now that he is dead, the Sun family will be extinct. Thinking of this, the servant bowed respectfully. Yes. In the dead of night, the village fell into darkness, and everyone had fallen asleep. But under such circumstances, Shen Huanqing's house suddenly burst into flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in flames. The scalding heat is accompanied by choking smoke. Several people woke up from their sleep. Looking at the brilliant sparks in front of them, the women exclaimed, What's going on? Where did the fire come from? Boss, there's a fire. Everyone, don't worry, cover your mouth and nose and run out the door. Shen Huanqing looked at the scene in front of him and spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qingxue quickly put all the family's savings into his arms. She nodded at Shen Huanqing, then covered her mouth and nose and ran outside. Several other women followed closely behind. Shen Huanqing followed them to avoid emergencies. They thought they could escape smoothly, but no one expected that the door of the hall was actually locked. Damn it, the door won't open. Ji Qingxue looked anxious. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Hongyu stepped forward and kicked the door open hard. Walk! Everyone did not dare to hesitate and rushed out following Lu Hongyu. Zhu Qi walked at the end, looking around in horror. Click! A crisp sound fell from above her head. She raised her head subconsciously. She saw the beams being burned by the fire, breaking away from the main body of the house and falling towards her. The bright firelight came into view, and Zhu Qi's feet seemed as heavy as lead. At the critical moment, a figure rushed from the side and protected her firmly. Careful. Chapter 35. Sun again. Master. The familiar warm embrace isolated the heat and pain of the flames. Zhu Qi only heard a muffled groan. Shen Huanqing seems to have been hit. Boss, are you okay? Why do you have to protect me? Tears burst out of her eyes instantly. Zhu Qi turned her head to look at the person protecting her and unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing endured the pain caused by the high-temperature burns and the impact of the giant object, and pretended to smile calmly. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm a compassionate person. It doesn't matter if the fire burns on me, but if it burns on you and hurts your skin, it won't be good. Hearing Shen Huanqing's comfort, Zhu Qi couldn't bear it. She crawled out of Shen Huanqing's arms with difficulty, stumbled to her feet, and wanted to help Shen Huanqing leave. Several other people had left the scene of the fire. Now that the fire is getting bigger and bigger, letting them come in to save people is like courting death. Zhu Qi can only rely on herself. Master, stop talking now. Get up quickly. I will help you get out of here. No, you go first. Leave me alone. I can get away on my own. I won't leave until you leave. Zhu Qi said stubbornly. Shen Huanqing became like this to protect her, and she would never leave at this time. Be obedient, cough. Shen Huanqing spoke with difficulty. Feeling the fishy sweetness rising in his throat, he had no choice but to shut up. Master, stop talking. I'll help you get out of here. Zhu Qi stubbornly helped Shen Huanqing up. Fortunately, after the beam fell, it rolled to the side due to inertia. Otherwise, with her small body, it would have been impossible to rescue Shen Huanqing from under the beam. Zhu Qi struggled to help him up, but before he could take 2 steps, Shen Huanqing fell down. She tried hard to maintain balance, but her strength was too weak. At the critical moment, 2 hands supported Shen Huanqing. Boss, Zhu Qi, are you okay? The Lu sisters saw that the 2 of them had not come out for a long time, and then left and returned. Why are you 2 back? Don't you know it's dangerous here? You're confused. No matter how threatening we are, we can all protect ourselves. Stop talking so much. Let's go now. The 3 women worked together and finally brought Shen Huanqing to safety before the house collapsed completely. Hearing the muffled sound coming from behind, Shen Huanqing's eyelids sank and he fell into coma. Dongjia, Piampian. Come and take a look. Dongjia was hit by a beam just now. His back is badly burned. The wound must be treated immediately, otherwise it will easily fester. Let's find a place to settle down first. Okay, Qingyu, go to the Yamen to report the case and find 5th brother. Be careful. Good. Miss Qin, do you really don't need me to hire a doctor for Brother Shen? He is so seriously injured. Will it be? After Huwu learned about Shen Huanqing's experience, he rushed to the scene as soon as possible. The Shen family had long been reduced to ruins, and the ground was scorched black. Before he could get angry, he saw Shen Huanqing, who was seriously injured. Realizing that Shen Huanqing was dying, he did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly carried people on his back to the yard where he was staying. A full day has passed since the fire, and Shen Huanqing has also been in a coma for a whole day. Looking at her face as pale as paper, Huwu was really worried. Don't worry, 5th brother. I have confidence in my medical skills, and everything will be fine with my boss. Qin Piampian was resolute, and while speaking, she did not forget to gently apply the ground herbs on Shen Huanqing's back. The 7 girls gathered around the bed and looked at Shen Huanqing intently, fearing that something might happen to Shen Huanqing. Seeing this, Huwu sighed helplessly. At this moment, Ji Qingxue suddenly said, 5th brother, have you found the murderer who set the fire? I found it. It's Fong Fong, a well-known gangster on the street. According to him, he took action against Shen Huanqing because he was jealous of Shen Huanqing. But I understand that Fong Fong had no grudge against the Huanqing brothers before. Even if there is no need for him to set fire to kill people. It is a must. Hearing this, Ji Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a familiar voice ringing intermittently in his ears. I don't believe that this matter must have something to do with the person named Sun. Master, you are finally awake. You really scared us to death this time. Yes, boss. How do you feel now? Shen Huanqing didn't know when he opened his eyes. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, turning his head with difficulty to look at the people surrounding the bed. A forced smile appeared on his face, and he said reassuringly, Don't worry, I'm fine. Except for a little chill on my back, everything is fine. Hearing this, Qin Piampian glared at Shen Huanqing with an angry look. My boss, what do you know? This herb is an elixir for treating burns. With the other herbs I prepared, your wounds will scab and heal in up to 7 days. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing smiled and nodded with Qin Piampian. I knew our family's Piampian was the most powerful, so I'll leave my back to you. Don't worry. Brother Huanqing, you really scared me to death just now. I thought you were going to continue to be in a coma, but I didn't expect you to wake up so soon and be so energetic. Hu Wu looked at Shen Huanqing speechlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. The county magistrate walked in from outside and saw that Shen Huanqing had regained consciousness. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Greetings to the county magistrate. The girls did not expect that the county prince would appear at this time. They stood up and greeted the county prince respectfully, then stood in 2 rows and made way for him. Seeing this, the county magistrate walked straight to the bed and sat down. Boy, how do you feel? Thank you to the county magistrate for your concern. I won't die yet. Well, I thought that you could continue to live a peaceful life without going to jail. I didn't expect that something would happen again so soon. We have caught him. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. The county magistrate spoke. Shen Huanqing now is not just an ordinary village chief. If this matter is not dealt with seriously, there may be consequences in the future. After hearing what the county magistrate said, Shen Huanqing suppressed the smile on his face. County Master, to be honest, we have just been discussing this matter. You and I are not fools. We all know that this matter is not what Fong Fong said at all. If we just let it go, similar situations will continue to happen. To completely solve it, we can only cut it off at the source. Shen Huanqing's eyes were fierce. Hearing this, the county magistrate sighed helplessly. I understand what you mean. I also want to arrest Mr. Sun, but Fong Fong won't let go. We have no evidence at all. Mr. Wu is still in the post house and has not left. If he is rashly arrested at this time, he will definitely. I won't sit back and ignore it. I really can't help it. The county magistrate confessed his difficulties. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing clenched his fists unwillingly. Is this the case? Of course not. My teacher has already dedicated the formula to the court. Calculate the time, and you should have the results. Just wait patiently. It will not be too late to take action after the reward comes. I believe that by then, Wu Jiang will not be able to protect the person named Sun. Chapter 36. Repairing the House. After receiving the county magistrate's answer, Shen Huanqing nodded. Anyway, after waiting for so long, there is no rush for this moment. As long as the person named Sun can be made to pay the price. Okay, you can have a good rest. Dr. Zheng will stay here to take care of you during this period. If you feel uncomfortable, just go to him directly. The county magistrate did not know that Qin Piampian knew medical skills. Seeing that Shen Huanqing was seriously injured, he quickly sent for the best doctor in the city. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing turned around hesitantly and glanced at Qin Piampian beside him, then nodded. Thank you, Mr. County Master. Do you still need to be polite to me? After the county magistrate said this, he turned around and left. Hu Wu gave a few words of advice and left. As soon as the two left, Wang Hu and Qian Fong entered the house behind. Seeing Shen Huanqing lying on the bed safe and sound, their hearts finally fell. Son, are you okay? Wang Hu walked to Shen Huanqing worriedly. Seeing the hideous black wound on Shen Huanqing's back, he unconsciously took a breath of cold air. Hearing the sound, Shen Huanqing pulled up the quilt and comforted him with a smile. Don't worry, brother Hu, I'm fine. I'll just rest for a few days. Don't lie to me. Your house was burned like that. How could you be fine? Wang Hu looked at Shen Huanqing reproachfully. While speaking, a trace of imperceptible dejection flashed in his eyes. As Shen Huanqing's cousin, he knew that Shen Huanqing was being bullied, but he couldn't do anything. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Brother Hu, I'm fine. Don't you think I'm fine now? Don't worry. I'm a lucky person. No one can kill me. Shen Huanqing saw Wang Hu's expression clearly. He smiled and spoke with a positive and optimistic attitude, as if he was not the injured person. Seeing this, Wang Hu showed a helpless smile on his face. Stop being so talkative. In fact, I have one more important matter to discuss with you when I come here. The villagers knew that your house was burned down, and they spontaneously cooperated to help you build a bigger and better house. I am here to help them and ask what kind of house you want. Repair the house? Shen Huanqing was stunned. Now that they have a temporary shelter, he really hasn't thought about this problem. For a while, he didn't know what he wanted. Thinking about it, Shen Huanqing hesitated and turned to look at the 7th girl beside him. Do you have any ideas? We listen to our boss in everything. Yes, it's up to the boss to make the final decision on these matters. The women replied in unison, looking at Shun Huanqing with strange colors in their eyes. If you have a husband like this, what else can you ask for? Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. Before the fire happened, I was thinking about renovating the house. Now it's just right. Rebuilding the foundation can make it stronger. I plan to spend money to rebuild a house with 3 entrances and 3 exits. The bigger the house, the better. Shun Huanqing stated all the ideas about the house in his mind. Hearing this, Wang Hu nodded clearly. I understand. I'm going to tell the villagers right now. Don't worry. The house matter will be settled soon. Wait a minute, Brother Hu, take some money. Part of it will be used to purchase the materials needed to build houses, and part of it will be paid to the villagers. If it's not enough, come back to me and ask for it. This can't be done. When the villagers asked me to come to you, they specifically emphasized that they couldn't take your money. They did all this voluntarily in order to repay your kindness for giving the formula. If they took your money, this would be a repayment. It's changed. If you really feel sorry for yourself, just give it a try. Look at what you said. I will definitely pay for the meal, but you must also accept the wages. Brothers have to settle the accounts clearly. The amount of work required to repair the house is not small. I can't let your help go in vain. Shun Huanqing said while exchanging glances with Ji Qingxue. Ji Qingxue understood, turned around, and took out 300 taels and handed it to Wang Hu. Brother Wang Hu, just take the money. This is also our intention. If you really don't take any money, we won't be able to live in peace even after the house is repaired. Just accept it. Shun Huanqing and Ji Qingxue appeared in battle again and again. Wang Hu was defeated in just a few words. He silently reached out to take the money bag in the expectant eyes of several people and nodded solemnly. Well, since you have said so, I will accept this bag of money. Don't worry, I have written down everything you just said. I will tell the villagers every word when I go later. Then thank you, Brother Hu. If you don't have enough money, just come to me again. Don't worry. If it weren't for the fear that the gold would be too dazzling, Ji Qingxue would have really wanted to give Wang Hu an ingot to save him from running around and wasting time. Okay, then I'll leave first so you can rest. Wang Hu took the money bag and left with Qian Fang. Watching the two of them leave, Shun Huanqing turned around and made arrangements. The problem of repairing the house is basically solved. Boss, please remember to arrange a cook and provide food. Okay, I'll do it right away. Hong Yu, Qing Yu, our safety issues will be left to you during this period. If someone wants to go out, you must follow them to avoid emergencies. Shun Huanqing arranged everything in an orderly manner. The girls nodded obediently and never said a word no from beginning to end. After everything was arranged, the 7 girls took action on their own. Shun Huanqing recovered quickly with the help of Dr. Zheng and Qin Pianpian. As soon as he could get out of bed, he couldn't wait to go to the Shun family land. The villagers are busy. The prototype of the house can already be seen. Noticing the visitor, the villagers put down their work and greeted Shun Huanqing with smiles on their faces. Village chief, why are you back at this time? Leave the house to us. Don't worry, we will take care of it for you. Yes, you are injured so badly. You should rest at home now. Are you not used to living in other people's homes? Why don't you come to my house? Come to my place is big. Okay, you guys. Who doesn't know that you rough old men can't take care of yourself? You still take care of the village chief? Come on. Look at what you said. I've never seen you make trouble like this. The villagers were far more enthusiastic than Shun Huanqing imagined. Hearing what they said, Shun Huanqing couldn't help laughing. Thank you all for helping me rebuild my house. When I recover from my injury, I will hold a banquet and treat you to a good meal. I will trouble you all during this time. Village chief, you are too polite. Although you didn't come, you didn't give us any less wages and food. For this reason, we have to make this thing for you beautiful. You are the village chief. Just take care of him. You are so good to us. How can we let you down? As the villagers spoke, they looked at Shun Huanqing with admiration and love in their eyes. Wu Jiang, who had heard the news in the dark and came to look for Shun Huanqing, saw this scene and narrowed his eyes with a complicated expression. He sighed and said regretfully, "What a pity. How great would it be if this person could be used by me? I hope it's not too late to repair the relationship now." Chapter 37 Promotion to County Magistrate. Shun Huanqing's ability to win people's hearts is far greater than he imagined. Looking at the attitude of the villagers and comparing it with his recent unwelcome experience, Wu Jiang raised a self-deprecating smile on his lips. He took a deep breath and strode towards Shun Huanqing. Village Chief Shun. The sudden shout attracted Shun Huanqing's attention. He turned his head and looked at the person walking towards him in confusion, with a dark and unclear light flashing in his eyes. Master Wu, what brought you here? I knew something was wrong with you, so I came here to see how your injury was, Wu Jiang said with concern. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. If he remembered correctly, the two of them should have a hostile relationship. What is the operation of caring about the enemy? Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your concern. The injury is healing. I believe it won't take long to recover. The only trouble is this house. I don't know when it will be repaired. Alas, I didn't expect that I would be homeless one day at such an old age. How pitiful. Looking at the ruins that had been cleaned up, Shen Huanqing spoke with emotion. As soon as he said this, Wu Jiang took out the money he had prepared from his arms without hesitation, stepped forward and handed it to him. Master Wu, what are you doing? Village Chief Shun, you take this money. It will cost a lot to repair the house. I have nothing to help you. After thinking about it, I can only give you a sum of money. I hope you won't dislike it. Wu Jiang's words made Shen Huanqing fall into silence. He looked at the person in front of him intently, unable to guess the purpose of his appearance here. The money bag in my hand was heavy, estimated to be several hundred taels. Is Wu Jiang trying to show favor to him? What a big deal. Thinking about it, a flat smile appeared on Shen Huanqing's face. Thank you, Master Wu, for the gift. With Master Wu's blessing, I believe I will recover soon. Since this person wants to put on a show, let him perform a show with him. Just wait. He will not let go of anyone who attacks him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Most of Shen Huanqing's injuries have healed, and the foundation of the house has been laid. Everything went according to plan. One day, Shen Huanqing had just finished changing the medicine and couldn't wait to find the two sisters of the Lu family. After learning Shen Huanqing's purpose, the two of them exclaimed in surprise. Practice martial arts? My boss, you're so good. Why do you suddenly want to practice martial arts? Yes, practicing martial arts is not easy. Although your talent is good, you are old after all. If you were younger, we would be sure to train you to our level. But now, after all, we are a family, and some things should be said to prevent Shen Huanqing from being blindly optimistic. The two pointed out Shen Huanqing's flaws sharply. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing sighed helplessly. Is there no other way? No, when it comes to martial arts training, both talent and hard work are crucial. In your situation, unless you have a pill that can cleanse your marrow and ease your tendons, you will never become a top master in this life. We just think there is no need for you to do this. Don't waste time on things. Just leave your safety to us. Yes, boss, we will protect you. Looking at the unwavering gazes of the two people, Shen Huanqing laughed unconsciously. You misunderstood. I don't practice martial arts to become a top master. I just need to be able to protect myself. Didn't you teach me moves to strengthen my body before? Can you teach me some self-defense techniques based on this? Teach the other 5, by the way, so that nothing happens to them when they are alone. After hearing this, the two women nodded in understanding. That's it. Don't worry, boss. Leave this matter to us. You are guaranteed to be satisfied. Lu Hongyu spoke with a smile, a hint of subtle cunning flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing felt an inexplicable creepy feeling. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with Lu Hongyu. Ahem, Hongyu, what's that? I'm still a wounded person, so I must show mercy when teaching. Don't worry, boss. I will do it. Hurry up. If you delay any longer, you will be penalized 20 more laps. No, you're still here? 2 ants. I really can't bear it anymore. Please let me go. You don't have an arrow to turn back when you shoot your bow, and you don't even have this bit of perseverance. What are you going to do in the future? Hurry up. In the huge yard, Shen Huanqing was running under the supervision of the two Lu sisters. The other girls were either walking or running or jumping. In short, there is no one idle in this courtyard. Looking at Shen Huanqing, who was dripping with sweat, Zhu Qi turned around worriedly. Pian, my boss's injury hasn't healed yet. Is there really no problem if he exercises so strenuously? Don't worry, it's no problem. The wound has scabbed over a long time ago. Now we just need to wait for the scar to fade away. Let alone running. There won't be any problem even if you play in the water. After receiving Qin Pian's affirmative answer, Zhu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Shen Huanqing with a little heartache in her eyes. There is no intention of stopping once these days begin. Shen Huanqing made rapid progress under the devilish training of the two Lu sisters. Both speed and response have been significantly improved. As for strength, Master, do you remember the secret to exerting force that I taught you just now? Your task is very simple. Break these sparring stakes into pieces. In order to help Shun Huanqing improve faster, the two Lu sisters specially asked a carpenter in the village to customize 5 wooden stakes of human height. Knowing that the village chief wanted to use it, the carpenters specially found the best wood in the warehouse. The fine handiwork and the excellent wood make it difficult for even Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu to break it into pieces, let alone Shun Huanqing. I saw him wandering between 5 wooden stakes, hitting them crazily. With all his skill and brute force, he still couldn't move the wooden stake half an inch. Time passes day by day. 7 days later, the imperial edict is issued. When Shun Huanqing received the news and rushed to the county government office, County Magistrates Yu Jiwen and Wu Jiang were waiting. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing hurriedly quickened his pace and walked to stand behind the county magistrate. By God's blessing, the emperor decreed that Shun Huanqing contributed the refined salt and sugar formula with great merit. Shun Huanqing is now appointed as the county magistrate of Guangyang City and will continue to benefit the people. Yu Jiwen, the former county magistrate of Guangyang City, helped Shun Huanqing enter the world. For his meritorious service, he is now appointed as the magistrate of Ningzhou. Wu Jiang, the former magistrate of Ningzhou, is now transferred to Baiyu City. I appreciate this. I accept the decree. As the father-in-law finished speaking, Shun Huanqing and the other two fell to the ground. After receiving the imperial edict, Shun Huanqing had mixed feelings in his heart. He never expected that by donating 2 formulas, he would be promoted to the county magistrate. If he had known that, he would have donated 2 more formulas. He might have been able to sit in the position of prefect or governor at once. What a pity. Thinking about it, seeing Yu Jiwen's face glowing red, Shun Huanqing smiled and started teasing. You county magistrate. Oh no, now it's time to call you magistrate. Congratulations. I'm glad. I'm really not wrong about you, kid. Fortunately, you're okay. Otherwise, I don't know when I can climb to the position of prefect. Brother, don't say much. Your business will be my business in the future. As long as you say a word, I will go through fire and water, no matter what. Chapter 38. Top 30 boards. Congratulations to both of you. Seeing the two people immersed in joy, Wu Jiang smiled and spoke to them. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing politely cupped his fists and cupped his hands. Prefect Wu, you're so polite. If it weren't for your and Mr. Sun's help, I don't know when I would be able to take the position of county magistrate. I will never forget your great kindness. He said he was grateful, but there was no trace of hostility in Shun Huanqing's words. Wu Jiang looked at Shun Huanqing with mixed feelings in his heart. After all, it was just a wrong move. If he had ignored Mr. Sun's nonsense, wouldn't things have turned out like this? Thinking of this, Wu Jiang turned around and summoned his servants. This is a gift I specially prepared for you two. I hope you don't dislike it. We will be colleagues in the future. If you two have any trouble, please come to me at any time, and I will try my best to solve it for you too. A congratulatory gift? Shun Huanqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. Did Wu Jiang already know all this? No wonder he was so calm. The co-author has already been mentally prepared. I didn't think well about what happened before, so I hope you two don't take it to heart. Wu Jiang smiled and personally handed the congratulatory gifts to Yu Jiwen and Shun Huanqing. Seeing this, Yu Jiwen took it with a smile and nodded politely to Wu Jiang. Master Wu is joking. We both still have a lot to learn from you. Don't worry, we will definitely learn a lot from you. What master you said, apart from being older than you, I can't keep up with you in other aspects. If anything happens in the future, I hope you can help me more. The two of them talked to each other, and on the surface they looked like good brothers, but in fact, there was an undercurrent. Looking at the two of them, Shun Huanqing rolled his eyes helplessly. Do these two people dare to be more hypocritical? He really couldn't stand it anymore. The gift has been delivered, and I have said all that needs to be said. I will not disturb you two here. Goodbye. Wu Jiang nodded politely, turned around, and left after saying this. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing let out a heavy breath. Finally left. I asked you, are you sensible? Although both of us have been promoted, Wu Jiang is an old man after all. You should be polite in front of him. People are putting their faces next to you. How can you be so polite? No reaction? How should I react? He wants to act, and I don't. Shun Huanqing is neither humble nor arrogant. He is not the kind of person who would give up for a few buckets of rice. Hearing this, Yu Jiwen shook his head helplessly. In any case, you must be careful about this person. His scheming and the city's government are by no means comparable to the two of us. Rest assured, the farce ended, and neither of them talked about Wu Jiang. The first thing Shun Huanqing did when he became the county magistrate was to appoint Hu Wu as the chief arrester. Hu Wu was flattered when he learned about this. As for the original chief arrester Shi Qing, after learning about the incident, he rushed into Shun Huanqing's study as soon as possible. My subordinates pay their respects to the county magistrate. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Shin Huanqing raised his eyebrows with interest. Deputy Chief Shi, what do you want from me? I want to ask the county magistrate. Why do you want to demote me? I, Shi Qing, have been the chief detective for more than 10 or 20 years. I have no merit but hard work. I have no objection to your promotion of Hu Wu. But why do you have to demote me? Shi Qing looked at Shun Huanqing angrily, with deep resentment flashing in his eyes. Hu Wu, who was standing aside, frowned without any trace when he heard this. He was curious as to who gave this guy the courage to cause trouble. It is true that he is a veteran of the county government, but in these years he only knows how to bully others and has not accomplished anything decent. Yu Jiwen thought that he was a veteran and didn't want to argue with him. But Shin Huanqing was different. The two of them had never interacted with each other before, and he didn't have to give this guy any face as long as business was business. He can see such a simple truth clearly. What doesn't this old cunning guy understand? Captain Shi, I understand your dissatisfaction, but you are old and are not suitable to continue running on the front line. Rather than occupying the manhole and not shitting, it is better to hand over this position to someone who is truly capable. To be honest, the position of deputy chief is not bad either. Shi Qing never expected that Shun Huanqing would be so direct. Do you really think of yourself as the master of the county government? Master Shin, I come to you not only for myself. Most of the people in the Yamen are my brothers who have been promoted by me. They have been born and died for many years. They also complained about you treating me like this. I am alone. It doesn't matter, but it chills their hearts. Are you threatening me? I don't dare. I'm just reminding Master Shin. That's all I've said. Master Shin, please think about it carefully. I'll leave first. Shi Qing left these words and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Shin Huanqing spoke unhurriedly. Etc. The county magistrate has thought of it so quickly. Of course, go and call your brothers who have been through life and death together. If anything happens, let's explain it to you face to face. Good. After hearing what Shin Huanqing said, Shi Qing didn't think much and turned around and left in a hurry. He had a winner's smile on his face, so proud, so proud. When Hu Wu saw this scene, he turned to look at Shun Huanqing in confusion. Master Shin, how do you plan to resolve this matter? Of course I want to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys so that they won't be able to tell who is the master and who is the slave. After hearing what Shun Huanqing said, Hu Wu nodded clearly. Not long after, Shi Qing walked into the study with his brother. Master County, we brought you here. Good. Shun Huanqing smiled and nodded, put down the pen in his hand, and stood up. You should know the purpose of calling you here, right? I would like to ask, are you as dissatisfied with me as Shi Baotou? I don't dare. I just think the county magistrate's actions are a bit inappropriate. Then what do you think I should do? Shin Huanqing asked back. Hearing this, several people below looked at each other. Their hesitant glances swept past Shi Qing. After receiving Shi Qing's affirmative nod, he bit the bullet and spoke. Your Excellency wants to promote young people. We old guys have no objection. But before that, do you want to put us in good place first? Who is sitting in the position of chief catcher or not? Why do you care so much, sir? Yes, sir. Please return the position of chief arrester to Brother Shi Qing, and we will obey him. Everyone spoke in agreement, all speaking towards Shi Qing. Hearing this, Shin Huanqing nodded with a smile on his face, turned around, and spoke to Hu Wu. Any idea what to do? Young ones don't understand. Please let me know. He's just a small policeman, but he really thinks he is the master of the county government? Threatening me? Ridiculous. Drag everyone here down and reward each person with 30 big boards. If they still have objections, let's continue the fight. Chapter 39. Sudden Murder of Wife. Yes. Following Shun Huanqing's order, the police waiting outside swarmed in. They couldn't help but hold up the group of old fritters in front of them, and then forcibly drag them away from here. Shi Qing didn't expect Shun Huanqing to do this. He looked at the person in front of him in shock, with deep unwillingness in his eyes. Shin Huanqing, you bastard, you have no right to treat me like this. I have worked for the county government for more than 10 years. Why do you treat me like this? Let me go, let go. Shi Qing struggled wildly. His face gradually became distorted with anger. Hu Wu looked at this scene with a complicated expression and shook his head in disappointment. I never thought he would be so crazy. I didn't expect him to be so stupid. All in all, those old guys will have no control over the government affairs in the future. Fifth brother, I'll leave everything to you. Shin Huanqing smiled sarcastically. Hearing this, Hu clasped his fists and spoke respectfully to Shun Huanqing. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Fifth brother, you and I don't need to be so polite. You can just call me normally when no one is around. Okay, if there's nothing else to do, I'll go down first. Go ahead. Looking at Hu Wu's leaving figure, Shun Huanqing stretched tiredly. He leaned on the chair and enjoyed the joy of power. Damn Shun Huanqing, how dare you do this to me? Is he crazy? Brother, sure, please stop talking. I don't want to get another 30 blows. Yes, if this continues, I will really be beaten to death by them. So let's admit defeat. Why should I admit defeat? What did I say wrong? If it weren't for us, the Yamen would have been demolished long ago. That bastard doesn't appreciate us, that's all. He actually wants to drive us out of here. Ridiculous. Shi Qing gritted his teeth. No matter how much the people around him tried to persuade him, he had no intention of calming down. Seeing this, several people sighed helplessly, supported Shi Qing, and stumbled away from here. Shi Qing had just returned home when Master Sun opened the door of his house. He didn't know where he got the news. He knew that Shi Qing and Shun Huanqing were having a conflict, so he sent medicine as soon as possible. Seeing the person coming, Shi Qing suppressed the anger on his face and nodded politely to Master Sun. Long time no see, Mr. Sun. Why do you suddenly want to come to my place? I heard that you were punished by Shun Huanqing. I had nothing to do, so I just wanted to come over and take a look. This is a good healing medicine. Please accept it. Master Sun took out a jade bottle from his arms and placed it on the table. Seeing Shi Qing's weird actions, he couldn't help but sigh. This Shun Huanqing is really cruel. As a veteran of the Yamen, even if you really make some mistakes, you can't just educate them verbally. Why do you have to reward you with 30 big words? If this matter spreads, you're where to put your face. Don't mention it. I think that kid is targeting me deliberately. If I had known he was such a person, I shouldn't have been polite to him. Shi Qing spoke angrily. Hearing this, Mr. Sun nodded with satisfaction. What he wants is Shi Qing's attitude. Sure, Cap, too, I'll tell you the truth. I came here today because I want to discuss something with you. What? You should be aware of the grievances between Shun Huanqing and I. Now that Shun Huanqing has become the county magistrate, my life will only become more and more difficult. In this situation, I urgently need to find a compatible ally. What do you want me to do for you? Shi Qing is not stupid. Since Mr. Sun has already talked about this, why should he waste time? He doesn't care whether there is a grudge or not. He just wanted to vent his anger. Simple. Mr. Sun walked up to Shi Qing, leaned over, and whispered in his ear. Hearing this, Shi Qing's expression instantly became wonderful. He nodded mockingly, with a contemptuous smile on his lips. I can't tell that Mr. Sun is so clever. I want to see if that idiot can find out the truth. The next day, as soon as Shun Huanqing arrived at the government office, Hu Wu hurried over. Sir, something happened. What happened? Tell me slowly. Someone came to report that Wei Ran, a pork seller in the north of the city, killed his wife. We have arrested Wei Ran. He is now in the lobby, waiting for the county magistrate's interrogation. Killing his wife. Hearing what Hu Wu said, Shun Huanqing's eyes flashed with an imperceptible shock. Qingtian village has recently provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked, and murders have occurred again and again. No, this matter must be investigated. Walk. Shun Huanqing walked quickly towards the lobby. Before he could step in, a dejected figure caught his attention. The criminal Wei Ran fell weakly to the ground, his dejected back mixed with unspeakable sadness. In his state, it doesn't look like he killed his wife. It seems there is something hidden in this. The county magistrate is here. Just as he was thinking about it, someone noticed Shun Huanqing with sharp eyes. Everyone turned to look at Shun Huanqing and bowed respectfully. Meet Mr. Shun. Excuse me. Please tell me what happened. Shun Huanqing calmly nodded to everyone present, then walked to the main seat and sat down. Hearing this, Wei Ran's mother-in-law burst into tears, ignored her, and threw herself directly at the desk. Please make the decision for my daughter Hu. 2 days ago, my daughter and I agreed to go to worship Buddha outside the city, but we waited and didn't see her show up. I thought she was unwell, so I thought of going home to look for her. Who would have thought that as soon as they entered, they would see blood all over the ground, and Wei Ran sitting in a pool of blood. It was him. He must have killed my daughter. The woman burst into tears and cried blood every word. If she wasn't on top of the high hall, she would really tear Wei Ran apart. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. So, you found Mr. Hu's body in Wei Ran's home? No, this person doesn't know how to hide my daughter's body. No matter how I ask, he doesn't want to say another word. Since you didn't see the body, why are you so sure that your daughter is dead? And who? I understand your desire to save your daughter, but some things require evidence. Shun Huanqing spoke unhurriedly, and his thoughts on adjustment were extremely clear. Hearing this, Anne, who was speechless for a moment, just when she was struggling and didn't know how to speak, Shi Qing suddenly stepped forward. Sir, I live near Wei Ran's house. When I went out this morning, I passed by Wei Ran's house and smelled an extremely strong smell of blood. The blood is slightly different from pig blood. I'm a detective, and I'm particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. When I sensed something was wrong, I went in to check and happened to see Ant, who fainted on the ground. As for Wei Ran, he was carrying a large sack, and he didn't know where he was going. Little after a hard fight, he finally stopped the man, and when he opened the sack, he saw 2 severed limbs. Shi Qing said. The policeman beside him took advantage of the situation and presented the physical evidence he brought back. Looking at the bloody arm, Shun Huanqing frowned thoughtfully. Anhu, take a closer look. Is this your daughter whose arm? Chapter 40. The Perverted Rich Businessman. Yes, this is my daughter's arm. Anhu spoke excitedly. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing immediately stepped forward. Now that all the witnesses and material evidence are available, please give an immediate order to sentence Wei Ran to death. The people in front of him were pressing forward step by step as if they had made a deal, not giving Shun Huanqing any extra time to think. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing glanced at them, always feeling that these people were setting a trap for him. Then it fell on Wei Ran. Criminal Wei Ran, do you have anything to say? I have nothing to say. I killed the person. Wei Ran looked numb, his face full of despair, and his eyes subconsciously showed fear. Shun Huanqing felt something was wrong and frowned. Come here, take Wei Ran to prison and wait for his punishment. Sir, what do you mean by this? Now that the evidence is conclusive, why not sentence Wei Ran to death immediately? Is it possible that you want to protect him? Seeing that the situation did not develop in the direction he expected, Shi Qing's expression suddenly changed. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing turned his head slowly. Sure, Cap 2, are you the county magistrate? Or am I the county magistrate? Do I still want to listen to you? After saying this, Shun Huanqing stood up. He ignored the resentment in Shi Qing's eyes and spoke condescendingly. This matter has been settled. Once I figure everything out, I will pronounce the verdict as soon as possible. Retreat. After leaving these words, Shun Huanqing left without looking back. Shi Qing looked at Shun Huanqing's leaving figure angrily and turned to leave without wanting to stay any longer. When Shun Huanqing thought about this, he felt extremely depressed and even returned home with a frown. A pair of small hands rubbed his temples. Shun Huanqing looked back and saw Ming Yuan, holding her in his arms. Good girl, do you feel sorry for me so much? Then come warm the bed for me. Ming Yuan lowered her head shyly and gave Shun Huanqing a few gentle blows. Husband, it's still daytime, so you are willing to warm my bed at night? Shun Huanqing's eyes lit up and he reached inside her clothes with his big hands. Oops! Ming Yuan screamed, subconsciously covering her mouth and grabbing Shun Huanqing's hand. Husband, no. People will see you. Who will see it? Is it okay if no one sees it? Shun Huanqing's hands roamed Ming Yuan's body wantonly, teasing her deliberately. At this time, there was a burst of laughter. Husband, we can see it. Shun Huanqing turned around and saw Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu standing under the eaves, looking at him with smiles. Then come together. Shun Huanqing rushed over, and the two of them ran away, immediately laughing. Then it depends on whether the husband can catch us. Shun Huanqing chased after him and held Lu Qingyu in his arms. We caught one. You will be the one warming the bed tonight. At this time, Hu Wu suddenly came and asked, Sir, what do you want me to do? Shun Huanqing was embarrassed, straightened his clothes, and then said, Let's go to Wei Ran's house and take a look. After that incident, within an hour, the Wei family was surrounded by people. When Shun Huanqing arrived, he happened to see the people throwing rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at the Wei family gate as if venting their anger, and kept shouting. I really didn't expect Wei Ran to be such a person. Fortunately, my daughter didn't marry into the Wei family. Otherwise, I might not even be able to keep her body. Yes, it's so disgusting. Get out of Guangyang City, murderer. That's right. If you are wise, pack your things and get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. If you don't leave for one day, we will come to trouble you every day until you leave. After hearing what the people said, Shun Huanqing shook his head helplessly. He glanced around and walked straight to the back door of Wei's house while no one was paying attention. By coincidence, Shen Huanqing met Wei's mother, who was about to leave as soon as she reached the back door of Wei's house. Their eyes met, and a trace of imperceptible irritation flashed in Mother Wei's eyes. Just as she was about to turn around and close the door, Shen Huanqing stepped forward and stopped her. Mrs. Wei, wait a minute. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to know what happened to the Wei family. A simple sentence successfully made Wei Mu stop what she was doing. She looked at Shen Huanqing with a complicated expression, and after a moment she said, well, things have reached this point, and I'm not afraid of any family scandal. Mrs. Wei means... My son was wrongly accused. Mrs. Who is not dead at all. That bitch ran away with Wei Zhe, a wealthy businessman who came to Guanyang City a few days ago. Wiser? This is an unfamiliar name. Ma'am, can you tell me the situation in more detail? I don't know how that bitch hooked up with that wealthy businessman. I know that she ran away with the wealthy businessman 2 days ago. After that, someone took my son away and said that he killed Mr. Hu. If you don't believe it, you can go. Let's take a look at the yard where Wei Zhe lives temporarily. Mrs. Wei was very angry and clenched her fists. It's okay for that pair of adulterers and adulterers to steal someone in front of my son. Now that the incident has been revealed, instead of apologizing, they paid money to the government and deliberately put on a show to put my son in jail. As she spoke, she began to cry and said desperately, that bastard used me to threaten my son. My son was afraid of getting me involved, so he had no choice but to admit everything. It's a pity that my Wei family has no power. Otherwise, how could I watch Wei Ran stay in prison? If something like this happened, it would be impossible for the Wei family to continue to stay in Guanyang City. I just hope that one day, I, the son, can redress the injustice. After listening to what Mrs. Wei said, Shen Huanqing nodded understandingly. That's how it turned out to be. Fortunately, he dressed up in disguise when he went out. Otherwise, if Mrs. Wei recognized his identity, she would probably drive him away with a broom without saying a word. Mrs. Wei, I have understood the specific situation. Don't worry. I will find a way to give Mr. Wei justice. Real? Of course, I like it best when I see an injustice on the road and draw my sword to help. Just wait, Mr. Wei will return home safely in less than 3 days. After leaving these words, Shen Huanqing left without looking back. That night, he called Hu Wu and Lu Hongyu and went to Wei Zhe's temporary residence together. The three of them were dressed in night clothes and moved furtively through the darkness. Finally reaching the place, the three of them climbed up the high wall one after the other. Brother Shen, are you sure who is really here? Not sure, let's wait and see. Shen Huanqing lay on the wall and looked at the yard warily. As soon as he finished speaking, several naked women crawled out of the darkness. Like dogs, they lay on the ground without dignity and moved forward on all fours. Wei Zhe followed them with a whip. If he was in a good mood, he would give them a piece of meat. If he was in a bad mood, he would just raise his hand and give them a whip. Seeing the shocking injuries on the woman's body, the three people's eyes suddenly changed. This Wei Zhe is too perverted. Master, let me teach him a lesson. Chapter 41, I am Wu Zhang's adopted son. After Xiaoba's incident, Lu Hongyu became even more disgusted with this kind of man who likes to do things to women. She originally wanted to ensure Shen Huanqing's safety when she came out this time, but she never expected to see the scene in front of her. Anger welled up in her heart. If Shen Huanqing hadn't been holding her by her side, she would have rushed him long ago. Hongyu, calm down. Just stay here, my fifth brother, and I will go in and meet him. Shen Huanqing made a prompt decision. He turned around and walked in through the gate with Hu Wu. The appearance of two strange men made the women present tremble. They looked at Shen Huanqing and Hu Wu with shame and anger, and turned their heads to avoid their sight. Hu Wu glanced at the people present, and then said, she is Mrs. Hu. As for the others, if I remember correctly, they're all Wei Zhe's concubines. I didn't expect this guy to be so perverted. He is better than Sun Falu. Get up, it's really worse. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing took a deep breath. He walked up to Wiser, grabbed the whip from his hand before he could crack it. I can't believe that Wei's hobbies are so strange. You are the newly appointed County Magistrate? I didn't expect you to come to my door before I had a chance to find you. Not bad. Do you want to play with me? What a joke. I am the County Magistrate. You abuse women like this in front of me. Do you think I am blind? Even Shen Huanqing couldn't control the anger surging in his heart when facing Wei Zhe, a shameless old bastard. He shouted angrily and reached out to grab Wei Zhe's collar. You like to play, don't you? The county government office is much more fun than here. I'll take you in and play slowly. Hu Wu, take this person away. Yes. Is there anything wrong with your mind? Are you arresting me? I didn't give you the money just to ask you to come to trouble me. I understand. You think the money is too little, right? Tell me, how much more do you want? Wei Zhe did not expect Shun Huanqing to do this. When Hu Wu detained him, he spoke without giving up. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing turned around with a sneer. Who cares about your little money? Don't forget to put gold on your face. Take it away. Yes. Faced with Shun Huanqing's repeated emphasis, Hu Wu no longer hesitated and forcibly dragged Wei Zhe away from here. As soon as he left with his front legs, Lu Hongyu ran in with his back legs. She found clothes and randomly put them on the girls. At the end, he did not forget to comfort him. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Are you the county magistrate? Who timidly hid behind Lu Hongyu and looked at Shun Huanqing tremblingly. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. Yes, the purpose of my coming here is to find you. How did you get here? Shun Huanqing is not stupid. In the situation just now, it was absolutely impossible for Hu to leave with Wei Zhe voluntarily. There must be some unknown reason for this. Hearing this, Mrs. Hu cried and said, I was kidnapped by Wei Zhe. After I learned about his purpose of arresting me, I kept resisting, but who knew he actually arrested my husband Wei Ran as well. He used Wei Ran to threaten me, saying that if I didn't obey him, he would find me. He killed Wei Ran. I had no choice but to listen to him. Humiliation welled up in my heart. If it weren't for Wei Ran, who might have ended it? After hearing what Hu said, Shun Huanqing and Lu Hongyu's eyes became even more angry. This Wei Zhe is really brave, but don't worry, as Master Shin is here, he will definitely seek justice for you. Master Shin, I heard that you have captured Wei Zhe. Is this the case? Shun Huanqing had just brought people back to the government office when Shi Qing rushed into the lobby in a hurry. Seeing his panic, Shun Huanqing raised his eyebrows with interest. Any questions? Sir, you are confused. That Wei Zhe is the adopted son of Wu Jiang, the prefect, and he has a mountain on his back. He is definitely not something that little guys like us can offend. You'd better let him go as soon as possible to avoid causing trouble. Shi Qing looked at Shun Huanqing eagerly, fear flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded in surprise, then turned around and ordered, Come here, bring Wei Ran up. Also, go and ask Aunt Hu to come over right away. Yes. Sir, what are you doing? Hearing Shun Huanqing's arrangement, Shi Qing had a bad premonition in his heart. Doesn't this guy understand what he said? Does he really want to offend Wu Jiang? No, he must tell Wu Jiang about this as soon as possible to prevent Wu Jiang from being implicated and killing him. Thinking of this, Shi Qing turned around and ran away without caring about anything else. Shun Huanqing looked at his leaving figure with a sneer on his lips. I hope this old guy can move faster. Otherwise, it would be pointless to miss out on the fun. A quarter of an hour later, Aunt Hu arrived. She looked blankly at the two people kneeling in the lobby and spoke to Shun Huanqing in confusion. I wonder why you called me here late at night? It's a good thing. I have found your daughter Hu. She is not dead. She is still alive and well, but she has some skin injuries. The doctor is bandaging her. You will see her soon. Really? Aunt Hu looked at Shun Huanqing excitedly, and the gloom on her face was instantly wiped away. When Wei Ran heard this, his lifeless eyes regained life and color. He looked at Shun Huanqing and opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know what to say. Wei Zhe looked at Shun Huanqing angrily from the side. Seeing that this man had no intention of paying attention to him, he couldn't help but roared angrily. What do you want to do by arresting me? Don't blame me for not reminding you. My adoptive father is the prefect of Wujiang. If you dare to touch me, he will never spare you. If you are wise, let me go as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will make you eat, don't walk around. Wei Zhe looked arrogant and did not take Shun Huanqing seriously from beginning to end. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded casually. I have already understood your background. There is no need for you to repeat it. I will just say one thing today. No matter who you are, you should pay the price if you make a mistake. You robbed a beautiful woman in front of you, threatened Wei Ran in the back, and bribed officials in addition. You are punished for several crimes. You should be executed. I will sentence you to death now and execute you immediately. As Shun Huanqing's words fell, Wei Zhe's heart rose to his throat. He looked at Shun Huanqing with dull eyes and said suddenly, what did you say? You want to kill me? Do you know who I am? How dare you? If my adoptive father knew that you were doing this to me, he would never let him go. Pass you. Whether he will let me go, I don't know, but it is true that I will not let you go. Someone, drag me down. Shun Huanqing waved his hand casually, never taking his threat to heart. Wei Ran stared blankly at the scene in front of him. It was not until Wei Zhe screamed and was pulled away that he came to his senses belatedly. He looked at the person on the main seat and spoke tremblingly. Sir, what about me? After verification by my officer, you did not kill anyone, so you are acquitted. Go, Mr. Who is waiting for you. Thank you, sir. Chapter 42, The Mysterious Song Chiefing. Wei Ran, an ant who left in a hurry. Shun Huanqing rushed to the execution ground. It's too late, it's fast. The moment Wei Zhe's head fell to the ground, two familiar figures broke into Shun Huanqing's sight. It's Wu Jiang and Mr. Sun. Seeing their wonderful expressions, Shun Huanqing raised the corners of his mouth unconsciously. It seemed that they were very satisfied with the gift he gave them. Thinking about it, Shun Huanqing walked up to the two of them slowly. Why are you two here? I'm really sorry that I made the decision without you, but I think since I am the County Magistrate of Guangyang City, I should still have this right? After hearing what Shun Huanqing said, Wu Jiang's hands hanging by his sides clenched unconsciously. He gritted his teeth and looked at Shun Huanqing, with anger flashing in his eyes. Eyes facing each other. Shun Huanqing thought he would be angry, but he never thought that this guy would change the subject and speak in agreement. Master Shun, you misunderstood. I am not here to stop you. On the contrary, I think you are doing a good job of cutting. What? Is Wu Jiang crazy? Does he know what he's talking about? To be honest, I came here to teach this brat a lesson. Now that he has fallen to this point, it is entirely his own fault. This time he has paid the price for what he has done. Wu Jiang suppressed his inner resentment toward Shun Huanqing and spoke with difficulty. Shun Huanqing looked at him in surprise, only feeling funny. If he had known that this scene would happen, he should have waited. What a pity. Wu Jiang's sadness cannot affect other people. When the onlookers saw this scene, they clapped their hands and applauded. Well done, Wei is finally dead. Then no one will bully our daughter-in-law anymore. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for making the decision for us. There is no way we can repay such kindness. Thank you, Master Shun. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for making the decision for the daughter of the people. The voices of the people rose and fell one after another. Shun Huanqing felt very uncomfortable when he listened. How many evil things has Wei Zhe done? You don't need to thank me. Everything is what I should do. That is it. You must live a good life in the future. Somebody come. My subordinate is here. Confiscate all Wei Zhe's property and confiscate it. Yes. After receiving Shun Huanqing's instructions, the Yamen servant turned and left. 2 hours later, the people who went to ransack the house came back. Just when Shun Huanqing was wondering why they had been there for so long, an inventory of Wei Zhe's property was placed in front of him. 100,000 snowflakes of silver. Are you sure you made the right choice? The numbers that caught his eye made Shun Huanqing stunned. He swallowed hard and couldn't help but lick his chapped lips. Sir, this is absolutely true. If it weren't for counting the 100,000 snowflakes, we wouldn't have wasted such a long time. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded understandingly. Doubts spread in his heart. How come this Wei Zhe has so much property? Put this money in the warehouse and guard it carefully. Don't let anyone snatch it away. Yes. Other side. After Yu Jiwen learned what happened in Guangyang City, he rushed back overnight. The next day, when Shun Huanqing arrived at the county government office, he saw a familiar figure. Master Yu, why are you back? Shun Huanqing said in surprise. Hearing this, Yu Jiwen helplessly shook his head at Shun Huanqing. I haven't heard about your deeds in Guangyang City. You are confused. What's wrong with me? Shun Huanqing was stunned. No matter how dissatisfied you are with Wu Jiang, you shouldn't kill Wei Zhe so directly. Do you know who was behind Wu Jiang? It turned out to be for this matter. I don't care who he is, the bridge between me and Wu Jiang has been forged. It doesn't matter if it is bigger. Shun Huanqing waved his hand casually. Seeing this, Yu Jiwen tremblingly pointed at Shun Huanqing. Why don't you, kid, get enough oil and salt? Did this person want to piss him off to death? It took a long time, but he was here. The emperor was not in a hurry, and the eunuch was. Wei Eyes has done many evil things. As a county magistrate, how can I sit back and ignore it? If this matter doesn't come to me, forget it. I really don't think there is anything wrong with what I did. For this reason, Yu Jiwen couldn't say anything else. He could only emphasize one sentence. No matter what, when you encounter anything related to Wu Jiang in the future, you must think twice before you act. As much as possible. Okay, Mr. Yu, you have finally come back. Don't ruin your good mood because of these unimportant people. I'm just planning to build a bridge and pave the way for the village. I hope you can give me some advice. Shun Huanqing smiled and changed the subject. He tossed and turned last night. I feel that it is inappropriate to just leave the 100,000 snowflake silver like that. Rather than waiting for him to gather dust in the warehouse, it is better to use it to benefit the people. Hearing this, Yu Jiwen looked at him with a complicated expression. You kid, can't you please stop talking slowly? Do you have to touch Wu Zhang's brow at this juncture? It is urgent to benefit the people. I hope you can give me some advice. It is true that Shun Huanqing does not like Wu Jiang, and it is also true that he wants to benefit the people. On the same day, Shun Huanqing ordered the construction of bridges and paving roads. After the people learned about this, they praised Shun Huanqing one after another. I feel more and more that it is a good thing for him to take the position of County Magistrate. In addition, Shun Huanqing also used the money to repair some dilapidated corners of the city. For several days in a row, Shun Huanqing was busy until late at night before going home. The yard that Hu asked someone to help build has been completed. 3 in and 3 out, it is many times bigger than before. On this day, as soon as Shun Huanqing opened the courtyard door, he heard a woman's silver bell laughter coming from inside the house. Just as he was curious, he saw Chu Chi walking out of the kitchen carrying snacks. My boss, you're finally back. Why is the house so busy today? Are there any guests? Yes, we sisters met a friend on the street a few days ago. We happened to have nothing to do, so we invited her to our house as a guest. Does your boss mind? Of course I don't mind. It's good to have friends. I'm worried that the 7 of you will bore yourselves to death by being bored at home all day. Shun Huanqing said with a smile. He originally wanted to turn around and go back to the room, leaving the hall to them. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qi suddenly approached Qian and reached out to hold his arm. Since the fire, Zhu Qi's attitude towards Shun Huanqing has become bolder. She no longer cared about the so-called incompatibility between men and women, and completely regarded herself as Shun Huanqing's person. Shun Huanqing didn't have much reaction to this. What's wrong? Boss, I have something to discuss with you. Come here. Zhu Qi pulled Shun Huanqing into the house. As soon as he entered, Shun Huanqing was attracted by a woman dressed in extraordinary clothes. Shun Huanqing looked at her clothes with interest, then turned around and exchanged glances with Ji Qingxue. My boss, let me introduce to you. This is Song Qifeng. I was traveling and came here by chance. Ne Song, Master Shun, fame is worse than meeting him. I have heard a lot about your deeds as soon as I arrived in Guangyang City. When I meet you today, I see that Master Shun is really extraordinary. Chapter 43, Forced Buying and Selling. Miss Song is so complimentary. Shun Huanqing waved his hand politely, then turned to look at Zhu Qi curiously. Zhu Qi, you haven't said why you called me here. It's such a boss. Since you became the county magistrate and stopped making salt, we sisters have been free. It was okay at first, but it became a bit boring after a long time. I want to learn to do business and pass the time. Doing business? Shun Huanqing really didn't expect Zhu Qi to have such lofty ambitions. If she wanted to open a medical clinic or a martial arts studio, he would definitely nod without saying a word. But this is business. Master Shun, don't worry. I have been doing business alone since I was a child. I have learned all the tricks over the years. I will help Zhu Qi. Catching the flash of hesitation in Shun Huanqing's eyes, Song Qifeng spoke generously. After hearing this, Shun Huanqing understood. In that case, I wonder if Miss Song has any advice? Can you give me some guidance? You're welcome, Mr. Shun. I see that there are many people coming and going in Guangyang City every day. Selling snacks and providing a temporary resting place for everyone might be a good choice. Snack? Shun Huanqing touched his chin thoughtfully. Not to mention snacks, the weather has turned cold recently, so cold that people are wearing coats. With such a good opportunity, you might as well open a hot pot restaurant. Thinking of this, Shun Huanqing smiled. I have a good idea here, Zhu Qi. You should prepare something as I say. Shun Huanqing informed Zhu Qi of the required ingredients for the hot pot base. Hearing this, Zhu Qi nodded. After hearing this, she smiled and spoke. Sir, I happen to have the ingredients you just mentioned at home. Do you want me to bring them over? No, I'll go to the kitchen to show you my skills. There should be a lot of fruits and vegetables at home, right? Let's wash them together and have a midnight snack. Shun Huanqing stood up with a smile and strode towards the kitchen. The girls looked at each other and then caught up with Shun Huanqing. Song Qifeng was really curious and couldn't help but follow him. Shun Huanqing prepares and stir-fries the ingredients quickly. In a short time, the yard was enveloped in the spicy and delicious aroma of the hot pot base. The people in the kitchen were so choked that they had no choice but to take the dishes outside to take care of them. Ji Qingxue glanced outside the door, then walked to Shun Huanqing. What does the boss think of Song Qifeng? The clothes she wears are extraordinary, and she exudes nobility in every gesture. I always feel that she is no ordinary businessman. What a coincidence, my boss and I have the same idea. We just don't know what her purpose is for approaching us. Ji Qingxua looked at the door worriedly. I was afraid that Song Qifeng was a trap. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing smiled reassuringly. Relax and don't think too much. The soldiers will block you, and the water will cover you. Don't be afraid. I understand. Then I'll get to work first. Go ahead. By the way, you better change your clothes. This stuff smells strong. Good. Within half an hour, Shen Huanqing brought out the steaming hot pot. He quickly built a simple fire pit in the yard, placed the pot on top, and then helped the women prepare the dishes. The rich aroma penetrates the tip of the nose, and greedy people can't take their eyes away. Master, what is this? It smells so good. Yeah, I'm so greedy. This thing is called hot pot. It's most suitable for eating in autumn and winter. I'm sure you'll be warm after eating it. Shen Huanqing laughed and threw some food into the pot. Seeing this, the women followed suit. Just as he was about to throw down all the dishes, Shen Huanqing reached out to stop him. Don't be in a hurry when eating hot pot. You have to cook it slowly. Vegetables and thin meat like this can be eaten as soon as they are blanched. You should try it quickly. Late-night food is always irresistible. After one taste, the girls were defeated by Shen Huanqing's superb cooking skills. Song Qifeng, who has traveled all over the country, has never seen this strange thing. She ate with great pleasure. Master Shen is really awesome. I think I have a broad vision, but I have never heard of anything like this. If we can really open a shop in the city, I'm afraid it won't be long before it attracts tourists. This hot pot is indeed a money-making business. A good way. Hearing Song Qifeng's high praise, Zhu Qi hurriedly spoke. Boss, since Qifeng has said so, let's open a hot pot restaurant. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing smiled and nodded. No problem, just do it if you think about it. There are a lot of things in the Yamen recently, so I can only leave this matter to you. Don't worry, boss. We will get it done as soon as possible. Okay, keep eating. There are still so many things. As Shen Huanqing spoke, he poured several plates of meat into the pot with a single movement. It had been a long time since he had hot pot, and his stomach really missed it. It would be great if I could eat it every day. Well, it's difficult. The next day, as soon as it dawned, Zhu Qi and Song Qifeng went out together. Song Qifeng has rich experience, and with her by her side, Zhu Qi feels more at ease. As soon as they arrived in the city, they heard that someone wanted to sell a shop. After some research, I found that the location and environment of the shop are very good. After a brief discussion, the two of them went with the store owner and broker Lao Yu. But the further they walked, the more they felt something was wrong. The restaurant that was supposed to be built near the main street was now located in an alley, and it was located in a remote area where almost no one would come. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. Just arrived at the place, and before entering, Song Qifeng spoke slowly. I'm sorry, we won't go in to see it. What do you two girls mean? Now that you are here, why don't you go in and take a look? Old Yu is stunned. What do you mean by that? When you introduced the store just now, you said that it was close to a busy street. But this place doesn't look like anyone would come here. For our business, location and decoration are very important. What else can you do with this place except lose money? Okay, let's not waste each other's time here. Let's go first. Song Qifeng pointed out the problem bluntly. After saying this, he turned around and took Zhu Qi away. Seeing this, Lao Yu and the boss looked at each other, then rushed forward to block the two men's way. What do you want to do? You two young ladies are really interesting. You come and go as you please. What do you think this place is? Buying and selling should be based on the will of both parties. Are you trying to force a sale? Song Qifeng looked at the two people in front of him angrily. Hearing this, Lao Yu sneered. We are forcing the sale today. What can you do to us? Do you know who we are? No matter who you are, even if the King of Heaven comes, you have to give them money before you leave. Old Yu and the shopkeeper have already made up their minds to rip off the two women in front of them. How could they listen to anything else at this moment? Hearing this, Song Qifeng raised a sarcastic smile. We are the female relatives of the County Magistrate Shen Huanqing. If you dare to buy or sell by force, aren't you afraid of being blamed by the magistrate? Oh, the County Magistrate's wife? Are you kidding me? You said you are who you are? Do you have evidence? I really don't believe it is such a coincidence. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Either give us money or don't blame us polite. Chapter 44 Dog Bites Dog. We have no money. Song Qifeng gritted her teeth. As soon as they finished speaking, The two people in front of them started to arrest them. What do you want to do? Let us go. We are the wives of the county magistrate. Bah, you are the daughter-in-law of the county magistrate, and I am still his father-in-law. If you don't drink a toast, you will be fined with wine. Lao Yu dragged the people into the restaurant and then robbed them of all their belongings. The restaurant owner was watching, not knowing whether to stop it or to help. I didn't realize you two little girls were so wealthy. Old Yu was happily playing with the silver and money in his hand with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the shopkeeper spoke hesitantly. Brother Yu, we got the money. Should we release the person? No, we can't let them go. If we let them go now, they will definitely report to the authorities. Rather than taking the risk, it's better to kill them all. What? I know a few people who can help sell them. They look like they can make a lot of money. Old Yu was thinking in his heart and laughed out loud unconsciously. Hearing this, the two women looked at each other, despair welling up in their hearts. Are they really going to be sold out? How long have Zhuqi and Qifeng been there? An hour. You haven't come back after so long? Let's go and have a look. Shen Huanqing and the Lu sisters were waiting at the yamen, but Zhu Qi and Song Qifeng never came back. After thinking for a moment, Shen Huanqing took them and the yamen servant and strode towards the restaurant. What a coincidence. As soon as everyone arrived, they bumped into Lao Yu, who was about to go out. Lao Yu's heart was in his throat when he saw the person coming. He pretended to smile calmly and spoke to Shen Huanqing with a flattering look on his face. How come the county magistrate has time to come to my little place today? Is he eating or staying in a hotel? Did two women come here just now? We were here, but they have left. Hearing Shen Huanqing's question, Lao Yu's heart trembled. Realizing a certain possibility, his expression changed. No way. Could it be that those two women were really Shen Huanqing's female relatives? Damn it. If I had known this, I shouldn't have treated them like this. It's over now. Due to nervousness, beads of sweat oozed from Lao Zu's head. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Shen Huanqing calmly. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing nodded with interest. So that's it? It seems that we are a step late. In that case, we won't disturb you when you go out. Let's go and see other places. Shen Huanqing turned around and left in disappointment. Seeing this, Lao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had the intention to go out, so he turned around, closed the door of the restaurant, and hurried towards the woodshed where the two women were imprisoned. Seeing Lao Yu coming back, the shopkeeper looked puzzled. It's done so quickly? What are you going to do? The county magistrate is here. What? When the shopkeeper heard this, his heart sank to the bottom. Realizing a possibility, he turned around with a look of shock and looked at the two women who were tied up. Are they really the women of the county magistrate's family? Under the current situation, no matter what, we can't let these two live. What do you want to do? Only if the two of them die. What we did today will not be leaked. Lao Yu revealed his thoughts. Hearing these words, the two women with their mouths blocked suddenly widened their eyes. Is this guy crazy? You actually want to kill people to silence them? Is there no other way? Yes, let's both go to jail. No, this is not possible. They have done so many bad things that there is no chance of them coming out safely once they enter prison. This is a suicide quest. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper made up his mind. When do we start? Now let's throw their bodies out of the city. There will be no evidence. Even if the county magistrate suspects us, he won't be able to convict us. Yeah, Old Yu had just finished speaking. A light female voice came from outside the house. The two men looked up when they heard the voice, but before they could react, the two sisters of the Lu family rushed out quickly and subdued the man on the left and right. Who are you? Didn't we just meet? Have you forgotten so quickly? Lu Hongyu's face was as beautiful as a flower, but the strength in her hands was not weak at all. Upon hearing this, Lao Yu's face changed. You are the county magistrate's man? It's good to know. Want to kill them? Dream on. Lu Qingyu kicked the shopkeeper away. Then he ran to Zhu Qi and Song Qifeng and looked at them worriedly. She took the rags out of their mouths and untied the rope while asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Fortunately, you arrived in time. These two people are so evil. Not only did they steal our money, but they also want to sell us. Song Qifeng spoke angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Huanqing walked in with the policeman. Hearing this, he sneered, walked up to Lao Yu and the shopkeeper, and looked at them condescendingly. Didn't you say that the two of them have left? Sir, have mercy on me. I don't dare to do it anymore. I was just confused for a moment. Please have mercy on me. Now that things have happened, how dare Lao Yu continue to cause trouble in front of Shen Huanqing? He said in horror and kept kowtowing. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing shook his head Take it away. Yes, I'm sending a few people to search the restaurant, but I want to see how many secrets are hidden here. Yes, the restaurant was ransacked by the government officials. Nothing was found except money. Shen Huanqing looked at these silver coins. His face became even colder. He threw everything in front of Lao Yu and the shopkeeper and asked, "Don't you two have anything to say?" "Sir, please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life. I really don't dare to do it anymore. Tell me, where did you two get these pieces of silver?" "Yes, it's Lao Yu. He took the initiative to find me. He pretended to be selling a restaurant, but he was actually doing robbery. I originally wanted to refuse, but the money he gave me was too much. I couldn't control it for a moment. Just stay." Facing Shen Huanqing's questioning, the shopkeeper's legs went limp. He swallowed hard and told the truth with trembling voice. Hearing this, Lao Yu's face changed. He turned around and looked at the person next to him with a look of disappointment and spoke through gritted teeth. "You bastard! Why did I say something wrong? If it weren't for you, I would never have done such a thing. You ruined me. I harmed you? You must have forgotten how happy you were when you received the money. Have I ever given you less money in such a long time? Why did you betray me like this?" If he had known this guy was such a coward, he shouldn't have tried to cooperate with him before. "It's over. Everything is over now. Bang. That's enough. The two of you are working together, and neither of you is a good person. Now that everything is clear, I declare that you two will be sentenced to death and executed immediately." "Yes. No. The county magistrate has mercy on me. I beg the county magistrate for his mercy. We really know we were wrong. The county magistrate doesn't want it. I don't want to die." Chapter 45. Competitors appear. The farce ends. Shen Huanqing returned the money that originally belonged to Zhu Qi and Song Qifeng to them. People were then sent to look for other victims. After this incident, the two of them no longer dared to go out alone. Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu learned about this and took the initiative to protect them. Everything went very smoothly. The two of them chose a restaurant, and after 3 days of intense preparation, the hot pot restaurant opened. In a short time, the spicy and fresh aroma spread to all the nearby blocks. The 7 girls were busy together. Song Qifeng stood at the door, greeting guests. Many people come here to taste the food, and as soon as they enter, they are attracted by the novelty of hot pot. Hot pot? This is the first time I've seen something so interesting. Me too, it's really delicious. Boss, give me 2 more plates of meat. I have to have a good time today. Okay, I'll be right there. Guests came one after another, and the 7 ladies were very busy. Song Qifeng was so busy calculating accounts and collecting money that his abacus was almost sparking. Shen Huanqing came in plain clothes. Seeing that the business in the store was so good, he casually found a place to sit down and had no intention of disturbing him. Zhu Qi passed him by and poured him a cup of tea. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing shook his head with a smile. Just as he was about to drink tea, he was shocked by the turbid tea soup. He took a sip lightly and spit out the tea soup the next moment. "Let me go, what is this? It's a good tea. Why do you need to add so many seasonings?" Shen Huanqing looked at the tea with a complicated expression, unable to find a suitable description for a while. For those who didn't know, I thought it was instant noodle soup. Although his conditions were not very good before he traveled through time, he could still afford tea like bamboo leaf green. This thing is completely different from bamboo leaf green. Forget it, he has already contributed the secret recipe for hot pot. So why not contribute the method of frying tea? Thinking about it, Shen Huanqing got up and left. Late at night, Shen Zhai's sudden scream of excitement pierced the silent night sky. The 7th girl looked at the silver on the table in shock and was very excited. "We made 100 taels in one day? Qifeng, are you sure you counted correctly? I've counted it a dozen times. It's really 100 taels. Great, we can make money quickly at this rate. And we can open a second store," Zhu Qi said excitedly. Shen Huanqing saw everything. He laughed and shook his head, thinking about the method of making tea. "Although it's a good start today, we still can't be too optimistic. At least as far as I know, many diners today came here just for Mr. Shen's sake." Seeing that the 6 girls were so excited, Song Qifeng hesitated for a moment and finally told part of the truth. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. This Song Qifeng is smarter than he thought. Because it doesn't matter who comes, what matters is that our things can keep their hearts. Yes, the recipe given by the owner is really tempting. Not to mention the diners, even I can't stop smelling it. I believe they will like our restaurant because of the hot pot itself. I feel relieved to see everyone is so confident. Let's keep up our efforts and make it bigger and stronger. Good. Time passes day by day. The hot pot restaurant's business has not decreased at all. Song Chiefing calculated that the hot pot restaurant could earn 100 taels of silver almost every day. This business is much better than she expected. Because the hot pot restaurant is so popular, it has successfully attracted dissatisfaction from others. 5 days later, the 7 girls were shocked to find that a brand new hot pot restaurant had opened. What's more, the location of the store was very interesting. It was right across from theirs. Listening to the sound of firecrackers coming from outside the house, Zhu Qi frowned in dissatisfaction. This guy is really going too far. Hot pot was invented by us, so it's okay for them to copy it, but they even opened a store across from us. What's the meaning? We can't help it. Our business is so prosperous. It's normal for people to follow suit. Song Chiefing spread his hands helplessly. It's a good thing to have competitors. This can better highlight the deliciousness of our hot pot. Just wait and see. Our store is the favorite of the people. Qin Piampian is firm about this. Hearing this, all the girls nodded. I thought that business would be as prosperous as usual today, but I never expected that only 2 tables of people would come in when the restaurant opened. The rest of the people were attracted by the newly opened hot pot restaurant opposite. After Shun Huanqing learned about this, he came over to check. Seeing the booming business across the street, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The family across the street is pretty good at choosing a place. Boss, you are here, what should I do? Our business has been taken away. The family across the street is so shameless. In order to compete with us, they sell all their dishes at low prices. People know that it is cheaper over there, and they are no longer willing to come to our place. Zhu Qi looked at Shun Huanqing aggrievedly. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing smiled and reached out to rub her head. Don't worry, I'm here. I think otherwise, let's lower the price and win back the customers first. Song Chiefing hesitated for a moment and finally proposed this idea. Hearing this, Ji Qingxue shook her head and rejected her proposal without thinking. It's really inappropriate to reduce prices. We use fresh ingredients at home, and the purchase price is not low. Once the price is reduced, it will be difficult to maintain capital. This is not our original intention of opening a store. That's right, they have just opened. We don't have to be in such a hurry. Just wait and see. We can also take this opportunity to take a rest. Qin Piampian echoed Ji Qingxue's words and stretched lazily while feeling relieved. Shun Huanqing nodded approvingly at the 2 women and picked up the teacup unhurriedly. There's really no need to worry. They can't make it taste like this. Just wait and see. Within 3 days, all the diners will come back. Joke. Hot pot base has very strict requirements on ingredients. Even if the difference is only a few grams, the taste is completely different. Want to replicate the taste of their home one by one? There is no way. Shun Huanqing was just talking about it, so what else did they have to worry about? The girls nodded with smiles on their faces and no longer worried. As expected, in less than 3 days, diners returned to their restaurant. The business of the store was getting more and more prosperous, while the business of the opposite side was in decline and was so deserted that there was not a single person around. It has to taste this way to be strong enough. Yeah, what's that over there doing? It tastes terrible. So, what if it's cheap? It can't taste as good as theirs. Boss, I need 5 more plates of meat and a jar of wine. Hurry up. Here are 2 more plates of fresh vegetables. And me, give me 3 pounds of beef. Coming right now. The sounds of orders coming one after another. The 7 women were busy all the time. They had no time to get excited and quickly shuttled between the kitchen and the hall. When the shop across the street saw this scene, a look of resentment flashed in their eyes. Damn it, I thought I could replace them, but I didn't expect the diners to run back so quickly. Don't worry, I don't believe they can keep doing business. Chapter 46. Are you threatening me? It was noon and more people were coming and going to eat. But at this critical moment, one of the diners suddenly let out a scream. He fell to the ground, holding his stomach, and rolled back and forth in pain. Ouch, my stomach hurts so much. What did you put in the hot pot? Are you trying to poison me? After hearing this, the diners who were enjoying their meal put down their chopsticks and turned to look at the man hesitantly. Song Chiefing hurriedly walked to the man's side and was about to lend a hand to help him up when he was roared at by the man. What do you want to do? Don't touch me. Sir, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to help you up. Don't give me that. I'm telling you, something went wrong when I ate your hot pot. You have to be responsible for me. That's fine. If it's really our hot pot's fault, we'll pay as much as we should. But if it's not, this matter won't be so easy to resolve. Song Chiefing had a smile on his face. Although she looked harmless on the surface, the man caught a glimpse of determination in her eyes. Joke. She has been traveling alone until now, doing a lot of business, and meeting many different kinds of people. You want to blackmail her with this little trick? No way. Hearing what Song Chiefing said, the man's expression changed. What do you mean? You don't think I got myself into this state, do you? I didn't say that. But that's clearly what you thought. Well, I didn't expect you guys to be so vicious. From this morning till now, I've only eaten your hot pot. What else could it be other than your fault? Let me make it clear, I suddenly felt unwell while eating hot pot. The man looked at Song Chiefing angrily. After saying this, he started clamoring for compensation. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. 10 taels. Give me the money and I'll leave. Hearing this, Song Chiefing was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Shun Huanqing walking out from the side. Don't be anxious, guest sir. I see that you look very ugly. You must be feeling very uncomfortable. Just so we have a dedicated doctor here. Let her take a look at you and prescribe the right medicine for you. We will discuss the compensation later. As Shun Huanqing spoke, he waved to Qin Piampian at the side unhurriedly. Seeing this, Qin Piampian came over and squatted down in front of the man with a smile. The man wanted to refuse, but Shun Huanqing's eyes were too sharp. Thinking of Shun Huanqing's identity, he could only let Qin Piampian check his pulse. Everyone looked at it, waiting for Qin Piampian's test results. After lighting a stick of incense, Qin Piampian stood up. This guest officer is in good health and very strong. Sure, my family has been practicing medicine for generations. How can I not notice this minor illness? Since you are not sick, why are you moaning here? Shun Huanqing looked at the person lying on the ground with a half-smile. As soon as these words came out, the man's heart was in his throat. I really have a stomachache. There must be something wrong with the doctor you saw. That's right. I remember her. She also works in this store, and it's normal for her to help people here talk. The man held his neck and opened his mouth, biting the hot pot restaurant to death. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded slowly. In that case, I don't mind calling all the doctors in Qinzhou and letting them diagnose you one by one. If their diagnosis results are the same as this girl's diagnosis, you are blackmailing me. According to my law, you can be imprisoned for 10.5 months at the least and exiled at the worst. How about it? I need my help to find this person for you. Are you threatening me? The man was stunned for a moment, and then he realized something. I'm reminding you that if you tell the truth now, I can still pretend that nothing happened. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. After Shun Huanqing said this lightly, he sat down leisurely aside. When everyone saw this scene, they used their chopsticks again and watched the excitement while eating. Just then, shouts came from the crowd. I remembered, isn't this guy Wang Lizi from Qingdong? Wang Lizi, I was wondering why this guy looks so familiar. He is so courageous. Why would he come to the county magistrate's territory to cause trouble when he could just bully anyone else? I think he should be arrested and locked up for 10 days or half a month. I haven't seen this Wang Lizi for a few days. He has become more and more shameless. I hope Lord Shun can teach him a lesson and put an end to his arrogance. After Wang Lizi's identity was exposed, more and more people spoke out angrily. Hearing this, Wang Lizi looked as pale as death. He glanced at the people around him in fear and stood up shakily. Aren't you going to tell the truth? I'm telling you, County Magistrate, I really didn't mean to cause you trouble. It's all because of them. At this point, he has nothing to hide. Compared to imprisonment and exile, what does that silver mean? He can't pick up the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon. Wang Lizi's finger pointed towards the hot pot restaurant opposite. Seeing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. Tell me more specifically. Shun Huanqing looked over with a sneer. I passed by this street by chance. Just as I was about to leave, the owner of the store opposite stopped me and gave me a couple of coins and asked me to come over and cause trouble. I didn't know at the time that this store was a county store. You drove it, sir. If you knew it, I wouldn't dare to act like this even if you gave me 10 nerves. Wang Lizi regretted his mistake. Why did he just fall for this one tael of silver? Hearing this, Shun Huanqing shook his head. This has nothing to do with whose store I own. I always do things fairly. Even if this store has nothing to do with me, I will find out the truth of the matter. After saying that, Shun Huanqing stood up. He looked around and said loudly, Everyone, now that the truth has been revealed, you can continue to eat and drink. If you need anything, just ask the boss lady. Okay, County Master, please go and get busy. The County Magistrate must not spare the guys from the shop across the street lightly, lest they behave like monsters again in the future. That's right, you can use such disgusting methods. It's not a good thing to think about. While everyone was talking, Shun Huanqing strode towards the door. When the Yamen servants in the dark saw Shun Huanxing coming out, they hurriedly surrounded him. Grown-ups, let's go and arrest people. Shun Huanxing led the people directly into the restaurant and captured everyone in the restaurant without saying a word. What do you want to do? Can the county magistrate abuse his power? Don't get me wrong, someone reported you for malicious competition. I learned about this and came here to investigate. Okay, if you have anything to say, leave it to the government. Take it away. Also, seal this restaurant. Yes. The government officials escorted the crowd away in great numbers. The diners were relieved when they saw this scene. Shun Huanxing originally thought that this matter was just an ordinary business war, but he never expected that after questioning, he would actually gain something else. Master County, this was not my intention. Everything was Mr. Sun's idea. He is the owner of the Hot Pot restaurant. Chapter 47. Capturing Mr. Sun. Master Sun? It's him again. He has been peaceful these days, and Shun Huanxing has almost forgotten about this person. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, he started acting like a monster again. Do you really mean what you say? Seriously, Mr. Shun, I'm already like this. Even if you give me 10 courages, I still don't dare to talk nonsense. Okay, come on, take him down and give him a fine of 15 strokes. Yes. Thank you, Master Shun, for your kindness. Upon hearing Shun Huanxing's verdict, the boss bowed tremblingly. Seeing this, Shun Huanxing sighed helplessly. Hu Wu watched from the side, and after the people disappeared, he spoke cautiously. Sir, now that you know the truth of the matter, do you want to go to Mr. Sun to settle the score? Of course I want to go, but I have to prepare some means before going. With Mr. Sun's temper, even if he is arrested, he will not admit what he has done. Seeing the smile on Shun Huanxing's face, Hu Wu felt a chill, and his intuition told him that Mr. Sun was in trouble. Half an hour later, Shun Huanxing took the police to Master Sun's house. At this moment, Mr. Sun is waiting for news at home, but he never expected that Shun Huanxing and the police would be the first to arrive. The moment he saw the person coming, his heart was in his throat. Mr. Sun, long time no see. My hot pot restaurant has been open for so many days, and I haven't seen you come to patronize it. Why, do you look down on me? Shun Huanxing looked at the person in front of him with a half-smile. After walking into the hall, he naturally stood aside and sat down. Hearing this, Mr. Sun twitched the corners of his mouth with a smile on his face. Sorry, Mr. Shun, I've been infected with cold recently and cannot eat spicy food. When I recover, I will come to congratulate you as soon as possible. I see, it seems I misunderstood you. Master Shun is joking. I wonder why Master Shun came here today? Mr. Sun looked at Shun Huanxing, and sweat fell from his forehead as he spoke. Hearing this, Shun Huanxing calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then revealed everything that had just happened under the nervous eyes of Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, I don't want to trouble you, but I can't help it. Someone pointed out you. I beat you and scolded you. He refused to change his story. What on earth did you say you offended him? I don't know, maybe he is jealous that I am rich. In short, everything he said is false. Don't believe it, Mr. Shun. Mr. Sun spoke eagerly. Although Shun Huanxing's uncharacteristic way of doing things today caught his attention, he had no time to think about it. As long as we can clear the relationship, anything will do. Hearing this, Shun Huanxing sighed with regret. I don't want to believe it either, but he said it for this reason. We still need to trouble Mr. Sun to accompany us back and go through the motions. Shun Huanxing said, waving to the Yamen servant on the side. Seeing this, the bailiffs surrounded him from the left and right, and without saying anything, they lifted Master Sun from his seat. Master Shun, what do you mean? I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Why are you? It's not up to you to decide whether they are related or not. Please cooperate with the investigation, Master Sun, and take them away. Yes. Master Sun was dragged away mercilessly. When people passing by on the street saw this scene, they stopped to watch. Why did Lord Shin take Master Sun away? What did this man do wrong? Who knows? Let's go and see. More and more people came to watch the fun. When Master Sun heard the whispers coming from beside him, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Catching the flash of embarrassment on Master Sun's face, Shun Huanxing's smile deepened. Where did this go? This old thing will look good soon. He thought he would be taken to the lobby for trial, but Mr. Sun never expected that after entering the government office, the government officials would drag him directly into prison. When they came to this place again, Master Sun and Shun Huanxing had different identities. The rancid smell that hit my nostrils was nauseating, and traces of small bugs and mice crawling around could be seen vaguely. Mr. Sun, who had always been pampered, never thought that such a day would come to him. He looked at Shun Huanqing in horror and spoke tremblingly before the officer threw him into the cell. Master Shun, didn't you say you would bring me back to cooperate with the investigation? Why did you bring me here? I want to do this, but you have to cooperate. Mr. Sun, it's hard for me to do this with your sophistry. Shun Huanqing spread his hands helplessly and sat down on the chair beside him. Hearing this, Mr. Sun swallowed hard. Thinking of Wu Zhang's reminder before leaving, he could only swallow all his anger back in his stomach. It's nothing difficult, Lord Shun. This matter really has nothing to do with me. It was that guy who wronged me. If Lord Shun doesn't believe it, you can confront him with me. Confrontation? Shun Huanqing sneered. This guy actually knows how to think. Forget it. I have a better way than confronting you face to face. Shun Huanqing snapped his fingers, and then several government officials came over with instruments of torture. The torture tools were stained with little bloodstains, and the traces of use were very obvious. Seeing this scene, Mr. Sun's legs softened, and he fell directly to the ground. Master Shun, what are you going to do? You can't do whatever you want. I just took office, and I don't know how to be a good county magistrate. However, I heard that other county magistrates usually choose to torture to extract confessions when they encounter such unsolvable troubles. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed a good choice. Shun Huanqing casually took the torture instrument from one of the Yamen servants and played with it with a smile on his face. His understatement was chilling. If Mr. Sun hadn't had strong mental endurance, he would have been frightened to death. No, the results obtained through torture and confession are all false. Don't learn from Mr. Shun. Really? But why do I think it's true? Master Sun, if you don't tell the truth again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Shun Huanqing smiled and threw the torture instrument in his hand in front of Master Sun as a final warning. Master Sun was sweating profusely and paused to think. He looked at the person not far ahead, and it took him a long time to find his voice. If I haven't done it, I haven't done it. I have nothing to say. Okay, since Mr. Sun is so tough, don't blame me for being rude. Someone is here. Wait a minute, Lord Shin, are you sure you want to do this? Don't forget, Master Wu and I are close friends. If you do this, aren't you afraid of being blamed by Master Wu? Wu Jiang is the only life-saving straw that Mr. Sun can think of. Think about Shun Huanqing's level. He firmly believed that Shun Huanqing would definitely admit defeat. Pity. Master Wu? Mr. Sun may have forgotten that not long ago, I killed his adopted son in front of Mr. Wu. Do you think your identity is stronger or weaker than that of Mr. Wu's adopted son? Yes. This guy is not afraid of Wu Jiang at all. Shun Huanqing's words awakened Mr. Sun's memory from a few days ago. He did not dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly climbed up to Shun Huanqing. Master Shun, I was wrong. I admit it. I admit everything. Chapter 48 Armistice. At this moment, how can Mr. Sun still have the time to deal with the grudge between him and Shun Huanqing? Survival is his only thought. Wouldn't it be over if I didn't say it earlier? Why do you have to let me say it for this reason? Shun Huanqing shook his head at Master Sun with a look of helplessness and reached out to pat his shoulder comfortingly. Don't be nervous. You're going to tell the truth. Naturally, I won't do anything to you. I hope you are telling me what I want to hear. The thing about the hot pot restaurant was indeed paid for by me. I was just jealous of the business of Mr. Shun's hot pot restaurant. I wanted to use some tricks to attract some business for my family. I didn't expect that Mr. Shun would see through it so easily. Okay, Mr. Shun, I really know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. Please let me go. Mr. Sun told all the truth straightforwardly. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for cooperating with the investigation. Someone will come and put him in a cell until he is punished. Yes. What? Sir, I've already said what I need to say. Why are you still locking me in? After hearing what Shun Huanqing said, Mr. Sun suddenly became frightened. He couldn't imagine what he would become like if he stayed here for one night. No, he can't stay here. Master Shin, what else do you want to hear? I'll say whatever I say. As long as you don't lock me up here, I can say whatever you want. Look at what you said. You can say whatever you want. Can I put a knife on your neck and force you to do it? Shun Huanqing rolled his eyes angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Wu led someone to lift Mr. Sun up and threw him directly into the cell carefully prepared by Shun Huanqing. Shun Huanqing stood up slowly and waved to Mr. Sun with a smile on his face. It's getting late. It's time for me to leave. Don't worry, Mr. Sun. I will give you a satisfactory punishment as soon as possible. After leaving these words, Shun Huanqing left without looking back. Seeing this, Mr. Sun came to the cell door in horror, grabbed the railing, and shook it wildly. No, no, don't put me here. Let me out. Shen Sen, come back. Let me out. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Wu unconsciously smiled on his face. Brother Shin, it has to be you. With just a few strokes, you managed to subdue Sunday. I think he must really like this gift we gave him. Thinking of the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in that cell, Wu couldn't help but feel terrified. God knows how long it took him to catch those things. It's really cheap to have the surname Sun. I can't help it. Who makes him keep going against me? I like to be reciprocal. I hope that after today's work, he can understand something. After Shun Huanqing finished speaking, he walked directly into the study and started to deal with today's affairs. For several days, Mr. Sun stayed in the cell. He tried his best, but could not break free from the cell. I originally thought about using money to bribe the jailer, change myself to a better place, and get some good wine and food, but who would have thought that they would disappear immediately after taking the money? Yes, I got scammed again. 3 days later, Wu Jiang learned the news and came over. The moment he saw Shun Huanqing, Wu Jiang could no longer suppress the surging emotions in his heart and spoke out in anger. Shun Huanqing, how long are you going to go against me? Release Mr. Sun immediately. I don't understand what Mr. Wu is saying. Shun Huanqing put down the pen in his hand and looked at the angry Wu Jiang with confusion. He originally wanted to punish Mr. Sun, but he never expected Wu Jiang to be so impatient. Now that we are here, let's go together. Hearing this, Wu Jiang sneered. Stop pretending to be crazy and stupid here. First Wei Zhe, and then Sun Yuanwei. What on earth do you want to do? Master Wu is joking. I don't mean anything against you. I punish all guilty people. The emperor is as guilty as the common people when they break the law, let alone them. I am doing this for the sake of the people. I hope Master Wu can forgive me. Shen Huanqing spoke politely, but did not answer Mr. Wu's questions directly from beginning to end. Wu Jiang was furious when he heard this. Just when he was about to continue speaking, Shen Huanqing took the lead in calling the government servant in. Speaking of which, I would like to thank Mr. Wu for reminding me. I just said that I seem to have forgotten something recently. You people are also serious. Why don't you remind me that Mr. Sun is still in prison? Go, release Mr. Sun, and fight the top 10 board, just find 500. Yes. The Yamen officer took the order and left, leaving only a shocked Wu Jiang. I thought that Shen Huanqing would take this opportunity to kill Master Sun directly, but I never thought that Shen Huanqing would just reward Master Sun with 10 big rewards. When did this person become so kind? Are you deliberately showing off to me? Master Wu is overthinking. Speaking of which, Mr. Sun did not do anything excessive this time. A small punishment or a big warning will suffice. After today's incident, I hope we can be on the same page with Mr. Wu. Shen Huanqing expressed his thoughts openly. Hearing this, Wu Jiang frowned. He really couldn't figure out what the kid in front of him wanted to do. The water in the well does not interfere with the water in the river. That's right, I am now the County Magistrate of Guangyang City, and I am serving the Imperial Court together with Mr. Wu. Rather than fighting tit for tat, I hope to work with Mr. Wu to benefit the people of Greizhou. Speaking of which, Wu Jiang has nothing to pursue further. He nodded, the anger in his eyes dissipated a lot, replaced by appreciation. This kid can always surprise him when he doesn't expect it. It's a pity that the two of them are enemies. Otherwise, with his help, he would have a bright future. It's time to give Mr. Sun a good beating. Nothing's wrong. I'll leave first. Goodbye, Mr. Wu. When Mr. Sun was taken away by people from Wujiang, he walked with a limp. He turned his head reluctantly and looked at the county government study room, his eyes full of resentment. As soon as he got on the carriage, he couldn't wait to speak. Brother Wu, you must help me take revenge. What kind of revenge? I told you before I left. Don't provoke Shen Huanqing without my order. What about you? Look at what stupid things you have done. If Shen Huanqing hadn't thought of killing him, you think you can still sit here and talk to me? Before Master Sun could finish speaking, Wu Jiang interrupted impatiently. He looked at the person in front of him warningly and said coldly, Shen Huanqing is no longer something you and I can mess with. I don't care what grudges you have with him. Please be honest during this period and stay dormant. Don't cause trouble again, otherwise I won't be able to protect you. Hearing what Wu Jiang said, Mr. Sun's eyes flashed with disbelief. He didn't expect Wu Jiang to compromise with Shen Huanqing so easily. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The dignified prefect would actually bow to a small county magistrate. Wu Jiang is really not afraid that this matter will spread out and make others laugh. I'm talking to you. Brother Wu, forget it if he doesn't want to help. I will avenge myself. Chapter 49. Poisoning. You. Wu Jiang didn't expect Mr. Sun to be so stubborn. He wanted to say more, but Master Sun directly opened the curtain and got out of the carriage. Watching the man leave, Wu Jiang helplessly shook his head. That's all. He has already said everything he should and can say. Master Sun doesn't want to listen, and there's nothing he can do about it. Let him be. Let's go. Yes. That night, Shen Huanqing stayed in the county government office to rest. I thought about taking a good bath to dispel the fatigue of the day, but who would have thought that just as I sat down in the tub, a swaying maid walked in. She walked straight behind Shen Huanqing, and her slender jade fingers landed on his shoulders when Shen Huanqing wasn't paying attention. The cold touch made Shen Huanqing tremble all over. He opened his eyes suddenly, frowned, and looked at the person who appeared behind him at some unknown time. Who are you? Why have I never seen you? Replying to your lord, my name is Xiao Hong. She is specially here to serve you. Your lord has been tired for a day, so you might as well ask your maid to press your buttons. Xiao Hong looked at Shen Huanqing shyly. While speaking, his hand went down Shen Huanqing's chest. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing reached out and grabbed her wrist and spoke with cold eyes. Why don't I remember that there is a maid like you in the yamen? Tell me, who sent you here? Sir, you have hurt me. I am really a member of the government. Xiao Hong looked at Shen Huanqing pitifully. If I want to say more, the door is pushed open. Zhu Qi originally wanted to come over and give Shen Huanqing a massage, but who would have thought that she would see such a scene as soon as she came in? She walked up to the two of them angrily and looked at them with cold eyes. What are you two doing? Who are you? Why are you here? A slave is a maid who specializes in serving Master Shen. Is it normal here? Xiao Hong blinked. Hearing this, Zhu Qi slapped Shen Huanqing's hand away and pulled him up without any explanation. Stay somewhere where it's cool. Mr. Shen doesn't need your service. Get out. She glared at the maid in front of her angrily and then drove her out of the house. The unruly look made Shen Huanqing burst into laughter. Zhu Qi has grown up and has a temper. Letting you take care of the hot pot restaurant is the most correct choice I have ever made. Listening to the teasing laughter coming from behind, Zhu Qi put her hands on her hips and walked angrily to Shen Huanqing. How dare you laugh? How can you let a woman like that come in and out of your room at will? Isn't it enough to have 7 of us? The conscience of heaven and earth. She came in behind my back. Facing the question, Shen Huanqing spread his hands helplessly and honestly recounted to Zhu Qi what had just happened. Hearing this, Zhu Qi looked out the door in confusion. My boss, are you sure you remember correctly? She is really not from the mansion? Although I don't like to pay attention to this matter, I have some impressions of the people in the house. I am sure that that person is not from our house. Hearing this, Zhu Qi immediately raised alarm bells. She was spinning around in a panic, turning around to leave. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing quickly grabbed her hand. Before she could react, he wrapped his arms around her waist and took her straight into the bucket. Zhu Qi exclaimed and subconsciously hugged Shen Huanqing's neck with both hands. Master, what are you doing? Aren't you here to give me a massage? We'll talk about the massage later. I have to tell the guards the news quickly and ask them to arrest him. Zhu Qi looked at Shen Huanqing coquettishly and struggled to get up while speaking. However, Shen Huanqing's hug was too tight, and she couldn't break free. Don't worry, there are so many experts in the house. She can't make big waves. Rather than arresting people, I hope you can give me a massage first. I'm really going to die from exhaustion. Why don't you give me a massage? We have been busy in the hot pot restaurant every day during this period, and our hands and feet are weak every day when we come home. Then I'll press it for you first, and then you press it for me later. Shen Huanqing said with a smile. While speaking, his hands wandered randomly around Zhu Qi's body. The sound of mandarin ducks playing in the water spread from inside to outside. Xiao Hong, who was lying by the window, heard the movement and sneered unconsciously. At this moment, there was movement behind him. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Ji Qingxue looked at the person who was eavesdropping by the window. A hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Hong didn't dare to hesitate, turned around, and ran away. Ji Qingxue wanted to go in and say hello to Shen Huanqing, but unexpectedly she heard voices coming from inside. An abnormal blush appeared on her cheeks, and she turned around and ran away. The next day, the girls finished packing and were ready to go out to the hot pot restaurant. Thinking of what happened last night, the first time Ji Qingxue saw Zhu Qi, she came to her side and spoke with a smile. Zhu Qi, congratulations on winning the first prize last night. Are you happy now? Sister, what did you say? Zhu Qi looked at Ji Qingxue in confusion, with an abnormal blush on her face. Seeing this, Ji Qingxue smiled and said, I know everything that happened last night. Stop hiding it. Ah, no, sister, don't get me wrong, my boss and I. Boss, what's wrong with you? Before Zhu Qi finished speaking, Lu Hongyu's nervous voice sounded from the side. Hu Wu was seen hurriedly running into the mansion, carrying the unconscious Shun Huanxing on his back. He didn't have time to say hello and took Shun Huanxing directly into the house. Seeing this, the women rushed into the room without caring about anything else. Fifth brother, what's wrong with my boss? I don't know either. Brother Shin told me that he had a headache and fever when he came here today. I thought he had caught a cold, so I thought of making him a bowl of ginger soup. Who would have thought that I would see him faint when he returned to the study? I didn't dare to delay, so I quickly carried him back. Ah, does my boss also have a headache and fever? After hearing what Hu Wu said, Zhu Qi subconsciously reached out and touched his forehead. Hearing this, Ji Qingxue turned her head and reached out to touch Zhu Qi's forehead. Oh my god, Zhu Qi, your head is so hot. Why are you still standing here after it's burned like this? Qingyu, take her back to the room quickly. Ji Qingxue said hurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Huanxing, who was in coma, opened his eyes. He was so dizzy that he managed to sit up with help from Hu Wu. Why am I here? Shun Huanxing looked around blankly, completely unaware of what was happening. Brother Shun, you fainted in the study. I brought you back. Hu Wu sighed. Hearing this, Shun Huanxing frowned. Before she could speak, she heard Ji Qingxue scolding. It's true that you and Zhu Qi, you have to pay attention to the time when you are playing in the water. It's weird that you don't catch a cold in such a cold day. Mandarin ducks playing in the water? When the other girls heard what Ji Qingxue said, they all had abnormal blushes on their faces. Even Hu Wu coughed twice, uncomfortably. Hearing this, Shun Huanxing said in confusion, Zhu Qi is also sick? Yes, I'm just asking you to help her back to the room. Please tell me. Wrong. Before Ji Qingxue finished speaking, Qin Piampian interrupted. She walked quickly to Shun Huanxing, sat down along the edge of the bed, and reached out to touch Shun Huanxing's forehead. Piampian, what's wrong? What's wrong? Dong Jia and Zhu Qi don't act like they've suffered from the cold, but rather like they've been poisoned. Chapter 50, there is a ghost in the house. Poison? Are you mistaken? How could the good Dong Jia and Zhu Qi be poisoned? Hearing what Qin Piampian said, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Don't worry, this poison is not a big deal. Just leave it to me. Qin Piampian said as she took out a small jade bottle from her arms. She took out one of the pills and handed it to Shun Huanxing, and then handed the jade bottle in her hand to Lu Hongyu. Hongyu, take it and give it to Zhu Qi, just one pill. Good. Seeing Shun Huanxing swallow the pill, Qin Piampian stood up slowly. I just gave my boss a detoxification pill. He'll be fine after a while. But more than this, I am more curious about how he was poisoned. I will check what he has eaten during this period. You guys come with me to check it out. Look. Good. The women helped Shun Huanxing stand up and quickly caught up with Qin Piampian. They checked all the food they had eaten in the past few days, but found no problems. Ji Qingxue watched from the side and suddenly thought of the scene he saw outside the door last night. Could it be Xiaohong did it? The cold smile was still in front of her eyes. Thinking of this possibility, Ji Qingxue immediately turned around and went to the servant's room. Xiaohong didn't expect Ji Qingxue to come at this time. A trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes, and she bowed respectfully to Ji Qingxue. Greetings, madam. Xiaohong, what were you trying to do outside the Dong family's door last night? Hearing this, Xiaohong's expression changed. She knelt on the ground in fear and spoke in a pitiful voice. Madam, please forgive me. I was just confused last night. I know I was wrong. I will never have any ideas about Master Shin again. Hearing this, Ji Qingxue's expression changed. What do you mean? You want to seduce the boss? Please forgive me, madam. I really know I am wrong. Please don't chase me away. Xiaohong begged for mercy one after another. Ji Qingxue was annoyed by her noise. This won't happen again. This time I'll punish you to be a maid. If you dare to do this again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Thank you, madam, for your kindness. Ji Qingxue shook her head and turned around. Before leaving, she took a deep look at Xiaohong. This matter does not seem to have anything to do with Xiaohong. She may be overthinking it. How did Dong Jia and Zhu Qi get poisoned? An investigation yielded no results, so everyone had to go back to their rooms. At this moment, Shun Huanxing suddenly proposed a bold idea. If someone hadn't tampered with the food, it would have been the bathwater. Last night, Zhu Qi and I spent the most time in contact with the bathwater. I think the two of us were poisoned at that time. After hearing Shun Huanqing's words, the expressions of the girls changed. Unfortunately, the bath water has been thrown away, so even if they have this guess, they have no way to verify it. No matter how Dongjia and Zhuqi were poisoned, there must be someone in the mansion who wants to harm Dongjia. You take good care of Dongjia and Zhuqi, and leave the rest to me. Ji Qingxue made a prompt decision. Hearing this, the women nodded. Be careful when investigating. This person was able to poison me without anyone noticing. His strength must be extraordinary. Good. By the way, focus on investigating the maid named Xiaohong. She was the only one I had contact with last night beside Zhuqi. It's Xiaohong again. Hearing this name again, Ji Qingxue's doubts grew stronger. Certain details that she had overlooked came to her mind. She didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned around to investigate. A day later, Ji Qingxue found the two sisters Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu. Sister, how is the investigation going? Are there any results? At this time, the two girls didn't know why Ji Qingxue asked them to come here. Seeing Ji Qingxue's serious expression, the two men's faces darkened slightly. Are you in any trouble? The person who poisoned her should be Xiaohong. I checked her indenture, and all the information is false. I asked the servants in the mansion, and they didn't know when Xiaohong came in. How so? After hearing what Ji Qingxue said, they widened their eyes in shock. At the moment, Xiaohong's purpose of sneaking into the mansion is still unclear. I dare not act rashly. I can only ask you two to come with me to capture her. Let's go now without further delay. The two sisters of the Lu family did not dare to delay. After saying this, he and Ji Qingxue rushed to the yard where Xiaohong was. What a coincidence. As soon as the three girls arrived, they saw Xiaohong packing her bags and preparing to leave. The gazes of several people intertwined in the air. Lu Hongyu acted decisively, rushed forward, and subdued Xiaohong with just a few moves. She looked at the person in front of her with cold eyes and asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Let me go." "You want to leave after hurting someone? How can that be so easy? Tell me, who sent you here? What is your purpose?" "I don't know what you were talking about. I packed my bags because an elder at home is sick, and I want to go back to see him." Xiaohong spoke calmly. While speaking, he didn't dare to look into the eyes of the three people in front of him. Hearing this, Ji Qingxue walked up to her and asked, "Is that true? If you ladies don't believe me, forget it. I didn't do anything wrong, and there's no need for me to explain to you." Hearing this, Lu Hongyu turned around and looked at Ji Qingxue. It was at this moment of distraction that Xiaohong successfully seized the opportunity. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she struggled to break free from Lu Hongyu's shackles, and then crashed into a stone pillar beside her. Seeing this, Ji Qingxue's face changed. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Qingyu took the lead and stopped Xiaohong, who was trying to commit suicide. "You would rather die than tell us your true identity and purpose. You are quite an interesting person. You can kill or shave as you please." When things have reached this point, Xiaohong has nothing to say. She looked at the person in front of her angrily and spoke unwillingly. Hearing this, Ji Qingxue nodded. "In that case, bring her to the owner first." "Good." Seeing the Lu sisters holding Xiaohong into the house, Shun Huanqing shook his head with a complicated expression. "It's really you. Who sent you here? I have nothing to say. If you want to kill or behead me, it's up to you." Even when faced with Shun Huanqing, Xiaohong did not change her tune. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing did not ask any further questions. He just turned to Ji Qingxue and said, "Let's find fifth brother and see if he can pry her mouth open. If she is still unwilling to say anything, then lock her up first. Enter the woodshed." "Yes." After receiving Shun Huanqing's instructions, Ji Qingxue turned around and left with the others. Just as the two Lu sisters were about to follow, they heard Shun Huanqing's voice coming from behind. "You two wait." The two women turned around in confusion. It wasn't until Ji Qingxue and Xiaohong disappeared that Shun Huanqing spoke slowly. "This matter is not trivial. Xiaohong can't complete it alone. If I'm not wrong, there should be other ghosts in the house. Please do your best these 2 days and secretly keep an eye on the woodshed. If there is any trouble, tell me as soon as possible. Don't worry, boss. Leave this matter to us." Chapter 51: Civil Strife in the Government. Xiaohong's mouth was harder than Shun Huanqing imagined. Even if Wu came forward in person, he could not pry it open. They had no choice but to temporarily lock Xiaohong in the woodshed. In the dead of night, Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu squatted around the woodshed, waiting quietly. The cold night was biting, but fortunately the two girls had been training since childhood, so they didn't run away. Sensing someone approaching, the two women turned their heads warily. They were relieved when they saw that the person coming was Wu. Fifth brother, you are here. How's the situation? There is no movement. Could it be that the owner made a mistake? It's unlikely. I've known Brother Shun until now, and every step he takes is unexpected. I have confidence in him. Shun Huanqing's various actions had already conquered Wu's heart unconsciously. He might question what others said, but if it were Shun Huanqing, he would definitely believe it. After hearing what Wu said, the two women nodded. They said no more and continued to sit quietly. Time passed by, and everyone fell asleep listening to the sound of the clock coming from outside the hospital. But at this moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, holding a knife, and rushed straight to the woodshed. The sword's light was filled with chills, and the people around him were awakened in the blink of an eye. They looked at the figure, glanced at each other, and then rushed out simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, they dominated the man. Wu looked at the man in black in front of him with cold eyes. The man in black obviously didn't expect so many people to comply around the woodshed. He looked around and frowned ugly. Damn it, it seems that I can't complete the task of killing Xiaohong tonight. After taking a look at the situation at the scene, the man in black did not dare to hesitate and turn around to run. Seeing this, the two Lu sisters and Wu rushed forward. That man was no match for the three of them and was defeated in just a few moves. Looking at the man under the knife, Wu quickly and decisively tore off the black cloth covering his face. The next moment, a familiar face came into view, and he froze in place. Why is it you? Kong Lu? Why? Who sent you? Why Kong Lu? The other detectives present were also dumbfounded when they saw this familiar face. Who could have thought that former partners who fought together would finally meet each other in this way? After Shun Huanqing arrived at the scene, he was also shocked by the person in front of him. Although he had just taken office not long ago, he had a certain impression of the people in the government. He couldn't figure out what grudges he had with Kong Lu that could make him join forces with Xiaohong to poison him. Kong Lu, why are you talking? If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell us directly why you're doing this. How can Mr. Shin be sorry for you? Why do you want to kill him? Facing Wu's questioning, Kong Lu's expression remained unchanged. It was as if he couldn't hear anything, and he never opened his mouth from beginning to end. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing sighed. Kong Lu, I thought this was your first offender. If you are willing to tell me the truth of the matter, I can let it go. There is no need to ruin a good life for a small mistake. Tell us the truth. Shun Huanqing persuaded. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Lu suddenly raised his head. Just when everyone thought Kong Lu was about to speak, Kong Lu got the strength from nowhere, broke free from the restraints of the policemen around him, pulled out the dagger on his waist, and went straight to kill Shun Huanqing. The swords flickered, and everyone's hearts trembled. At the critical moment, Wu took a step across to stand in front of Shun Huanqing. He pulled out the knife from his waist and knocked Kong Lu's dagger away. That's enough, Kong Lu. I'm going to continue to make mistakes. Stop now, Wu said anxiously. Hearing this, Kong Lu suddenly raised a smile. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he spread his hands, closed his eyes, and hit the sword in Wu's hand. Blood splashed out, dyeing everyone's sight red. Kong Lu lost all hope and fell straight down. Wu stared blankly at the scene in front of him for a long time before he panicked and threw away the sword in his hand and rushed towards Kong Lu. No, Kong Lu, brother Kong Lu. The crowd shouted one after another, but Kong Lu didn't even say a word. The two sisters of the Lu family looked at the scene in front of them and came behind Shun Huanqing with complicated expressions. I don't know who instigated these two people to assassinate my boss. How could I make this man named Kong Lu so determined? Maybe that person holds the key to them. After hearing what the two said, Shun Huanqing sighed with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that a dignified police officer would eventually die under the sword of his colleagues? Why'd he do this? Fifth brother, don't be sad. Find someone to bury Kong Lu's body properly. It seems that this matter is more complicated than we imagined. If you have time, go to Kong Lu's hometown to see it. Maybe you can get it there. Clue. Okay, I understand. Wu adjusted his emotions and stood up slowly. In the final analysis, Kong Lu himself did something wrong, and he can understand why he made such a choice. Let in there. Thinking that Hu Wugong was about to send someone to take away Kong Lu's body, he saw Shun Huanqing's expression change. No, you guys go in and see Xiaohong. If that person can bribe one agent, he can bribe other agents. There was such a loud commotion outside the door, and it was impossible for Xiaohong in the woodshed not to hear it. She won't. After hearing this, everyone did not dare to hesitate, and immediately broke into the door. The strong smell of blood assaulted her nostrils, and Xiaohong lay in a pool of blood with her eyes wide open, her face full of reluctance. How so? After seeing the situation in front of her clearly, Lu Hongyu exclaimed. There were so many of them standing outside, but Xiaohong still died. She carefully inspected Xiaohong's body and then walked to Shun Huanqing. The opponent is a skilled practitioner. His movements are clean and neat, and he seals his throat with a sword. It seems that they have been fully prepared from the beginning. No matter whether Kong Lu is exposed or not, Xiaohong will not be safe. Take the body down. All the clues were broken. Shun Huanqing took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Hearing this, Hu Wu nodded and quickly sent someone to take the body down. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Shun Huanqing stopped him. After making sure there was no one else around, Shun Huanqing spoke slowly. Fifth brother, this matter is more serious than I thought. I think there should be a traitor sent by the people behind the scenes among the police. You must be careful during this period. If you can, catch the person as soon as possible. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely not let his traitor go unpunished. I will definitely find out why Kong Lu did this. Okay, tell me as soon as you find anything. Don't act rashly. Yes. Hu Wu took the order and left. Looking at his leaving figure, Shun Huanqing sighed. Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu stood beside Shun Huanqing, one on the left and one on the right, speaking worriedly. Boss, we will protect you closely during this period. Don't worry, we won't let anything happen to you. Chapter 52, Sun Again. After learning about the traitor, Ji Qingxue immediately found Shun Huanqing. My boss, you might as well leave the investigation of the traitors to me. I'm sure I can find them all. It was rare to see Ji Qingxue take the initiative, and Shun Huanqing was a little confused. Are you sure? This matter is not trivial. Once you get involved in the investigation, you will become a thorn in the side of the traitor. I'm worried that they will be detrimental to you. Don't worry, I have already discussed it with Hongyu. She will protect you personally, and Qingyu will protect me personally. In addition, Piampian also gave me a lot of self-defense poisons. I will be fine. Seeing Ji Qingxue's insistence, Shun Huanqing hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, be sure to put your own safety first and evacuate immediately if anything goes wrong. Good. After receiving Shun Huanqing's affirmative answer, Ji Qingxue took Lu Hongyu away. When Hu Wu saw the two women coming, he thought something had happened to Shun Huanqing. After asking, he learned that they were here to investigate a traitor. Why would Brother Shun give you such a dangerous task? It's just nonsense. Fifth brother, please don't be nervous. This matter was requested by me on my own initiative and has nothing to do with my boss. I had already thought of a solution before I came here. I would like to ask Fifth brother to cooperate with me. As long as I can find out the traitor, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Hearing this, Ji Qingxue nodded with satisfaction. She leaned into Hu Wu's ear and whispered, not forgetting to emphasize one sentence at the end. We must arrest all those who participated in today's roundup. Good. The next day, it's just dawn. All the detectives were summoned to the Yamen lobby. Ji Qingxue sat in the main seat, while Hu Wu stood quietly aside. This strange combination left many detectives completely confused. They looked at each other and spoke cautiously. Fifth brother, you called us here so early. Do you have a mission? Brother, if you have any mission, just tell us. We will do our best. After hearing what everyone said, Hu Wu couldn't help but take a deep breath. When he thought that there was a traitor hidden among the people in front of him, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. I called everyone here today because of what happened last night. I'm sure you all know that I led a group of people to catch the traitor in Lord Shin's mansion last night. To be honest, I suspected many people before I went there, but I never thought that the traitor would be someone in our government office. Hu Wu spoke slowly. He took the rice paper handed to him by Ji Qingxue and slowly raised his hands. Kong Lu, who was captured by us yesterday, has confessed everything. What I have in my hand right now is the list of traitors. After hearing what Hu Wu said, everyone present changed their expressions. They looked at each other, complex emotions flashing in their eyes. Fifth brother, could this be a mistake? How could there be a traitor among us? Yes, we have been together for many years and know each other well. How could there be a traitor? I don't want to believe it either, but it is a fact that Kong Lu betrayed the government. I'll give you a chance now. If you come forward and turn yourself in, we will forgive you no matter what you did in the past. In addition, we will reward you with 10 taels of silver. If you expose others, you can get 5 taels of silver. If you have made up your mind, come to register with the lady. Don't worry, reporting a traitor is a good thing. and we will keep it confidential for you. Amidst the discussion, Hu slowly told Ji Qingxue everything that he and Ji Qingxue had already planned. Fortunately, their action was carried out at night yesterday, and the news had not yet spread. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if these people knew that Kong Lu committed suicide without saying anything. Having said that, many people present were already eager to make a move. They glanced at the people around them with hidden eyes, their faces expressionless, but they already had plans in their hearts. Ji Qingxue looked at the people below and slowly stood up with a pen and paper. If you have figured it out, just come to the back hall to find me. I'll be waiting for you. After saying this, Ji Qingxue turned and walked into the back hall. The people in the lobby had a brief exchange and then left. Soon, they appeared in the back hall one after another. Under the temptation of money, all the detectives began to expose each other. Ji Qingxue recorded their situation in the book one by one, and then handed the information to Hu Wu after everyone left. Fifth brother, I'll trouble you to check this list. Don't worry, madam. I will solve it as soon as possible. Hu Wu looked at the list in his hand and sighed in disappointment. He never expected that the situation inside the yamen would be so chaotic. Ridiculous. The people closest to you are the most dangerous people. With a list, everything becomes much easier. After investigation, Hu Wu successfully uncovered dozens of police officers from the yamen. Shun Huanqing looked at the list in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Why are there so many people? Didn't Mr. Yu discover this problem before when he was the county magistrate? Hearing Shun Huanqing's question, Hu Wu shook his head. Brother Shin, I can't blame you for this matter. I work with them every day, and I never found them to be such duplicitous people. Alas, there are so many traitors. The more Hu Wu thought about it, the more upset he became. Fifth brother, I know this incident has been a big blow to you, but now is not the time to talk about that. We have to continue the investigation and try to find the person behind it as soon as possible. I understand. Don't worry, I have sent trustworthy people. I believe it won't take long to get results. Okay. After this matter is settled, I will reshuffle the yamen to avoid another traitor. 3 days later, Hu Wu sent back the news. They found a large amount of silver in Kong Lu's house, and after asking, they learned that it was sent by the housekeeper of the Sun family. Kong Lu's mother saw many officers and soldiers coming and didn't know what was going on. She just eagerly looked forward to her son returning home. Looking at her old appearance, Hu Wu didn't know how to tell her the truth. After thinking for a moment, he could only let her know. When Shun Huanqing learned about this, he did not blame Hu Wu. Now that Kong Lu is dead, his mother is left alone. If you have time in the future, send more people to see his mother. If you need help, just ask. My lord is righteous, but it's a pity that Kong Lu. You can't blame him. Mr. Sun's family has a big business, and the conditions offered are really attractive. If it were me, I would make the same choice as him. I just didn't expect that he would do this. Shen Huanqing was speechless when he mentioned Mr. Sun. Thinking of the conversation with Wu Jiang not long ago, Shen Huanqing couldn't figure out whether this was Mr. Sun's idea or Wu Jiang's instruction. Master Sun has gone too far by provoking the government again and again. Brother Shin, whatever you say this time, you will show off to him. That's easy to say. We don't have any evidence now. It's really difficult to convict with this. Let's go talk to him first. Chapter 53. Fried Tea. Sun's House. The arrival of Shun Huanqing broke the peace of the Sun family. Looking at the many agents following him, the expressions on the Sun family's servants' expressions became even more ugly. In the hall, Mr. Sun was drinking tea slowly. The housekeeper ran in from the door in a panic, slipped, and fell to the ground. What does it look like to be reckless? Master, something bad has happened. Shen Huanqing is here again. Come, just come. Am I afraid of him? Mr. Sun sneered and put the teacup on the table. Hearing this, the housekeeper wanted to speak, and someone strode in from the door. Shen Huanqing put his hands behind his back and looked at Mr. Sun in the main seat with a smile. Long time no see, Mr. Sunday. Master Shun is joking. Didn't we just meet at the execution ground 2 days ago? Mr. Sun had a slight smile on his face, but his expression remained unchanged when he saw Shun Huanqing leading someone. I thought Mr. Sun had forgotten what happened at the execution ground 2 days ago. Master Shin, what do you say? Mr. Sun, you should know that Lord Wu and I have shaken hands and made peace, right? Do you think that if Lord Wu knew what you had done recently, would he be so angry that he would find someone to chop off your head? Shen Huanqing said with a half smile. He walked up to Master Sun and patted the back of his head casually. Hearing this, Mr. Sun raised his head. Their eyes met in the air. Under strong pressure, Mr. Sun spoke slowly. I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Shun. This old guy is quite calm. Shun Huanqing sneered and nodded, then turned around. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, Kong Lu has been captured by me. Given time, I will be able to pry his mouth open. By then, everything will be revealed. What? Kong Lu is still alive? These two simple sentences made Mr. Sun's heart tense. That guy wouldn't talk nonsense in front of Shun Huanqing, would he? Damn it, if he had known that this would happen, he should have arrested Kong Lu's old mother. He clenched his hands unconsciously and looked at Shun Huanqing with increasing intensity. Okay, I'll take the first step. Master Sun, you drink slowly. After leaving these words, Shun Huanqing led the people and strode away. Watching Shun Huanqing leave, Mr. Sun took a deep breath. Kong Lu Musti. Butler, find some experts and go to the government to kill Kong Lu. Yes, etc. Before the butler finished speaking, a man in black clothes walked in from outside. Seeing the person coming, Mr. Sun frowned. I wonder if Brother Jingyu has any advice for me? This person was specially kept by Wu Zhang's side to help him. Having said that, Mr. Sun knew that this person's existence was mainly for Wu Zhang to monitor him. Master Sun, you are too anxious. What? As far as I know, Kong Lu is dead. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check. Are you sure? The Kong Lu matter is of great importance, and Master Sun will not take any risks unless he is absolutely sure. Hearing this, Zheng Yu nodded. Think about it. If Kong Lu was still alive, why didn't Shun Huanqing wait until he had the evidence to come to you? What benefit would it have to him to alert the enemy? In my opinion, he really couldn't find any evidence that you paid to kill someone. That's why I came up with this plan to deceive you. If you really send someone, the government officials will raid the Sun family tomorrow. Think twice before you act, Mr. Sunday. Zheng Yu's analysis is clear and logical. Master Sun suddenly realized. He looked at Zheng Yu gratefully, cupped his fists, and raised his hands to him. Thank you, Brother Zheng, for reminding me. If it weren't for you, my Sun family would be in big trouble. Mr. Sun, you're welcome. I stand up just to hope that you understand that we are always on the same boat. Mr. Wu left me here with you to control your every move, but it is also to protect you. If you come back in the future, I hope you can tell me in advance what action to take. With my help, everything will be easy to do. No problem. Mr. Sun smiled and nodded, then turned around and ordered the butler to go to the government to inquire about the news. He looked out the door thoughtfully, with murderous intent in his eyes. Shun Huanqing, you want to touch me? Just wait and see. You will die in my hands sooner or later. At the same time, the government. Brother Shin, Kong Lu is obviously dead. Why did you lie in front of Mr. Sun? The moment he closed the study door, Wu could no longer contain his curiosity. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing spoke in a state of laughter and tears. It is precisely because Kong Lu is dead and we have no evidence of his murder. After much thought, I can only make this decision. I will arrange the Hongmen banquet at the government tonight. I hope Mr. Sun will not let me down. I see. No wonder Brother Shin has to deploy so many people. It's not enough to have them alone. Fifth brother, please help and keep an eye on what's going on tonight. If everything goes well, we can take down the Sun family in one fell swoop. The fly has lived long enough. It's time to leave him alone. It's night. All the government agents were ready to go. They held on for a whole night in the dark, but they couldn't wait for the Sun family to show up. After learning about this, Shun Huanqing could only give up. However, in order to prevent Mr. Sun from stumbling upon him again, Shun Huanqing specially sent people to take turns to guard near Mr. Sun's house. As soon as there is any trouble, he will get the news immediately. The poisoning matter has come to an end for now. Shun Huanqing immediately put the tea frying issue on the agenda. In the past few days, Shun Huanqing collected a lot of tea leaves. Local, foreign, fresh, stored for a long time. The girls looked curious and asked Shun Huanqing, but Shun Huanqing smiled and said nothing. Until this day, I didn't expect these tea leaves to be so difficult to collect. It's such a waste of time. Boss, you haven't told us what you're going to do with collecting tea leaves. Yes, I remember that you don't like tea, boss. Could it be that you have changed your taste? The 8 girls were chattering around Shun Huanqing, looking at him curiously. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing showed a mysterious smile on his face. Today's content is very important. Please read carefully, each one of you. I didn't buy these tea leaves to brew water directly, but to fry tea. Fried tea? Can you eat tea leaves too? No. The main purpose of frying tea is to remove the grassy smell from the tea leaves and stimulate its aroma. After frying, the tea leaves soaked in water alone will taste better than if you add a lot of seasonings. You can watch it closely. Shun Huanqing rubbed his hands enthusiastically. Under the watchful eyes of the ladies, a fire was started. When the pot was boiling hot, Shun Huanqing poured down the tea leaves with a single movement. Shun Huanqing stir-fried skillfully until the tea leaves were soaked with water and could be kneaded freely. Then Shun Huanqing put the tea leaves into the jars one by one according to the type. Zhu Qi, where's the hot water? Here. Hearing Shun Huanqing's call, Zhu Qi hurriedly handed over the teapot in her hand. Shun Huanqing grabbed a handful of tea leaves from the jar, threw it into it, shook it gently, and poured out the tea after about a cup of tea. Ladies, let's have a taste. Chapter 54: The Arrival of the Seventh Prince. The fragrance of tea leaves hits your nose, and the taste alone makes you feel relaxed and happy. The women picked up their teacups one after another and took a sip. It smells so good. I didn't expect that tea would become so delicious after being fried. No wonder the owner doesn't like to drink the tea we brewed. After tasting such a magical product, our earthly taste is indeed not worth mentioning. It's refreshing, and pleasant. Mr. Shun is really amazing. The women were full of praise. Even Song Chiefing, who has been traveling all year round, couldn't help but nod her head. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing smiled proudly. Low-key, I've roasted the tea leaves for you. Just take it to the hot pot restaurant. If you come, I'll give them a pot to relieve their tiredness. Yes, come on, don't make the tea too strong. Master Shin, are you planning to let the hot pot restaurant sell tea on your behalf? Hearing the implication of Shun Huanqing's words, Song Chiefing raised her eyebrows. Of course, I have worked hard and should receive some hard work. It is up to you to decide the price. Don't worry, owner, we will promote it well. The next day, the women brought various types of tea to the hot pot restaurant. For a time, the streets and alleys in the city were filled with the fragrance of tea and the spicy fragrance of hot pot. Diners and literati came to smell the aroma and surrounded the hot pot restaurant. After learning that tea sales had soared, Shin Huanqing hurriedly negotiated with nearby tea farmers to purchase all the tea. With the promotion of tea farmers are also busy. They got rid of the past life of having difficulty eating 3 meals a day and successfully became well off. As time goes by, more and more people come to Guangyang City for its tea frying skills. Shin Huanqing thought for a while and decided to hand over the tea frying skills to tea farmers. You only need to follow the method I teach you to make good tea. I will buy the tea you made at twice the price of normal tea. I have only one request to ensure quality and quantity. If I find out that someone is cheating and passing off quality products, then our cooperation will have to be terminated. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Thank you, Master Shin, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, Master Shin. The tea farmers looked at Shun Huanqing at the front with gratitude, as if they regarded Shun Huanqing as their bread and butter. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. You're welcome. Our demand for tea will increase greatly in the near future. You have to hurry up. If you don't have enough land, you can send someone directly to the government to find me, and I will arrange it for you. After Shun Huanqing arranged everything, he turned around and left with satisfaction. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Tea tasting has long been spread in Guangyang City, and even dignitaries in the capital have fallen in love with this activity. On weekdays, when I have nothing to do, I go to a tea house with a few friends to sit, and my life is very uncomfortable. At the same time, Zuaxian Tower in the capital. The seventh prince Ji Chung was drinking tea leisurely at the moment. The fragrance in his mouth washed away his fatigue. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he played with the tea cup curiously. It's really good tea. I don't know who came up with this tea frying technique. If I have the chance, I really want to meet that person. He was accustomed to eating delicacies from the mountains and seas, but it was rare for him to be so interested in folklore. The tea art of the servants in the palace is really nothing compared to this person. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Wan, who was sitting across from him, smiled. Seventh Prince, to be honest, I know who this person is who promotes fried tea. Oh, who is it? Don't try to hide it. Tell me quickly. Ji Cheng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to urge. This person is none other than Shun Huanqing, who presented his skills in purifying refined salt and sugar to the emperor not long ago. It's actually him. If I remember correctly, he is currently the County Magistrate of Guangyang City. It's a pity that such a talented person is just a County Magistrate. Ji Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. The emergence of the two major techniques of purifying refined salt and purifying white sugar successfully caused an uproar in the court. Unexpectedly, the art of frying tea also came from this person. Who is he? I have the same idea as the seventh prince on this matter, but the county magistrate's matter is the emperor's decree, and I can't say much. Thinking of Shun Huanqing's current status, Ouyang shook his head helplessly. Shun Huanqing is a strange man. He is destined to be extraordinary in the Great Zhou dynasty. It happens that the seventh prince has nothing to do recently. You might as well take this opportunity to go to Guangyang City to meet Shun Huanqing. If you can win over Shun Huanqing, it will be of great benefit to you. Winning over Shun Huanqing? This is a good suggestion. Even if Shun Huanqing cannot help him in court, with these skills, there is no need to worry about finances. Thinking of this, Ji Qing nodded. Okay, let's go to Guangyang City now. 2 days later, Guangyang City. I didn't expect that this hot pot was also created by Shun Huanqing. It's really wonderful to try it in the cold weather. Ji Chung and Ouyang had just arrived in Guangyang City and couldn't wait to go straight to the hot pot restaurant. The two of them queued outside the door for an hour before finally taking their seats. The spicy and delicious aroma kept stimulating their tastes, and the two of them ate so much that they completely forgot the purpose of their trip. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. It's just a pity that this hot pot restaurant is only found in Guangyang City. If it can open to the capital, we don't have to travel so far. This matter is easy to handle. I'll see Shun Huanqing later and discuss it with him. Is it just a store? You and I can just put it together and open a street. The two of them ate hot pot and sipped tea. The two flavors came down one after another, making people applaud. What are you doing standing around? Find a seat and eat your own food. Ji Chung glanced at the guards following him and waved his hand casually. The hot lips and the flush on the face make the whole person look beaming. Upon hearing this, the guard nodded quickly, turned around, and sat down. I don't know how long it took, but a figure appeared in the hot pot restaurant. For a moment, everyone put down their chopsticks and greeted him enthusiastically. Master Shun is here. Master Shun came a little late today and has almost finished the meat. Master Shun, I wonder if there is any new tea in the store recently. Can you make a pot for everyone to try? Don't talk about the new tea. I don't even have the old tea in this shop. Tell me about each of you. Just buy it. You don't know how to leave a pot for me. You guys enjoy it. I can only go home and drink it. The wind is coming from the northwest. Shun Huanqing spoke helplessly and walked through the crowd with a smile. When the people heard this, they all laughed. When Ji Chung and Ouyang saw this scene, they couldn't help but nodded in approval. As an official, you should love the people. Shun Huanqing did this well. Thinking about it, Ji Chung waved to Shun Huanqing generously. Master Shun, we are from the capital. Would it be an honor to have a drink with you at the same table? Easy to say. Easy to say. We are guests here. Zhu Qi, give these two friends from the capital 2 plates of meat. Okay, here we go. Chapter 55. All people are created equal. Shun Huanqing walked through the crowd, walked to Ji Chung, and sat down next to him with a smile. He briefly looked at the two people in front of him, and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. Both of these two people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and exuded a sense of nobility in their movements. They must be members of a large family in the capital. I never thought they would come all the way to eat hot pot. It's time to think about chain stores. Shun Huanqing thought, stretched out his hand, and poured himself a cup of tea. Thank you both for traveling thousands of miles to take care of my business. I'd like to toast you both. With that said, Shun Huanqing drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Seeing this, Ji Chung smiled and said, Master Shun, do you want to respect us? Or do you want to ask for tea from us? Ahem, young master, if you see through it but don't tell it, I'm going to beg for water at the table. So what if you generously reward me with 2 cups? After being exposed, Shun Huanqing looked helpless. While talking, he poured himself another glass. I have long heard that Mr. Shun is very popular among the people. When I saw him today, it turned out to be true. You too are honored. Master Shun, please don't be modest. We heard about what you did after taking office more than 100 times on the way here. I'm really curious. Why you want to share the tea frying technique with those tea farmers when it is such a good way to make money? Aren't you afraid that they will retaliate and start your own business? This question has been lingering in Ji Cheng's mind for a long time. After finally meeting Shun Huanqing, of course I had to ask for clarification. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing smiled and waved his hand. Today's world is not peaceful. Countless people are displaced and struggling to eat. I have handed over the salt-making method and tea frying skills to them successively, hoping to improve their lives. To be honest, my goal is not just to be the County Magistrate of Guangyang City. I look forward to one day being able to govern a larger area so that I can help more people get rid of poverty and become rich. I think that there will be more people with my help you can live and work in peace and contentment, and my heart will be happy. Shen Huanqing generously expressed his ambitions and ideals. The more they listened, the more Jicheng and Ouyang would admired Shen Huanqing. It's a pity that most people in the court are selfish. If there are a few more people like Shen Huanqing, in time, Dazhou will definitely be able to dominate. What a pity, what a pity. Master Shen, I believe in you. You will definitely be able to realize your ideal. I toast you with this cup. Ouyang picked up the teacup and looked at Shen Huanqing seriously. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing raised his glass and clinked it with him. With your good words, if one day I achieve my ideal, I will definitely come to thank you. Master Shen, I also believe in you. When you come to the capital, you must come to me. No problem. The three of them looked at each other, smiled, picked up their teacups, and drank the whole drink in one gulp. They talked and laughed like old friends they hadn't seen for a long time. Several women not far away saw this scene and promptly handed over freshly brewed tea. Customers in the hot pot restaurant came and went, and everyone was very busy. After an unknown amount of time, a discordant sound broke the calm. Sir, please respect yourself. Hearing the sound, Shen Huanqing and the others turned their heads. Not far away, two girls with slight makeup stood side by side, looking helplessly at the drunken youths in front of them. Hearing this, a young man smiled disdainfully. Self-respect? Don't think that I won't recognize you if you change your clothes. Once you were a geisha, you will never get rid of this reputation in this life. Why are you pretending? If you two know something, I can consider inviting you. You guys have a meal. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the onlookers looking at the two girls changed. They pointed and pointed with disgust in their eyes. Realizing this, the two women suddenly turned pale. They held hands and cuddled up, cheering each other on. What's wrong with the geisha? We rely on our ability to make a living. We don't steal or rob. You have no right to say that to us. Well said. After hearing what the two women said, Shen Huanqing stood up with a smile on his face. He turned around and glanced at Jicheng and Ouyang apologetically, then strode over. Master Shen. Master Shen. Seeing Shen Huanqing stand up, both sides spoke in unison. Shen Huanqing nodded calmly and walked up to the two women. What you said just now is very good. I've always believed that people are equal. No one is nobler than anyone else. As long as they live by the efforts of their own hands, they are all worthy of admiration. You are, and so are everyone else present. What happened to the geisha? The geisha stopped eating? My store will never refuse people who work hard to make a living. Please take a seat. Shen Huanqing smiled and pointed to the side. His remarks caused everyone present to fall silent. The two women looked at Shen Huanqing gratefully and bowed to him. Thank you, sir. Thank me for what? It's me who should thank you for coming all the way to take care of my business. I'll have someone give you 2 more plates of meat later. Sir, this is impossible. Yes, you have to pay. After hearing what Shen Huanqing said, the two women waved their hands in flattery. As soon as she said her rejection, Ji Qingxue came over holding the meat with a smile on her face. It's a little late for you two to refuse. I prepared everything. Sit down and eat. Seeing this, the two women nodded gratefully to Shen Huanqing again, and then sat down. Shen Huanqing turned to look at the two drunken guests behind him with a sneer on his lips. Do you guys want to continue eating or continue to stir up trouble? You. Who do you think you are? Get out of here and don't ruin our good deeds here. That's right, a geisha is a geisha. What's the point of being clean after entering Yahanyuan? I don't think it's okay to eat in the same room with such people. Bang! Before the man could finish his words, Shen Huanqing punched him in the face. Everyone looked at the scene in shock and swallowed subconsciously. But they dare to speak arrogantly in front of me. These few are really interesting. Someone, bring them back to the government. Yes. The police officers guarding the door acted quickly and arrested the people who were causing trouble. Everyone looked at it, not knowing what to say. Shen Huanqing glanced at the people present and then spoke slowly. Although I am a guest, please don't forget that I also have another identity, and that is the County Magistrate of Guangyang City. No matter who you are, don't mess around on my territory. The laws of Dazhou are strict, and no one is allowed to take advantage of them. I hope everyone will take this as a warning. If I hear remarks that insult women again in the future, I will be punished in the same way. Lord Shen is wise. Thank you, Master Shen, for making the decision for the little girls. Shen Huanqing's words were echoed by the people. The women present stood up and looked at Shen Huanqing gratefully. Ouyang Wen and Jicheng, who were not far away, saw this scene and glanced at each other subconsciously. As expected of someone you can remember in your heart, Shen Huanqing is truly unique. I didn't expect him to say such a thing. It seems that my job as an official is not good enough. I will learn more from Shen Huanqing in the future. Ha ha, this prince must also learn from him. Chapter 56, Making Fruit Charcoal. Ji Cheng and Ouyang, when we're talking with even more praise for Shen Huanqing in their eyes. Shen Huanqing walked back to the two of them, sat down, and said with an apologetic expression, "You two have to watch the joke. Lord Shen, I am so lucky to have you. You are too incompetent to stay in this small Guangyang city. I wonder if you are willing to go to the capital with me? I promise you, as long as you nod, I will definitely give you endless glory and wealth." Faced with such talents, Ji Cheng could no longer restrain his desire to recruit. Seeing Ji Cheng's fiery gaze, Shen Huanqing laughed and shook his head. Two young masters. Do you have to say these spoiler words during a wonderful dinner? Today, I only regard you two as confidants, and I hope that you can temporarily forget my identity as the County Magistrate of Guangyang City. I haven't met such a compatible friend for a long time. Okay, let's continue eating. Ji Cheng was stunned when he heard Shen Huanqing's answer. The next moment, he smiled and nodded. He was too anxious. Brother Shen is right, but I am too presumptuous. I won't talk about status today, only about ideals. Drink. Ji Cheng picked up the wine glass. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing and Ouyang raised their hands simultaneously. The wine glasses clinked together, and the three of them drank it all. The three of them talked and laughed, not caring about each other's identities. After 3 rounds of drinking, both Ji Cheng and Ouyang were a little drunk. The sight of the two of them was no longer clear, and Shen Huanqing felt helpless as they looked at each other drowsily. Ji Qingxue walked to the three of them and spoke to Shen Huanqing. How about putting these two upstairs? There just happen to be a few guest rooms up there. That's fine. Shen Huanqing nodded, turned around, and patted Ji Cheng, and Ouyang on the shoulders. It's rare to meet a close friend. This meal is mine. Don't leave in a hurry today. There's a room upstairs. I will take you up. Have a good night's rest. We can talk about anything tomorrow. Hearing this, Ji Cheng suppressed his dizziness and nodded to Shen Huanqing. Then I'll trouble Brother Shen. Polite. Shen Huanqing took Ji Cheng and Ouyang into the room, arranged everything, and then turned and left. The guards following the two men saw this scene and hid in the darkness wisely. When Ji Cheng woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. My head felt surprisingly heavy, accompanied by bouts of dizziness. There happened to be a knock on the door, and he stumbled up, walked over, and opened the door. Looking at the person standing outside the door, he blinked blankly. Before she spoke, Zhu Qi smiled and handed over the thing in her hand. Young master, you are awake. This is the hangover soup carefully prepared by our store. Drinking it will make you feel better. Thank you, miss. I wonder where Mr. Shun is now. At this time, the boss is naturally in the government office. Zhu Qi said. Hearing this, Ji Cheng nodded. After drinking the sobering soup, he woke up Ouyang simply changed his clothes, and went to the government office. When he arrived, Shen Huanqing was burning charcoal in the back hill of the official residence. The blazing fire is accompanied by the high temperature, which makes people sweat. The two looked at the scene in front of them with blank expressions and spoke in confusion. Brother Shen, what are you doing? Hearing the voice coming from behind, Shen Huanqing turned his head and saw the person coming, with a smile on his face. You two came at the right time. I'm burning charcoal. It's cold, and I'm prone to cold. I have to find a way to keep the people warm. As Shen Huanqing spoke, he fiddled with the iron fork in his drum and fiddled with the wood in front of him. Burning charcoal? This is quite new. Brother Shen, can you explain it to me? Ouyang became interested. He had never seen such a special technique before. How many tricks does Shen Huanqing have left? Looking at Shen Huanqing's busy figure, Ji Cheng's desire to take Shen Huanqing under his command became stronger. Shen Huanqing didn't pay attention to Ji Cheng's gaze, but introduced Ouyang with a smile. Of course you can. Just watch carefully. Shen Huanqing said as he took out the red-hot wood from the fire. He scooped up a ladle of water and poured it on the wood. The next moment, white smoke was everywhere, and dark charcoal came into view. Shen Huanqing placed it aside and baked it at high temperature. After it was completely dried, he picked up the charcoal and handed it to Ouyang. Master, how about looking at my charcoal? Hearing this, Ouyang reached out and took the charcoal handed over by Shen Huanqing, playing with it with a surprised look on his face. Awesome, really awesome. Brother Shen, how much do you still have that we don't know about you? You don't know a lot. Just wait and see. Can I try making a fire? Yang was eager to try. Whether carbon is good or not mainly depends on whether it is brittle and whether it emits smoke. He has determined the problem of solidity, and now it is time to test whether the carbon smokes. Of course, please do. Shen Huanqing handed the pliers in his hand to Yang, then walked aside to check the completed briquettes. Compared with fruit charcoal that is still being fired, honeycomb briquettes are far superior in terms of temperature and use time. Unfortunately, the production process of honeycomb briquettes is too complicated, and it is impossible to achieve mass production in a short time. We can only take our time. You put these briquettes into the warehouse and store them properly. Yes. Yang was fully focused on the fruit charcoal in his hand and did not notice Shen Huanqing's actions beside him. Under the blazing fire, the fruit charcoal burned again. Red covers black and heat waves roll in. Yang looked at it carefully for a moment, then turned to look at Shen Huanqing with a shocked expression. It is indeed good charcoal, with no smoke at all. Brother Shen, can you sell me the formula for making charcoal? Don't worry, I won't buy for nothing. In addition to giving you enough silver, I will also provide Guangyang City with enough charcoal. We'll keep the people of Guangyang warm through the winter. Yang said excitedly. He is the richest man in the world. What weird things have he not seen? That is to say, Shen Huanqing can come up with novel skills again and again to attract his attention. After hearing what Yang said, Shen Huanqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. I didn't expect Yang to be so generous. It would be great if the people who want to do business with him in the future can be like Yang. I'm sorry, sir. I have decided to announce the formula to the people and cannot sell it to you. I believe that with this formula, everyone inside and outside Guangyang City can have a charcoal fire and spend a warm winter. These two simple sentences made Yang feel ashamed. He looked at Shen Huanqing with a self-deprecating smile on his lips. I'm obsessed with money. Brother Shen cares about the people. I'm really not as good as him. Sending charcoal to the people of Guangyang City will only warm Guangyang City. But if the recipe is made known to the public, the whole week may be warmed. Such righteousness makes people feel inferior. Ji Cheng on the side did not expect Shen Huanqing to say such words. He was shocked again, and his breathing became slow. Brother Shen, do you really want to give up such a good opportunity? Do you know that these carbons can make you rich? How can a wealthy country be compared with the peace and prosperity of the country? I'm already quite rich. Chapter 57. Enemies come to visit. Shen Huanqing smiled. In such troubled times, one might lose one's life at some point. What's the use of being rich? Living is the most important thing. Establishing good relationships will be of great use in the future. Hearing this, Yang nodded, took out the token in his arms, and handed it to Shen Huanqing. This is Brother Shen. Before I have time to introduce myself, my surname is Yang. I'm a businessman with industries all over the world. This is the token of my store. Those who hold the token can get help by going to Yang store. Yang store will help at all costs. Today I hand over this token to you because I want to work with you to make the method of burning charcoal known to the public and benefit the people. Yang's heart was racing. Shen Huanqing's words pointed him to a new path. If he can see the country is peaceful, and the people are peaceful, and the people live and work in peace and contentment during his lifetime, his life will be worth it. Catching the determination flashing in Yang's eyes, Shen Huanqing smiled and took the token from him. Since Brother Yang is so generous, I won't be polite to you. I would like to thank all the people in the world, Brother Yang. Brother Shen, you're welcome. This is what I should do. By the way, Brother Yang, you said your business is spread all over the world. I wonder if it is also available overseas? Shen Huanqing thought of some possibility and couldn't wait to speak, looking at Yang expectantly. Hearing this, Yang nodded. Yes, there are, but the quantity is small. Most of our business involves transporting mainland products overseas, and the store is just a decoration. Why do you ask me this? I want to ask you to help me find two things. You two will come with me. After Shen Huanqing said this, he turned around and gave instructions, and hurried to the study with Yang and Ji Cheng. The two followed in confusion. Going to the study, Shen Huanqing quickly took out his pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and drew two completely different fruits on the paper. Brother Yang, please help me find the seeds of these two fruits overseas. The more seeds, the better. No problem. But what are these two? Yang took the rice paper from Shen Huanqing and looked at it with Ji Cheng. These are potatoes and sweet potatoes. These two vegetables have low environmental requirements and have high yields. As long as there are enough seeds, the The famine in Dazhou can be solved in a short time. I understand. I will immediately notify the Ouyang family to go out and look for it. I will bring you the seeds as soon as possible. As soon as he heard that it could solve the famine, Ouyang nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then I'll thank brother Ouyang first. Shen Huanqing nodded gratefully at Ouyang. He reached out and held the token in his arms, with a smile on his lips. With the help of Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, all actions will be much easier. As long as there are enough seeds, he is sure to make Dazhou the richest country. Ji Cheng looked at Shen Huanqing, hesitated for a long time, and then took a step forward. Brother Shen, I know you don't care about my identity, and I also know that you only want to be friends with me. But friends can also work together. I really hope you can help me. Only by working together can the three of us maximize to benefit the people. Please think about it again. Ji Cheng's sudden words made Shen Huanqing stunned. He is not stupid, and he can naturally see that Ji Cheng is the center of the relationship between Ouyang 1 and Ji Cheng. He originally thought that these two people were just young masters from a big family in the capital, but now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. I understand. I will think about it carefully. Then I won't bother you too. Ji Cheng cupped his fists and cupped his hands towards Shen Huanqing, then turned and left together with Ouyang 1. It's night. As soon as Shen Huanqing returned home, Lu Qingyu stumbled open the door. Her body was crumbling and her body was covered in blood. A faint smell of blood penetrated Shen Huanqing's nose along the cold wind. Shen Huanqing paused and turned his head sharply to look at the person behind him. Qingyu. Husband poof. Lu Qingyu spoke with difficulty. Before he finished speaking, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. She seemed to have been drained of all her strength and fell backwards. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing quickly stepped forward and took the person into his arms. Qingyu, what happened? How could you be so seriously injured? Where is Hongyu? The two Lu sisters have always been inseparable. Now that Lu Qingyu is injured like this, Lu Hongyu, sister, my sister was captured by those people. Husband, save my sister. Lu Qingyu spoke weakly and grabbed Shen Huanqing's clothes with difficulty. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked over to the two of them, holding a lantern. Husband, what are you two doing here? It's such a cold day, so go inside quickly. Hearing the familiar voice, Shen Huanqing couldn't help but pick up Lu Qingyu and then spoke. Pian, come into the room. Qingyu is injured. What? Shen Huanqing took Lu Qingyu and passed Qin Pian. Catching the dazzling red color, Qin Pian didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly turned around and chased after him. She ran and shouted, Sister Xiaoqi, bring me my medicine box. Qingyu, what happened? How could you be so seriously injured? In the airtight room, Qin Pian was carefully treating Lu Qingyu's injuries. Shen Huanqing and the other women stood aside, with worries in their eyes. After taking Qin Pian's specially prepared pills, Lu Qingyu had already calmed down. Now, after hearing several people's questions, she spoke with a disgusted expression. To be honest, my sister and I were young ladies from the Fengtian escort agency in the past. A few years ago, the Fengtian escort agency was too victorious and attracted the attention of the court. The court seized the Fengtian escort agency on unfounded charges. My sister and I were lucky enough to escape. So far, from now on, my two sisters will hide their names and live quietly. I thought that no one would find us hiding in a small place like Guangyang City. Who would have thought that the people from the Black Dragon escort agency would find us so quickly? We were ambushed by them. In order to protect me, my sister fought tooth and nail to help me escape. Husband, please go and save my sister quickly. I understand the Black Dragon escort agency. There is absolutely no way those people will let my sister go. Please save her. Lu Qingyu looked at Shen Huanqing pleadingly, his eyes full of despair. Hearing this, everyone present fell into silence. Ji Qingxue looked at Lu Qingyu with a complicated expression, with mixed feelings in her heart. She really didn't expect that the two sisters of the Lu family would have such status. No wonder the two of them were so powerful in martial arts. But no matter how powerful he is, if he offends the imperial court, he will only die. If others knew that Shen Huanqing was harboring and marrying two wanted criminals from the court, his career would be over. Thinking of this, Ji Qingxue was about to turn around and speak to Shen Huanqing when she heard him say coldly, Take good care of your injuries at home and leave Hongyu to me. I will definitely bring her back safe and sound. Husband, when the girls heard this, they all looked sideways. They are not stupid. Although they didn't say a word just now, they all knew in their hearts the seriousness of this matter. I thought Shen Huanqing would choose to turn a blind eye, but unexpectedly, husband, bring this medicine with you. When you see Hongyu, let her take it immediately. No matter how injured she is, this medicine can protect her life. Okay, you stay at home? I'll be right back. Chapter 58. She is a prisoner of the imperial court. Half an hour later, Shun Huanqing led many detectives to appear at a house in the east of Guangyang City. Master Shun, this is the place. Hu Wu looked at the house in front of him, leaned over, and whispered in Shun Huanqing's ear. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. Break in. Yes. Bang. The courtyard door was kicked open mercilessly. The police officers were divided into 3 groups. One group went to the left, and the other to the right. The remaining people guarded the exit and prohibited anyone from entering or exiting. The people in the courtyard did not expect that officers and soldiers would come. They subconsciously pulled out the knives from their waists and looked at Shun Huanqing, who was walking slowly with his hands behind his back, coldly. Who are you? What do you want to do? Let your boss come out and talk to me. Shun Huanqing glanced coldly at the people in front of him, looking through them towards the room behind them. The next moment, the door opened, and Long Ying, the young master of the Black Dragon Escort Agency, strode out. Master Shin, I wonder why you come to my place. Seeing the person coming, Long Ying raised his eyebrows in surprise. He stopped in front of Shun Huanqing and spoke with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing raised a sarcastic smile on his lips. The person who captured me has the nerve to ask me what I'm doing here? You're really interesting. Why don't you release Hongyu quickly? Hongyu? Master Shun is talking about Lu Hongyu from the Fontian Escort Bureau, an imperial prisoner. Long Ying looked at Shun Huanqing, pretending to be confused. Master Shun, as the County Magistrate of Guangyang City, you should be very aware of the responsibilities of shielding imperial criminals. I am you, so I will pretend not to know anything and leave now. Otherwise, you will not be able to keep your black hat tomorrow. Long Ying threatened without hesitation. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing suddenly chuckled. I thought Shun Huanqing would be angry, but I never expected that he would look at me with a smile on his face. When their eyes met, at that moment, Long Ying felt a flash of fear in his heart. Why are you laughing? He spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Huanqing took out the dagger from his body unhurriedly. Before he could recover, Shun Huanqing cut his arm neatly. The blood flowed down, and strange flowers bloomed on the ground. Long Ying looked at Shun Huanqing in shock and said inexplicably, What are you doing? The young master of the Black Dragon Escort Bureau assassinated the county magistrate. He deserves death. Come on, get him. Yes. Following Shun Huanqing's order, the police officers who were ready to go rushed out. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Long Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gritted his teeth and said, Shun Huanqing, you are crazy. You are slandering. How dare this guy? Slander? Don't forget, you are in Guangyang City now. I am the local magistrate of Guangyang City. If I say you assassinate, you are assassinating. If I say you are guilty, you are guilty. If you don't plead guilty and obey the law, then don't blame me. The official sword has no eyes. Shun Huanqing had a crazy smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Wu raised his knife and rushed to Long Ying's side. Even though Long Ying was very powerful in martial arts, it was difficult for him to fight with 2 fists. He was defeated in just a few moves. He was being escorted and looked at Shun Huanqing angrily. Shun Huanqing, don't think it's important that you are the county magistrate of Guangyang City. If you harbor a fugitive, your crime will be increased, and you will be dead. The person who spoke to me like this last time is now buried. Do you want to give it a try? What kind of young master of Black Dragon Escort Agency? He doesn't care. If he can't even protect the people around him, then what's the point of sitting here as the county magistrate of Guangyang City? Threaten him? There are no doors. Take away. Yes. Shun Huanqing withdrew his gaze from Long Ying and ran into the room. He looked around and finally found the dying man in the corner. He quickly walked to Lu Hongyu and knelt down, taking her into his arms compassionately. Ruby, Ruby, Shun Huanqing called softly. He took out the pills in his arms and stuffed them into Lu Hongyu's mouth. Husband, husband? Lu Hongyu opened her eyes with difficulty and spoke uncertainly. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing responded softly and carefully picked up the person. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'll take you home right now. PMPN will cure you. Don't be afraid. Shun Huanqing's voice was trembling when he spoke. The red on Lu Hongyu's body was more dazzling than that on Lu Qingyu's. The strong smell of blood hit his nose, and Shun Huanqing's hand holding Lu Hongyu tightened unconsciously. Fortunately, There was the pill given by Qin Piampian. Shen Huanqing did not dare to delay and ran wildly on the road with Lu Hongyu in his arms. Panting, he kicked open the door and carried the person directly into the house. Piampian, Piampian, coming! Hearing Shen Huanqing's call, Qin Piampian did not dare to hesitate and ran quickly into another room carrying the medicine box. As soon as she came in, Shen Huanqing couldn't wait to speak. I just gave Hongyu the pill. Okay, leave the rest to me. Don't worry, husband, I'm sure of it. Good. Shen Huanqing nodded and stood aside to make way for Qin Piampian. Qin Piampian, with Shen Huanqing's help, carefully took off Lu Hongyu's clothes. The ferocious winding wounds came into view, and even bones could be seen in some places. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing was so angry that he wanted to rush to the cell immediately and cut Long Ying into pieces. But he can't. Hongyu hasn't woken up yet, so he can't leave. Shen Huanqing stood by quietly. This wait is a day and a night. When Lu Hongyu woke up, she immediately saw the person sleeping peacefully beside the bed. She didn't expect that Shen Huanqing would be here to guard her. Her heart felt warm, and she subconsciously reached out to touch the face that was so close. But at this moment, the door was pushed open. Lu Qingyu walked in from the door, noticed Lu Hongyu's hand in the air, and she spoke sadly. Sister, everything has been exposed. We have to get out of here. In order to save us, my husband has put Long Ying in prison. I hear what Brother 5 means, and my husband wants to kill him. What? Neither Lu Qingyu nor Lu Hongyu thought that Shen Huanqing could do this to protect them. The eyes of the two women were red, and tears welled up in their eyes. Since the Confrontation Escort Bureau wiped out their family, they have never felt this kind of warmth again. It's a pity, it's such a pity. If only I could always have this warmth. A hint of self-mockery appeared at the corner of Lu Hongyu's mouth. She had long thought that such a day would come, but she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Sister, let's go. Lu Hongyu spoke firmly. She lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed, but Shen Huanqing woke up at this juncture. Looking at the people close at hand, Shen Huanqing felt happy. Hongyu, you finally woke up? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? No. Why are you crying? Noticing the glistening look on Lu Hongyu's face, Shen Huanqing reached out distressfully and held up Lu Hongyu's face. Husband, thank you. But Qingyu and I must leave now. We can't drag you down. Lu Hongyu spoke pitifully. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing noticed that there was another person in the room. What nonsense are you two talking about? Where do you want to go without my permission? Chapter 59. Who is behind the scenes? My boss. I know you want to protect us, but us staying here will only drag you down. You have done enough for us, and I don't want you to lose your life in vain for us. All the events that happened when the Confrontation Escort Bureau was wiped out appeared in front of the two women. They really don't want to go through it again. After hearing what Lu Hongyu said, Shen Huanqing held her in his arms forcefully, forcing her to stay on the bed. If I say no, I mean no. You have known me for so long. Don't you still know what kind of person I am? If I were really greedy for life and afraid of death, I would not go to Sun Falu to settle accounts for several lives, let alone kill Wei Zhe in front of Wu Jiang. If I can't protect the people around me, what's the point of my efforts? You two just stay by my side obediently and take good care of yourself. I will withstand all wind and rain. Shen Huanqing's words moved the two women. The tears that had finally stopped fell again. Lu Hongyu wanted to say something more. However, Shen Huanqing said with a strong attitude, this matter is settled. If I find you trying to escape again, don't blame me for tying you up with a rope. As he spoke, Shen Huanqing's hand on Lu Hongyu's waist suddenly tightened. Lu Hongyu exclaimed. The numbness in her waist made her feel weak all over, and she could only cling tightly to Shen Huanqing. The two bodies were close to each other, and the temperature gradually increased. Feeling the softness being squeezed back and forth by his chest, Shen Huanqing felt distracted for a while. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyu's face turned red. She turned around and fled in a panic, without even having time to say a word. Seeing this, Lu Hongyu glared at Shen Huanqing with an angry look. My boss, I know you value love and justice, but I really don't want to drag you down. Since you are mine, then we are one, so why bother talking about it? Don't worry, I will protect you two sisters. If you really feel sorry for me, why don't you pledge yourself to me? Shen Huanqing joked. His eyes unconsciously fell on Lu Hongyu's delicate red lips. Lu Hongyu didn't expect Shen Huanqing to be so direct. She raised her head to meet Shen Huanqing's fiery gaze. The next moment, she raised her head and kissed the corner of Shen Huanqing's lips, and then shyly got into Shen Huanqing's arms. Although she didn't say a word, the hands around Shen Huanqing's waist had already exposed everything. Realizing this, Shen Huanqing held Lu Hongyu's hand a little tighter. He held Lu Hongyu's chin with one hand, forcing her to raise her head. This reward is not enough. After saying that, he blocked Lu Hongyu's red lips, turned them over, and tasted them carefully. An hour later, jail. Looking at the people walking quickly led by the jailer, Long Ying stood up angrily. Shen Huanqing, you are finally here. Let me out quickly. Why are you in a hurry? When I ask clearly what I want to know, I will naturally let you go. Shen Huanqing stopped in front of the cell door and spoke with a look of disapproval. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Ying sneered and said sarcastically, Shen Huanqing, this is the second time I remind you that I don't care which city you are the magistrate of. Hiding a prisoner from the imperial court is a capital crime. Do you really think that doesn't anyone know what you're doing? Oh, stop dreaming. Just wait for death. Those words again. Long Ying really couldn't see clearly the current situation. Shen Huanqing sighed helplessly, turned around, and waved to Hu Wu. Seeing this, Hu Wu nodded, picked up the wooden stick that had been prepared, opened the cell door, and strode in. Seeing this scene, the smile on Long Ying's face disappeared. He looked at Hu Wu nervously and subconsciously stepped back. What do you want to do? Lord Shen taught us that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. For someone like you who is neither cooperative nor sensible, we can only say sorry. Hu Wu said this with a smile, raised the wooden stick in his hand high, and hit Long Ying hard. Bang! One muffled sound followed another. Long Ying was knocked to the ground. Hu Wu had his foot on his back and the stick against the back of his head. He was forced to stay close to the ground, with no dignity left. If you are still ignorant, it won't be as simple as a few beatings. Do you understand? Hearing this, Long Ying clenched his fists unwillingly. Before he could even open his mouth, the stick landed heavily on his hand. Long Ying cried out in pain, struggled to turn his head, and looked at Hu Wu angrily. Their eyes met. Hu Wu shook his head in disappointment. You forgot what I just said so quickly? Your memory is really not very good. You guys are going too far. So what if I bully you? You're just a prisoner in Guangyang City now. If I ask you to live, you will live. And if I ask you to die, you will die. I don't care what kind of escort agency you are. The young master of the family. I only know that you have moved. My woman deserves to be killed. But before taking action, I still plan to give you a chance. If you tell the truth now, I can consider saving your life. Otherwise, Shen Huanqing looked at Long Ying with a half-smile. No one had discovered the whereabouts of the Lu sisters before. He didn't believe there could be such a coincidence. There must be some inside story that he didn't know about. It doesn't make much sense to solve Long Ying. Only by finding the informant behind the scenes can we truly protect the Lu sisters. As Shen Huanqing finished speaking, the cell fell into silence. Apart from Long Ying's heavy breathing, nothing else could be heard. After a long time, Long Ying closed his eyes in resignation. What do you want to know? How did you find the two Lu sisters? We didn't find them. Someone told us their location. The Black Dragon Escort Agency is not as busy as you think. If someone hadn't sent the letter, we wouldn't have wasted our time on arresting the two of them. Really? Shen Huanqing sneered. Do you know who that person is? The letter was not signed. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing nodded. He didn't say anything more, turned around, and left. Seeing this, Hu Wu raised his feet and quickly chased after him. The two walked out of the prison side by side. Before Hu Wu had time to speak, he heard Shen Huanqing say thoughtfully, looking at Guangyang City, the only person who has a grudge against me is Mr. Sunday. I'm afraid he did this. But how could Mr. Sun know the identities of the two Lu sisters? Hu Wu was puzzled. If Shen Huanqing hadn't taken the initiative to inform him of this matter, he would still be kept in the dark. Mr. Sun is not a thoughtful person, and there might be someone behind him. Hu Wu's words gave Shen Huanqing a wake-up call. Thinking of some possibility, he sneered and shook his head. Wu Jiang, after all, I trust you too much. Now that you've made your choice, I won't be polite. Fifth brother, help me keep an eye on the people in the prison. If there is any problem, send someone to inform me immediately. Okay, be careful. Rest assured, the situation was urgent. Shen Huanqing did not dare to hesitate and quickly returned home. He simply told the 5 girls what he had learned, and then said coldly, the only way to break the situation right now is to clear Hong Yu and Qing Yu of their crimes. Do you have any good ideas? Chapter 60. Do you know you were wrong? Shen Huanqing's words caused the girls to fall into silence. Ji Qingxue hesitated for a moment and finally expressed her truest thoughts. My boss, what we should consider now is not how to help Hong Yu and Qing Yu get away with their crimes, but let them go out to avoid the limelight. If everything is as you guessed, Longing will be arrested by you, and Wu Jiang will soon the next group of people will come soon. This is not the way to go. Only by sending them away can we have enough time to clear their names. Otherwise, next time, we may talk about this matter in prison. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing shook his head and rejected Ji Qingshue's proposal without thinking. No, sending them away now will undoubtedly admit to the world that the charges against them are true. The more critical the situation, the less they can leave. My boss, have you ever thought about how much impact this matter will have on you? The laws of Dazhou are strict. Once the matter is spread to the higher-ups, no one can protect you. This matter is not only related to your official career, but also your head. Ji Qingxue emphasized the seriousness of the matter again and again, trying to persuade Shen Huanqing. But it's no use. Shen Huanqing's attitude was extremely determined, and he couldn't listen to what she said. Boss, you have been with me for a few months. Don't you still know what kind of person I am? If I were really greedy for life and afraid of death, I wouldn't be where I am now. Don't worry about this matter. If you want to bring it up again, I won't do it, so don't say it in front of the two sisters. The two sisters of the Liu family were injured and were resting in their room at the moment. Because of this, Ji Qingxue was able to tell Shen Huanqing his thoughts so directly. Speaking of which, what else could Ji Qingxue do? She nodded in agreement and fell into silence. Outside the door, Lu Qingyu stood quietly. She heard everything that happened in the house clearly. After a moment, she turned around neatly, returned to the room, and sneaked away with Lu Hongyu. Shen Huanqing and the other 5 women failed to discuss a good countermeasure, so they had no choice but to give up for the time being. This matter weighed on everyone's minds like a big stone. Qin Piampian had a sad look on her face when she stepped into Lu Hongyu's room. Before she could adjust her thoughts and face Lu Hongyu, she saw that the bed was empty. My boss is in trouble. Hongyu is missing. My boss, Qingyu, is also missing. Exclamations came from left and right. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing secretly screamed that something was wrong. Now that they are injured, where can they run to? Where else can we go? They must have heard us when we were planning just now. You guys wait at home, and I will chase them back. Shen Huanqing did not dare to hesitate, and quickly left the house on horseback. Relying on his understanding of the two sisters of the Liu family, Shen Huanqing ran all the way and took a shortcut and successfully stopped the carriage when it was about to leave the city. Lu Qingyu looked at the man on horseback and his expression changed. Boss, why are you here? You still said I let you go? Come back with me quickly. Shen Huanqing spoke angrily. He dismounted, walked to the carriage, sat down, took the reins, turned the carriage, and headed straight for the mansion. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu reached out and carefully grabbed Shen Huanqing's sleeve. Boss, you'd better let me and my sister go. I heard what you just talked about in the room. I know you were helping us find a solution. In this case, we can't drag you down at this time. Just let's go and clear our names for you, and it won't be too late to bring us back. Do you think there is no one watching outside at this moment? Since Wu Jiang has decided to go against me, he will not leave any way for you to survive. In this situation, it is safest for you to stay with me. Shen Huanqing frowned. While waiting at the city gate just now, he accidentally noticed the person in the dark. Just a little bit away, he would never see Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu again. Thinking of this, Shen Huanqing was filled with fear. He rode quickly until he arrived in front of the mansion. Lu Hongyu was still thinking about how to apologize to Shen Huanqing in the carriage. Unexpectedly, Shen Huanqing suddenly opened the curtain, picked her up forcefully, and then took her quickly into the house. During the action, he did not forget to urge Lu Qingyu behind him. Hurry up! If you dare to run around again, I'll tie you two up. Hearing this, Lu Qingyu nodded aggrievedly. She caught up with Shen Huanqing and returned to the room with Lu Hongyu. Seeing the 3 people coming back, the 5 girls' hearts finally fell to the ground. Qin Piampian wanted to check Lu Hongyu's wounds, but was turned away ruthlessly by Shen Huanqing. Looking at the closed door in front of her, Qin Piampian turned her head in confusion. Before he could speak, a crisp slap sounded in the room. Boss, please stop fighting. We know we were wrong. Yes, boss, we will never run around again. Only now do you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late. I have to take care of you two today. Crack! The crisp and sweet sounds came one after another. The women stood in front of the door confused, not knowing what was happening, until Song Chifeng carefully opened the window. The next moment, her face turned red and she closed the window in a panic. Before the other women could speak, she pulled them and ran away. At this moment inside the house, Lu Hongyu and Lu Qingyu lay on the bed, blushing with shame, looking at Shun Huanqing sadly. The man's big hands fell on their plump buttocks again and again, causing their delicate buttocks to tremble. The two of them had never been dealt with like this before. Even if she is the closest twin sister next to her, she still wants to find a crack in the ground and burrow into it right away. Tell me, do you know you're wrong? Shun Huanqing looked at the two people condescendingly. He stopped what he was doing and rubbed it carefully, recalling the charming feeling just now. He could take care of those round and round breasts with one hand. If he wasn't busy teaching them a lesson, he would really want to give them a good squeeze. Hearing this, the two women nodded in panic. We know we are the wrong owner, and we will never run around again. Can we put our pants on now? The two women said that, just as they were about to stretch out their hands. Shun Huanqing slapped their hands away. You know you are shy now? I want you to remember it well today. Otherwise, I will have to block you at the city gate tomorrow. Master, we really don't have this idea anymore. Yes, boss, you're like this. What else can we do? The two women felt more aggrieved than the other. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded with satisfaction. He reached out and pinched the two women's buttocks seemingly unintentionally. The elastic touch made him clench his hands unconsciously. It's so soft, I don't know if it can be crushed. Master, Lu Hongyu exclaimed. Her fair little face was so red that it could bleed. Hey, what's it called? This is also part of the punishment. Damn it. I couldn't control it just now. Shun Huanqing came to his senses. He quickly retracted his hand and coughed, pretending to be calm. Okay, the punishment is over. You two just stay here to heal and stop running around. Chapter 61. The truth behind the family's destruction. After saying these words, Shun Huanqing ran away as if running away. The two women hurriedly put on their clothes and looked sadly at the direction Shun Huanqing left. This man is too much. Do you understand what it means to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade? As soon as Shun Huanqing left the room, news of Yu Jiwen's arrival came from the front yard. After learning about this, Shun Huanqing hurried to the hall. When we meet again, Yu Jiwen is completely different. He lost the cowardly appearance he had in Guangyang City, and his posture became much taller and straighter. Seeing the person coming, Yu Jiwen stepped forward and said with disapproval before Shun Huanqing could speak, I have heard about all the things that have happened in Guangyang City in recent days. You are really confused. I know you are heavy love is important, but have you ever thought about the impact this will have on you? Don't you want to protect the imperial court? If he had known that Shun Huanqing would make such a stupid choice, he should have stayed in Guangyang City longer. Now that the matter has become big, it will not be so easy to end it. After hearing what Yu Jiwen said, Shun Huanqing nodded in realization. It turned out that he came back for this matter. Thank you for your hard work, sir, for making this trip for me. I have my own discretion in this matter, and I hope you won't interfere. You think I want to interfere? Yu Jiwen rolled his eyes angrily. This kid is really not afraid of tigers. If he is allowed to act like this again, Guangyang City will be in chaos sooner or later. No, he must keep an eye on this matter. Wu Jiang has already sued the governor about this matter, but the governor temporarily suppressed the matter because of your meritorious service. Otherwise, it would be the minister of Dali Temple who appears here now. While few people know about this matter now, you should quickly ask the two sisters of the Lu family to handle it and avoid the limelight. You don't have to worry about other matters. The governor and I will help you handle it. Yu Jiwen urged. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing frowned. Master Yu, what do you mean by processing? Well, now that things have reached this point, the best way is to kill the two sisters. Yu Xiun sight. You can look for women again, but if your life is gone, everything will be over. Yu Jiwen's answer was as expected by Shun Huanqing, but he couldn't accept it. His firm gaze fell on Yu Jiwen, and he shook his head to reject Yu Jiwen's proposal without hesitation. Master Yu, thank you for your kindness. I'm sorry I can't agree. What do you mean? Shen Huansen? I have decided to investigate this matter and restore the Lu sisters' innocence. What? Are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about? There are many things involved in this matter, and it is definitely not something that a small county magistrate like you can get involved in. Don't seek death. He knew a little bit about the inside story of Fengtian Escort Agency. Because of this, he could not let Shun Huanqing seek death. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing shook his head. Master Yu, I have made up my mind on this matter. Don't try to persuade me anymore. If nothing happens, just leave first. After saying this, Shun Huanqing quickly left the mansion and went straight to the county government office. Looking at Shun Huanqing's leaving figure, Yu Jiwen closed his eyes in despair. That's all. Now that Shun Huanqing has made up his mind, let him go. I hope he can get out of trouble as soon as possible. Shen Huanqing interrogated Long Ying again. In order to get the results he wanted, this time he thought of a completely different approach. When Long Ying was blindfolded and brought into the lobby, Shen Huanqing was already sitting in the main seat. Master Long, long time no see. Shen Huanqing, it's you again? What do you want to do this time? How on earth are you going to let me go? Long Ying spoke angrily. He was imprisoned in that dark prison, feeling helpless from day to day and from earth to place. He only had scraps of food to fill his stomach all day long. Occasionally, if you show off your temper, the rats will get there first. In just a few days, he had lost a whole lot of weight. When he thought that all this was thanks to Shen Huanqing, he couldn't control his temper. In this regard, Shen Huanqing expressed helplessness. He looked at the person in front of him with disappointment, shook his head, and sighed. I originally thought that if you cooperated with my investigation today, I would let you go earlier. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Forget it, fifth brother. Use your methods. Yes. Long Ying trembled when he heard the word means. He struggled in fear, trying hard to break free from the shackles of the people around him. But it's no use. 2 wooden sticks were placed across his neck, one on the left and the other on the right, forcing him to the ground. Before he could react, cold water droplets fell from the top of his head and slid down his cheeks. What is this? What did you do to me? The unknown danger is coming, and Long Ying is like a frightened bird. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing nodded with satisfaction. It's nothing, I just put some water around you. Don't worry, as long as you answer my questions honestly, I will have people stop immediately. If not, you will be drowned alive. Shen Huanqing's words made the people present have somewhat complicated expressions. They looked at each other, not knowing what expression to make. Did Shen Huanqing just ask Hu Wu to hold a wet handkerchief over Long Ying's head so that he could drown someone? No kidding. It is no exaggeration to say that the rain is heavier than this water. Catching the weird expressions of the government officials, Shen Huanqing smiled and said nothing. Even if I talk to them about psychological methods, I still don't understand them. If you don't understand it, just make it work. Shen Huanqing's words made Long Ying's heart sink to the bottom. His bound hands slowly clenched, trying to break free of the shackles with brute force. The speed of the water was getting faster and faster. In a daze, Long Ying really felt like he was being thrown into the water. His breathing gradually became faster, and he seemed to be suffocating. He panted heavily. Before Shen Huanqing could speak again, he said in a panic, "What do you want to know? Say it quickly. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything. Simple. Tell me the truth behind the extermination of the Fengtian escort agency. Also, what role did the Black Dragon escort agency play in it?" Shen Huanqing was waiting for this moment. He couldn't wait to speak, looking at the people below him aggressively. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was breathless. Hu Wu turned to look at Shen Huanqing, catching the stubbornness flashing in his eyes, but didn't say much after all. This matter has nothing to do with the Black Dragon Escort Bureau. If you want to blame the Fengtian Escort Bureau, the people are not smart. The court wanted to hand over some important things to them for escort because of trust, but for some reason, the Fengtian Escort Bureau refused. Well, after a while, the escort task fell to the Black Dragon Escort Bureau. It was only after the task was completed that I learned about the destruction of the Fengtian Escort Agency. Then what is being escorted? It seems that the problem lies here. Shen Huanqing asked. I don't know. Long Ying shook his head. Aren't you curious? The more you know, the faster you will die. We use money to do things. As long as the money is in place, everything will be easy. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing nodded. This may be the biggest difference between Black Dragon Escort Agency and Fengtian Escort Agency. One party only cares about making money, while the other party wants to do everything according to conscience. The Fengtian Escort Bureau wiped out the family, which was really a loss to the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 62. Smuggling Gunpowder. I've said everything I know. Can you let me go now? Seeing that Shen Huanqing didn't speak for a long time, Long Ying couldn't sit still. He twisted his body uneasily, raising his head and breathing heavily. That look is really no different from drowning. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing nodded. Take him down. For the sake of his good performance today, prepare a good meal for him. Yes. Hu Wu stopped in time. The moment the water droplets disappeared, Long Ying breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to say something more, but Shen Huanqing strode away from him. After returning home, Shen Huanqing went directly to the room of the 2 Lu sisters. The moment the door was pushed open, the 2 people who were taking a nap on the bed opened their eyes simultaneously. When they saw the person coming, The pretty faces of the two women turned red instantly. Dong boss. Lu Hongyu stumbled and shouted. She didn't forget to tuck in the quilt while talking, for fear that Shen Huanqing would come up and spank her again if she disagreed. Catching the movements of Lu Hongyu's hand, Shen Huanqing rolled his eyes angrily. Don't be so nervous. I came to see you two for business. What? Do you know what the Imperial Court asked the Fontian Escort Bureau to escort back then? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women changed. They hesitantly glanced outside the door to make sure there was no one, and then called Shen Huanqing over. My boss, to tell you the truth, the Imperial Court asked us to transport black powder. What? Black powder? Are the people in the court crazy? What do they want to do? My father has set a rule since the establishment of the escort agency. Anyone who comes to the door must clearly inform the escort of the goods. Otherwise, the Fontian Escort Agency will not accept it. At that time, the Imperial Court was interested in the Fontian Escort Agency's record of never failing, so it gave us this task, but my father refused after hearing that the escort was black powder, and we also offended the Imperial Court because of this. For a period of time after that, the Fontian Escort Bureau acted cautiously. I thought I could escape this difficulty, but I never thought. Lu Hongyu's voice became smaller and smaller. Insignificant in the end. She looked gloomy, and the bloody and tragic scene when the Fontian Escort Bureau was wiped out once again appeared in front of her eyes. Shen Huanqing was silent. Do you know who the person who asked you to escort the black powder is? I don't know. Father never told us? Lu Qingyu shook his head. Lu Hongyu smiled miserably. I originally thought that my father didn't tell us because we haven't grown up yet. Now that I think about it, my father hid this matter because he just hoped that the two of us could live well and not be blinded by hatred. It's ridiculous. Everyone in the Fontian Escort Bureau was wiped out, but the two of us don't even know who the murderer is. Pain came to mind. Lu Hongyu closed her eyes unwillingly. Before she could think about it, Shen Huanqing reached out and took her into his arms. I understand. Don't worry, you two. Leave this matter to me. No matter how much it costs, I will clear Fontian Escort Agency's name. Thank you, boss. 3 days later, Governor Junmu arrived at Guangyang City. At the same time, Wu Jiang also arrived at Guangyang City. As soon as Shen Huanqing stepped into the lobby of the government office, his attention was attracted by a few familiar figures. His half-smiling gaze fell on Wu Jiang, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Wu Jiang's lips turned into a sneer. The two refused to give in to each other, their gazes colliding with each other and sparks sparking in the air. Feeling the hostility surging between the two, Junmu coughed twice. Wei Minister pays homage to the governor. Shen Huanqing turned around when he heard the sound and bowed respectfully to the person on the throne. There's no need to be polite. I'm here mainly for the Fontian Escort Agency. Do you have anything to say? Junmu waved his hand and looked at Shen Huanqing with a complicated expression. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jiang couldn't wait to step forward. For the governor, as far as I know, 2 fugitives from the Fontian Escort Bureau are in Shen Huanqing's house at the moment. I sent people to arrest them a few days ago, but Shen Huanqing did not cooperate. Oh, such a thing actually happens? Shen Huanqing, do you have anything to say? Junmu frowned and looked at Shen Huanqing. Yu Jiwen told him everything. He really didn't expect Shen Huanqing to make such a stupid choice. In this situation, he didn't know where to start even if he wanted to help. I hope Shen Huanqing has a perfect solution. Otherwise, even if he intended to cover up, he would not be able to protect the 2 Lu family members. Replying to your lord, this matter is not as rumored by the outside world. Fontian Escort Agency is not guilty. Shen Huanqing looked at the people in the main seat and spoke in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. What did you say? When Junmu heard this, his expression suddenly changed. When Yu Jiwen heard this, his eyes widened. Does this guy really know what he's talking about? Is he crazy? The reason why the Fontian Escort Bureau was wiped out was because they knew that someone in the court was secretly selling gunpowder. In order to prevent the leak of this matter, that person tried every means to frame the Fontian Escort Bureau. Fontian Escort Bureau is not guilty, sir. Please investigate. Shen Huanqing bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Junmu took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Do you have any evidence for this? No. Oh, you dare to talk nonsense without evidence, Shen Huanqing. You are so bold. After hearing what Shen Huanqing said, Wu Jiang sneered unceremoniously. There was even a hint of happiness in his words. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing turned his head, raised his eyebrows frivolously, and said mockingly, just because I don't have evidence now, doesn't mean there won't be evidence in the future. Master Wu, I advise you not to be happy too soon. You, enough. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue arguing, Junmu couldn't bear it and spoke. Shen Huanxing, I am willing to believe you, but you have to provide evidence that can convince me. It will be difficult for me to make empty claims. I understand. Please give me some time. I will give you a satisfactory answer as soon as possible. Shen Huanxing clasped his fists and looked expectantly at the person on the main seat. Their eyes met. Junmu spoke slowly. The court has wanted the two Lu sisters for a long time. Now that they have been found, I have to arrest them no matter what. I'm sorry. Sir, who exist? Arrest the two Lu sisters and bring them to justice quickly. No one can see them until everything is settled. Yes. Hu left in a hurry. Before leaving, he looked at Shen Huanxing apologetically. Seeing this, Shen Huanxing clenched his hands into fists and cast resentful eyes on Wu Jiang. Old man, do you really think he knows nothing? Just wait. He will definitely find the evidence that these bastards smuggled gunpowder before the two women rush to the execution ground. Catching the strong murderous intent in Shen Huanxing's eyes, Wu Jiang shuddered. A bad premonition grew in his heart. He wished he could send Shen Huanxing to the cell now, but he can't. Junmu made it clear that he was targeting Shen Huanxing, so it was not easy for him to order the arrest of the two Lu sisters. Catch Shen Huanxing? Absolutely impossible. Forget it, leave quickly. Wu Jiang turned around, pretending to be calm, and bowed politely to Junmu. Master Jun, now that this matter has been decided, I won't bother you here. I'll take the first step. Wu Jiang, don't think that I will let this matter go. Just wait. You will pay for what you have done, I promise. Chapter 63. I am the seventh prince of Zhou dynasty. Faced with Shen Huanxing's provocation, even though Wu Jiang was angry, he didn't stay long and turned around and left. Looking at the direction Wu Jiang was leaving, Shen Huanxing's expression turned completely gloomy. Lord Jun, if my guess is correct, Wu Jiang is also related to the sale of gunpowder, you. Shen Huanxing? Before Shen Huanxing finished speaking, Junmu scolded him sharply. Do you really think I don't know anything? Selling gunpowder privately is of great importance. If there is no one behind them, how can they dare to be so rampant? You and I can't afford to offend the people behind this matter. Listen to me and don't do it again. Blended. Don't get involved anymore? Master Jun, do you want me to watch the two sisters of the Lu family die? He didn't care how powerful the so-called person behind the scenes was. He will kill anyone who dares to hurt his woman. If one doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then three, until they are uprooted. If the county magistrate can't do these things, the emperor can do it, right? The idea of rebellion came as soon as possible, which shocked Shen Huanxing. Just as he was about to shake his head to get rid of these unrealistic thoughts in his mind, a figure appeared in front of his eyes. Yes, just because he can't solve it doesn't mean others can't solve it. Aren't there two big shots from the capital in Guangyang City right now? Maybe they have a solution. Thinking about it, Shen Huanxing lowered his head and raised his lips secretly where Junmu and Yu Jiwen couldn't see him. Seeing that Shen Huanxing was so excited, Junmu sighed. You should go back first. I will find a way to deal with this matter. Don't get involved anymore. Hearing this, Shen Huanxing turned around and left without saying a word. He went directly to the hot pot restaurant and found a seat by the window to drink alone to soothe his sorrows. Ji Cheng saw this scene and approached with curiosity. Brother Shen, what's going on today? It's a sunny day and you're drinking alone here to get drunk. Why don't you tell me what happened? Brother Ji Cheng, you are here just in time. Come and drink with me. Shen Huanxing glanced at Ji Cheng and then poured him a glass of wine. Hearing this, Ji Cheng nodded, picked up the wine glass, and touched it with Shen Huanxing. Now can you tell me what difficulty you encountered? It's nothing. I just think that this county magistrate is boring. He knows the truth of the matter, but he can't save innocent people and bring the real culprit to justice. I really don't know what the position of this county magistrate means. Shen Huanxing said with a sneer. Before Ji Cheng could react, Shen Huanxing picked up the wine jar and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Ji Cheng became even more curious. Brother Shen, why did you say this? Brother Ji Cheng, do you know about the massacre of the Fengtian escort agency? Of course I know. This matter caused quite a stir in the past few years. I feel sorry for the Fengtian Escort Bureau. It's a pity that one wrong step and the next, the good hand of the Fengtian Escort Bureau was finally ruined by me. In the old Fengtian Escort Bureau, everyone in the world had to be polite to everyone they met. What a pity. No, the Fengtian Bodyguard Bureau was wrongly accused. Everything happened because someone in the imperial court secretly sold gunpowder. After learning about this, the Fontian Bodyguard Bureau rejected that person's commission, and it didn't take long for him to be framed by others. If the Fontian Bodyguard Bureau hadn't been prepared in advance, sent the two Lu sisters out in advance, and they were all wiped out. What? Is there such a thing? When he heard the words smuggling gunpowder, Ji Qing's expression suddenly changed. How so? Who is it? I didn't expect that the situation within the imperial court would be so chaotic. Unfortunately, I am a soft-spoken person and cannot redress the grievances of the Fontian escort agency. Brother Shin, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely get to the bottom of it and give you a satisfactory answer. You. Shin Huanqing was stunned. Who is this person? To be honest, I am the 7th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. It's okay if I don't know about this matter. Now that I know it, I can't stand by and watch anything. I will definitely catch the worm in the court, no matter who he is. Good guy. Ji Qing is actually the 7th prince. Shin Huanqing's eyes widened in shock. He had thought about many possibilities, but he did not rely on Ji Qing's identity. Now with his help, isn't everything at hand? Then I'll thank the 7th prince first. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Let's go to the government now. Good. The 7th prince Ji Qing appeared and took over the matter directly. When Wu Jiang heard the news, he felt his legs were weak. Shouldn't the 7th prince be in the capital? Damn it. If the 7th prince intervenes in this matter, it will be easy to solve it. No, we have to report this news to the people behind the scenes quickly. Wu Jiang did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly sent out various flying pigeon messages about what happened in Guangyang City. At the same time, Shen Huanqing ordered to surround Wu Jiang's translation office. Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, Wu Jiang opened the door angrily. Before he could scold the government officials, a familiar figure strolled over with his hands behind his back. Shen Huansen, what do you mean? It's not interesting. I just want Mr. Wu to cooperate with the investigation. Please stay in the translation office during this period. I will let you go after I find out the matter. What qualifications do you have to do this? A small county magistrate. Can you ban me enough? Don't be too funny. Of course I don't have this qualification, but the 7th prince does. I also follow the instructions of the 7th prince. I hope Master Wu will understand. After Shen Huanqing said this with a smile, he turned to greet several people guarding the door. You guys just stay here and guard me. If Master Wu needs anything, just give it to him. Remember, if he disappears, your heads will be in danger. Yes. After saying that, Shen Huanqing turned and left. Wu Jiang looked at Shen Huanqing's leaving figure with a gloomy expression, clenching his fists angrily. What an arrogant Shen Huanqing. Just wait, he won't let him go. After Ji Cheng took over, everything went smoothly. But within 5 days, the two of them found some signs. Looking at the letters and materials brought back by his men, Ji Cheng punched the table angrily. I really didn't expect that the imperial court has become so corrupt. It only took us a long time to investigate, and we found so many ministers involved. It seems that this time, the imperial court is going to change its blood. I thought that most of the people in the court just did nothing, but I never thought that they would take advantage of their status to do so many shameful things. Looking at the familiar names on the rice paper, Ji Cheng felt chilled. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing comforted him. It doesn't matter if it changes. If this continues, Dazhou will be eaten away by these rice-boring insects sooner or later. Maybe new blood will lead Dazhou to a higher level. How can it be that easy? Do you think everyone is like you? If the most important people in the court are people like you who care about the people of the world, my father will be relieved. Ji Cheng sighed. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing shook his head with a smile. The times are different, and the experiences are also different. If people in this feudal era could really think like him, that would be hell. Chapter 64, Attacked Late at Night. The two continued to follow the clues and found common ground. Looking at the names drawn on the rice paper, Shen Huanqing and Ji Qing looked at each other. The situation was far more serious than either of them imagined. It seems that the only way to resolve this matter is to ask the emperor to come forward. It concerns King Jinbei. I will write a memorial immediately and report it to my father, asking him to handle the matter. Okay, but the noise caused by our recent investigation is too great. I'm afraid this matter won't be that easy. We must prepare in advance. The profits from the private sale of gunpowder are immeasurable. They will never let them act like this. After hearing what Shen Huanqing said, Ji Qing nodded. Don't worry, I will be ready. I hope everything can be resolved smoothly, otherwise our lives will be difficult. Fortunately for Ji Cheng, He is the seventh prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Even if those people want to attack him, they have to take his status into consideration. But he is different. He is just an ordinary county magistrate with a high official rank that can crush anyone to death. Anyone on the list can easily crush him to death. Thinking about it, Shen Huanqing sighed heavily. After Ji Cheng wrote the memorial, he handed him over to his confidants. Looking at his back as he rode away, Ji Cheng turned around and put his arm on Shen Huanqing's shoulder. Okay, don't think too much, let's go. Have a drink and treat yourself. Seventh Prince, you have such a big heart. What does this have to do with being arrogant? Since I already know about this matter, I will definitely investigate it to the end. Can they stop me once? Can they stop me 2 or 3 times? At worst, I will spend time with them. Hearing what Ji Cheng said, Shen Huanqing smiled and nodded. The two drank and talked until late at night. They stumbled out of the restaurant and swayed towards the hot pot restaurant. Don't give it away. I've been here in Guangyang City for so many days, and I've already understood the terrain here clearly. Trust me, I can go back by myself. You're already drunk like this, so I'd better give it to you. I'm just unsteady on my feet. It doesn't mean I'm drunk. Don't worry. I'm very sober. Ji Cheng spoke firmly. After saying this, he struggled to break away from Shen Huanqing's restraints, stumbled forward alone. But after taking only 2 steps, several figures quickly emerged from the darkness. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing's pupil shrank, and his drunkenness disappeared instantly. He rushed forward in panic, grabbing the man in black before his sword fell on Ji Cheng, and pulled the man behind him. Careful! Shen Huanqing's loud shout successfully brought back Ji Cheng's consciousness. He looked at the man in black in front of him with cold eyes and clenched his fists angrily. Who sent you here? Do you know who I am? If you dare to murder the 7th prince, you are seeking death. No matter how much you tell them, it's useless. If they were really afraid, they wouldn't send anyone here. Shen Huanqing took a deep breath. King Jinbei was far more courageous than he imagined. He would rather murder the 7th prince than give up privately selling gunpowder. Ridiculous. I think the memorial we sent out today was also stopped by them. What? How is this? Boy, you have nothing to do here. Get out of here. Before Ji Cheng finished speaking, the man in black came towards them. Several people formed a semi-surrounding position, their eyes firmly fixed on Ji Cheng. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. These guys actually came only for Ji Cheng. What's the meaning? Do you think you can't ride a big wave alone? Brother Shen, you go first and find someone. I can hold on for a while. Ji Cheng looked at Shen Huanqing, and after saying these words, he pushed Shen Huanqing aside, then turned around and ran forward quickly. The man in black followed closely behind. The tip of the sword made several long marks on the ground, and the noisy sound made people's scalp numb. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing did not dare to hesitate, turned around, and ran towards the government office. Fortunately, just after running 2 streets, Shen Huanqing saw a group of patrolling police officers. Master Shen, what's wrong with you? What happened? Seeing Shen Huanqing walking in a hurry, the policeman spoke worriedly. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing quickly commanded, "Hurry up and follow me. You go find Hu Wu and summon all the troops in Guangyang City. The 7th prince is attacked, and the situation is critical. Ask him to seal the city gate and be sure to catch all those who sneak attack." Yes. After learning about the situation, everyone did not dare to hesitate and quickly caught up with Shen Huanqing. When Shen Huanqing arrived with his men, Ji Cheng was already at a disadvantage under the siege of the man in black. He drew out the police officer's knife beside him and killed him without any explanation. Fortunately, he had learned a lot of kung fu from the 2 sisters of the Liu family some time ago. Otherwise, he would have only been able to watch from the sidelines when encountering such a situation. It's time to test your teaching results. Brother Shen, be careful. Ji Cheng didn't expect Shen Huanqing to rush up. Seeing Shen Huanqing facing the people in front of him, Ji Cheng's eyes narrowed. Don't worry about me. Their target is you. Protect the 7th prince. Yes. Shen Huanqing, don't be so shameless. Get out of here. The man in black looked angrily at Shen Huanqing, who was standing in front of him, waved the knife in his hand, and quickly fought with Shen Huanqing. Swords and swords flashed. Shen Huanqing and the police officers were retreating steadily. The strength of these men in black is far stronger than Shen Huanqing imagined. It seems that they came here without thinking about letting Ji Cheng go back alive. Damn it. Crucial moment. A figure took advantage of the gap where Shen Huanqing and others were blocked, raised the knife in his hand, and slashed directly at Ji Cheng. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing didn't know where he got the strength to kick the man in front of him on the chest, then turned around and ran towards Ji Cheng. It's said to be too late, but it's too soon. As soon as Shen Huanxing pulled Ji Qing aside, the man in black dropped his knife. Blood spattered out and cut his clothes. Feeling the pain in his arm, Shen Huanxing turned his head and looked at the man with a sinister look. "Brother Shen, are you okay?" Seeing that Shen Huanxing was injured, Ji Qing's breath froze. He never expected that Shen Huanxing would run out and take the knife for him. Isn't he afraid of death? Hearing this, Shen Huanxing shook his head. "Seventh Prince, don't worry, I'm fine. I didn't expect you to have some skills." "Oh, there are so many things you didn't expect." "Really? You're smart. If you don't want to die, get out of here, otherwise—" The man in black held the knife in both hands and raised it high again. As soon as they finished speaking, dozens of people rushed out from behind and in front of them. Hu Wu ran at the front with cold eyes. "Do it and take these people down." "Yes. It seems you have no chance." Shen Huanxing's lips raised a sarcastic smile. Fortunately, Hu Wu arrived in time, otherwise he would really have to explain himself here today. Great fortune and great fortune. Damn, let's go. Seeing that the situation had reversed, the man in black did not dare to stay any longer. After repelling the policeman beside him, he turned around and jumped into the alley beside him, disappearing. Seeing this, Shen Huanxing sneered and spoke. "Chase, we must catch the person." "Yes." After arranging everything, Shen Huanxing turned around. "Are you okay, Seventh Prince? What can happen to me? But you, go see the doctor quickly and bandage it." Ji Qing looked at Shen Huanxing worriedly. "Catch the person first. Don't worry. It's just a minor injury." Shen Huanxing waved his hand indifferently, and as soon as he finished speaking, a police officer hurried over. "Sir, it's bad. Those guys all committed suicide by taking poison." Chapter 65. If you dare to provoke me, this is what will happen. "What? Really?" Compared to Shen Huanxing's shock, Ji Qing seemed very calm, as if he had anticipated everything. Catching the understanding look in his eyes, Shen Huanxing frowned. "Seventh Prince, this matter. I will send someone to send a secret message to my father. You don't have to worry. As for those men in black, they are all professionally trained dead soldiers. Even if they don't die, we can't get any clues from them. Compared to next, your injury is more important." Ji Qing sighed. The appearance of the dead man made everything clear. Even if he is no longer willing to accept it, King Jinbei's private sale of gunpowder is a foregone conclusion. Looking at Ji Qing's desperate face, Shen Huanxing nodded. Just as he was about to go find the doctor, he suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at where the government was and ran forward in a panic. Grown-ups? When the police officers saw this scene, they all frowned in confusion. "What's going on?" "Go to the cell quickly. I'm afraid the two sisters of the Liu family will also encounter something bad." Hearing this, the detective did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly caught up with Shen Huanxing. Everyone quickly walked through the darkness and arrived at the cell in just one cup of tea. The situation is more serious than Shen Huanxing imagined. The mess that came into view was mixed with bright red blood, and several agents fell to the ground, uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Going further, Lu Qingyu, who was seriously injured, was fighting with the man in black. She was covered in wounds, and the dripping blood stained her white prison clothes red. Lu Hongyu was leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. Her face was as pale as paper, and her hands and feet had injuries of varying degrees. Seeing this scene, Shen Huanxing's sanity was instantly burned completely by the flames of anger. Looking at the men in black on the side, he roared angrily. "Get them! If they want to die, give them a ride!" "Yes! Come on, go and get the doctor!" "Yes!" The police officers were divided into two groups. Some protected Shen Huanxing and the Liu sisters, while others rushed forward to fight the men in black. With the help of Hu Wu, they easily killed all the men in black. Shen Huanxing looked at their corpses with cold eyes, motionlessly guarding the two Liu sisters behind him. Lu Qingyu was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Lu Hongyu hugged her with a distressed look on her face, raising her head from time to time and looking outside the prison. "Husband, when will the doctor arrive? Qingyu's injury is too serious. I'm afraid she won't be able to survive." Hearing the voice coming from behind, Shen Huanxing thought of something and quickly took out the jade bottle in his arms. "Hurry up and give her this. This is the medicine Piampian gave me. It can protect the lives of both of you sisters at a critical moment." Hearing this, Lu Hongyu did not hesitate, took the pills from Shen Huanxing and stuffed them into Lu Qingyu's mouth. Seeing the two people covered with injuries, Shen Huanxing clenched his fists in self-reproach. "Sorry, if I could move faster and be more concealed, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Husband, I can't blame you for this matter. I know you have worked very hard, looking at the whole world. You are the only one willing to clear our grievances. This is what I should do. Don't worry, the seventh prince and I have found out the real culprit behind the scenes. It won't be long before the truth will be revealed, and you don't have to hide around anymore. Real? The sudden good news made Lu Hongyu's head spin. She cried with joy, her eyes full of excitement. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. How could I lie to you about such an important matter? You two just wait patiently. Sir, the doctor is here. As soon as Shun Huanqing finished speaking, the police officer quickly came over with the doctor. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing waved to the doctor. Please take a closer look at it for my two ladies. You're welcome, Your Excellency. The doctor walked to Shun Huanqing and knelt down. Just as he was about to reach out to feel the pulses of the two sisters, Shun Huanqing noticed his calloused palms with sharp eyes. How could ordinary people's hands be so rough? Unless he is a martial arts practitioner. Thinking of this possibility, Shun Huanqing's pupils narrowed. He stood in front of the two women and shouted, "Catch him!" Yes. The police officers reacted very quickly. Although they didn't know what happened, they still drew their swords and rushed over immediately. The doctor didn't expect that he would be exposed so quickly. His expression suddenly changed, and he immediately pulled out the dagger from his waist and stabbed the two Lu sisters directly. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing picked up the chair beside him and blocked the dagger. Who sent you? Shun Huanqing spoke angrily. Hearing this, the doctor turned the dagger in his hand, changed the target, and went straight to kill Shun Huanqing. His eyes were firm and unshakable by the situation at the moment. Husband, be careful. The doctor's knife was too fast. Lu Hongyu wanted to react, but her serious injury slowed her down. Fortunately, Hu Wu took action in time, grabbing the doctor's hand at the critical moment and forcibly controlling him. Catch him! Hu Wu coldly shouted, then turned to look at Shun Huanqing with concern. Master Shin, are you okay? It's okay. Be careful of his teeth hiding poison. Clear! Hu Wu reacted very quickly and removed the doctor's jaw before he could poison him. After a busy night, I finally caught one alive. Hopefully they can get the information they want from him. Fifth brother, I leave the interrogation to you. You must find out who is behind it. Don't worry, Mr. Shun. Okay, you guys help me get the person out and then go find the doctor again. You guys go to my mansion, notify Qin Piampian to come over, and stay there to protect the others. Yes. With such a big commotion, Shun Huanqing had to be careful. When Yu Jiwen and Junmu heard the news and arrived, the doctor and Qin Piampian were helping the Lu sisters treat their wounds. Seeing the scene in front of them, the two of them turned to look at Shun Huanqing simultaneously. Shun Huanqing, why are you alone? Where is the seventh prince? The seventh prince was frightened. I sent someone to send him back first. My people are currently interrogating the person who made the sneak attack. The person behind this is too arrogant. He dares to assassinate the seventh prince. This is a capital crime. Yu Jiwen only felt shocked. Do they even risk their lives for these ill-gotten gains? Hearing this, Shun Huanqing's lips curled into a sneer. The wise eyes seemed to see through everything. For them, money is the most important thing. They have been selling black powder for several years and have made a lot of profits from it. It is absolutely impossible for them to stop now. As long as they can continue to sell black powder, they can do anything. Make it. Shun Huanqing's words made Junmu and Yu Jiwen feel very uncomfortable. They looked at each other and sighed helplessly. I thought that the seventh prince's intervention would successfully resolve the matter of privately selling gunpowder. Unexpectedly, do you still want to persist? When things get to this point, even if I stop investigating, they won't make it easy for me. In that case, why not uproot them all at once? If you dare to provoke me, this is what will happen. Chapter 66. I have a way to pry open his mouth. Throughout the night, Hu Wu tried his best but could not pry the guy's mouth open. Just when Ji Cheng came, he suddenly felt desperate when he learned about this. It's useless. These people have received professional training and are very strict. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing shook his head in disapproval. I don't think so. The criminal law and prison cannot withstand them, but my method can. What's your idea? Several people looked at Shun Huanqing curiously. Shun Huanqing smiled mysteriously and called Hu Wu. Fifth brother, please prepare some honey and a sheep. Okay, but what do you want these things for? Do you want to eat them? This was a critical moment in the trial of the prisoner, and Shun Huanqing actually still had the heart to eat. He also has a big heart. You'll find out soon. All right. Hu Wu turned and left, while Shun Huanqing took the remaining people to the cell. The fake doctor at this moment has long lost his previous high spirits. He looks miserable and has a weak aura. If he hadn't practiced martial arts all year round, he would have fallen down long ago. Seeing Shun Huanqing and others coming, he raised his eyes tiredly and then looked away. I thought that Shun Huanqing and others came here to interrogate him, but who would have thought that after they arrived, they looked like nothing happened and found a stool to sit down opposite him. What do they mean? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Hu not far away, leading a sheep and striding towards him with a honey pot in hand. Come here, arrange a high chair for him, take off his shoes, tie his feet to the chair, and then apply the honey to the soles of his feet. Yes, the jailers sprang into action. The sticky honey is smeared on the soles of people's feet, and a sweet smell arises spontaneously. Ji Chung, Jun Mu, and Yu Ji-Wen looked at the scene in front of them with confusion and couldn't help but move forward. Brother Shin, what on earth are you doing? This is a punishment of laughter. He can bear the pain, but can he bear the laughter? After Shun Huanqing finished speaking, he asked Hu Wu to lead the sheep to the fake doctor. Smelling the sweet smell, the sheep immediately took action. It stuck out its tongue and licked the honey from the soles of the fake doctor's feet, eating it happily. The tip of the tongue traces across the soles of the feet, causing a tingling sensation. The fake doctor was all excited. The next moment, he laughed uncontrollably. Aha! Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone's eyes flashed with shock. This laughing punishment really lives up to its reputation. How's it going? The surprise I specially prepared for you is not bad, right? I want to see how long you can last. Shin Huanqing raised his eyebrows at the person in front of him with a half smile. Hearing this, the fake doctor was furious and wanted to speak, but he couldn't stop laughing. Seeing this scene, Ji Chung stood up and walked to him, looking down at him. If you can't bear it anymore, just tell us now. As long as you tell the truth, we will let you go. You don't want to keep laughing like this, right? Hi. Ha ha ha, I said it. The fake doctor struggled to speak. As Shun Huanqing said, he could bear the pain, but he really couldn't stand the itching. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing waved his hand. Hu Wu understood and immediately took the sheep away. Finally getting a chance to breathe, the fake doctor breathed heavily and looked at Shun Huanqing with fear in his eyes. Their eyes met. Shun Huanqing said impatiently, "Why are you looking at me? Why don't you tell me quickly?" "Yes, it's King Jinbei. It's King Jinbei who sent me." "What? Is he really the king of Jinbei?" As soon as the fake doctor said this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. They looked at each other in shock, with dark emotions flashing in their eyes. The dignified king of Jinbei would actually ignore the safety of the people of Zhou dynasty and do such a thing. Is he crazy? Sure enough. To this day, the last trace of luck in Ji Cheng's heart disappeared. He shook his head in disappointment, his eyes gradually becoming firmer. I hope you can remember what you said today. When you get to the capital, you must remember to tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seventh Prince, what you mean is, now that the witness has arrived, it's time to leave. The longer it takes, the bigger the trouble will be. Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely seek justice for the Fengtian escort agency when I return to Beijing. Ji Cheng said, turning to look at Shun Huanqing. Brother Shin, Seventh Prince, the two sisters of the Liu family are seriously injured at the moment. It is not suitable for traveling. I hope the Seventh Prince will allow them to stay here to recover. Before Ji Chung finished speaking, Shin Huanqing interrupted him. Hearing this, Ji Chung hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. The current situation of the two sisters of the Liu family is indeed not suitable for running around, so they should take good care of themselves at home. You don't have to go, but you have to give a confession. That's no problem. I'll go find them right away. Shin Huanqing responded with a smile, and then turned to look at Hu Wu. Fifth brother, hurry up and prepare a few similar carriages and send more people to guard the city gate. Once a suspicious person is found, he can capture it directly without checking his identity. Yes, if King Jinbei knew that the fake doctor had revealed everything, he would definitely try his best to kill him. Ji Cheng's return to the capital was full of crises, and he couldn't afford to be careless. It's a pity that there are not many available people around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive. Thinking about it, Shin Huanqing continued to speak. Also, prepare to escort the Seventh Prince to the city. Brother Shin, that's not necessary. Let Hu Wu stay here to protect you and the Liu sisters. I brought a lot of guards with me on this trip, and they are enough to protect me. Hearing Shin Huanqing's words, Ji Chung spoke anxiously. The two Liu sisters were also targeted by King Jinbei. Now the two of them are seriously injured and have no ability to protect themselves. Once Huwu leaves, they will really become fish on the chopping board. Yes, Master Shin, let me stay and protect you. Huwu echoed, worry flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Huwu nodded hesitantly. That's fine. Seventh Prince, please be careful on the road. Don't worry, let's go back and get ready. We'll set off tonight. That night, several similar-looking carriages left Guangyang City together. Ouyangwen did not choose to leave, but led someone to secretly protect Shan Huanqing. Guangyang City was turbulent, and the whole city was under martial law. 3 days later, the seventh prince arrived in the capital. He went straight to the imperial study and told the people in charge everything he had learned. Father, everything my son said is true. I hope my father can see clearly. I know that King Jinbei has worked hard and made great achievements, but it is an indisputable fact that he sells gunpowder privately. I hope my father can see clearly. Ji Chung respectfully bows down. Hearing this, the emperor was furious and summoned King Jinbei directly. When they met for the first time after the accident, both Ji Chung and King Jinbei felt a little complicated. The two looked at each other, and then looked away without any trace. Your Majesty, I am here to see you. I wonder why you have urgently summoned me here. King Jinbei took his time and saluted the person in the main seat. Seeing this, the emperor sneered. I heard that you secretly colluded with many court officials to privately sell gunpowder. Is that true? Chapter 67. I am lucky. What? Selling gunpowder privately? Your Majesty, I have never done this. I hope Your Majesty can see clearly. Hearing what the emperor said, King Jinbei was horrified. He spoke hastily, without a trace of panic on his face. Hearing this, Ji Qing frowned. Father, I have brought a witness. Since the king of Jinbei said that this matter has nothing to do with him, why not ask the witness to come up and confront him? We finally got the evidence that King Jinbei was selling gunpowder privately. We can't just let this matter go like this. So what if you hold military power? The emperor is subject to the same punishment as common people when he breaks the law. This man must be executed. Ji Qing's words made the emperor and the king of Jinbei change their expressions. The corners of King Jinbei's mouth turned up with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Ji Chung with great interest, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. It is said that a man who knows the times is a hero. I didn't expect Ji Qing's vision is so poor. Well, let him run rampant for a while. When he finds the opportunity, I will definitely take his life. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. Even if we confront each other, I am not afraid. Well, since you said this matter has nothing to do with you, in your opinion, who did this? If my guess is correct, the man who smuggled gunpowder should be my capable General Sun. King Jinbei spoke slowly. With just a few words, he pushed all the blame onto another person. Ji Chung didn't expect that King Jinbei could remain so calm in such a situation. He clenched his hands in a fist at his sides and looked at King Jinbei unwillingly. Really? Where is General Sun? Hurry up and get him up here. Yes. General Sun arrived late. He took a look at the situation at the scene and had a bad feeling, thinking of what King Jinbei told him some time ago. Without waiting for the emperor to speak, he knelt down. Your Majesty, I was confused for a moment and didn't expect to cause such a disaster. I hope Your Majesty will show mercy and spare my life. Did you really do this? The emperor's cold gaze rested on Prince Jinbei, and he obviously did not believe what General Sun said. But he had no choice. The king of Jinbei holds military power and has made great achievements. If you touch him, half of the great Zhou will be shaken. Now is not the best time. They can only endure it. Yes, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with King Jinbei. I deserve to die. General Sun knelt down and bowed to the person sitting in the main seat. Seeing this, Ji Chung made a prompt decision and ordered someone to bring the fake doctor up. This is his last chance. As soon as the fake doctor entered the imperial study, he was frightened to death by the depressing atmosphere there. He swallowed subconsciously and knelt tremblingly beside General Sun. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Tell me, who sent you to kill the two sisters of the Liu family? Ji Chung kicked him angrily. Hearing this, the fake doctor looked up, pointed at the person next to him without any hesitation. It was General Sunday. It was him. He sent me to kill the two sisters of the Liu family. What did you say? The sudden change left Ji Chung dumbfounded. Damn it. How dare this guy change his confession on the spot? Do you really think he is a vegetarian? You clearly didn't say that in Guangyang City before. Why did you lie? Are you really not afraid of death? Ji Chung walked up to the fake doctor angrily and grabbed his collar without saying anything. The fake doctor was forced to look up and look directly at Ji Chung. The two people's eyes intertwined in the air. Even though he was frightened, the fake doctor did not give the answer that Ji Chung wanted. Seventh Prince, I did not lie. The person I mentioned from beginning to end was General Sunday. Did you hear it wrong? You. That's enough. Seeing that Ji Chung wanted to continue asking questions, the emperor spoke at the right time. He swept his eyes over the people present and then said, I have already made a decision on this matter. General Sun sold gunpowder privately and framed the Confrontation escort agency. He is sentenced to death. Take him away and behead him immediately. Yes. And that fellow, drag him down and chop him up together. Yes. The emperor gave the order. The guards sprang into action. General Sun and the fake doctor were ruthlessly dragged away. They showed no sign of struggling and did not even turn their heads back. Seeing this, King Jinbei raised his mouth with satisfaction. Your Majesty, this was my negligence. Don't worry. I will manage my people well in the future and will never let the same thing happen again. Okay, remember what you said. If it happens again, I'll punish you too. Yes. King Jinbei bowed respectfully, turned around, and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Ji Chung with a smile. It seemed like a mockery, but also like a provocation. When their eyes met, Ji Chung was furious. As soon as the king of Jinbei left, he angrily said, Father, are you really going to let him go so easily? The private sale of gunpowder is a serious matter. You know that this matter is not as simple as he said. Why do you still do this? Seventh brother, you are too impulsive. He is the king of Jinbei. Don't forget that he holds the military power of the Great Zhou. There is no benefit in falling out with him now. On the contrary, once he is angered, he might lead his troops to rebel. The people of the Great Zhou are already living in dire straits. Starting a rebellion will only increase their suffering. Do you understand? Hearing what the emperor said, Ji Chung pursed his lips tightly and asked unwillingly, So this matter is just over? Confrontation escort agency lost more than 100 lives because of this matter. Father, how can they rest in peace with your decision? Ji Cheng's question made the emperor fall into silence. After a long while, he shook his head. You don't need to mention this matter again. I have made up my mind. Please forget about this matter as soon as possible. Father, go down. The emperor waved his hand weakly. Seeing this, Ji Cheng stood up and walked away angrily. One day later, Ouyang received a letter from the capital. After reading the contents of the letter, Ouyang immediately went to find Shen Huanqing. After learning about the emperor's trial, Shen Huanqing nodded calmly. The hysteria he imagined did not appear, and Ouyang was a little surprised. Brother Shen doesn't look surprised at all. Could it be that he had expected such a result? Of course, when people mention the Great Zhou, the first thing that comes to mind is King Jinbei. Putting aside military power, King Jinbei is in a sense the patron saint of the Great Zhou. How can the emperor punish such a talented person so easily? If King Jinbei really fell so easily, the land of Great Zhou would have been trampled to the ground long ago. Shen Huanqing talked eloquently. He took the letter from Ouyang and browsed it carefully, then nodded. I have nothing else to ask for. As long as the two sisters of the Liu family are safe and sound, now that their wanted orders have been lifted, they will no longer have to live in hiding. This is great. It's a pity that both you and the seventh prince have offended King Jinbei because of this matter. Judging from his previous actions, he will never let you go easily. You have to be careful. It doesn't matter, the soldiers will come and cover up the water and the earth. I don't have any other abilities, but I am lucky. Chapter 68, Arrogant Dragon Time. Besides, isn't there a seventh prince here? With the friendship between the three of us, can you two watch me die? Shen Huanqing raised his eyebrows at Ouyang, one with a smile on his face. Ouyang couldn't laugh or cry and could only applaud. You have such a good attitude. If the seventh prince hadn't been assassinated a few days ago, I would have believed your lies. In the current situation, Ji Chung couldn't even protect himself, let alone protect others. It's difficult. No. Since this matter has been raised in front of the emperor, King Jinbei will definitely be wary. Before, he dared to attack the seventh prince because of his majesty's ignorance. But it is different now. He will not mess up again. Coming. Shen Huanqing is confident. This makes sense. Thinking about what he heard about Shen Huanqing during this period, Ouyang couldn't help but praise him. I was still thinking before, how dare you have the guts to offend the prefect, but now I understand. You are not afraid of anything at all. King Jinbei doesn't even care about you, let alone the prefect. There is nothing I can do. I am a person who accepts death. I will not give in to such an unreasonable person, no matter how high the official position is. Shen Huanqing helplessly spread his hands. Now that the verdict has been handed down, the matter has come to an end. In the short term, King Jinbei will not take action against him. He still has time to grow. Brother Ouyang, it's getting late. I'll go first. Go ahead. Shen Huanqing cupped his fists and cupped his hands, turned around, and left. The two sisters of the Liu family were recuperating at home. When they saw Shen Huanqing coming back, they got up simultaneously. Their eyes sparkled with hope, hoping for good news. Husband, today? There's good news today. I just received a message from Fei Gu in the capital. From now on, you two are no longer wanted criminals by the court, but the eldest and second young ladies of the Confrontation Escort Bureau. The grievances of the Confrontation Escort Bureau have been cleared. Is this true? Nature. After hearing what Shen Huanqing said, the two women trembled. Tears burst into their eyes, momentarily blurring their vision. Unexpectedly, they would actually be able to wait for this day in their lifetime. Father, Confrontation Escort Agency has finally cleared its name. The two girls burst into tears. They helped him stand up and bowed solemnly to Shen Huanqing. Thank you, husband, for defending the Confrontation Escort Bureau. Thank you, husband. Seeing this, Shen Huanqing raised his hand. You guys, isn't this what I should do? What's there to thank you for? Okay, go back and lie down quickly. Now that the matter is settled, the most important thing for you two is to take good care of your health. We'll talk about the rest later. Good. The two women nodded and lay back down again. As soon as he covered himself with the quilt, he saw Shen Huanqing speaking with a complicated expression. Although you two are no longer wanted by the court, the crisis is still not over. We can't be too optimistic. Husband, what do you mean? As long as King Jinbei dies, this matter will not be over. He will come back to you. After learning that the incident was related to King Jinbei, the two women never thought about revenge. It concerns the people of Zhou dynasty, so they have to think more about it. I thought everyone would be happy if they got rid of their status as a wanted criminal, but unexpectedly, the smiles on the faces of the two women gradually disappeared. They looked at each other solemnly, then turned to look at Shen Huanqing. Before they could speak, Shen Huanqing understood their thoughts and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will inform you two sisters at this time. I just hope that you will be careful in your actions in the future. As long as I am here, I will not let them others hurt you. Shen Huanqing's words made the two women feel warm in their hearts. Before he could say anything, there was a rapid knock on the door. Who? Brother Shen, it's me. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Shen Huanqing frowned when he heard it was Hu Wu. It's late at night now. At this time, Hu Wu should be sleeping at home. How could that be? Shen Huanqing walked over and opened the door, looking curiously at the panting person outside the door. Fifth brother, why are you here? The head of the Black Dragon Escort Agency has come to the government. He wants to see you. At this time, I didn't expect it. I heard that he came all night and sat in front of the government office. The other brothers had no choice but to send someone to inform me. When I got the news, I came to see you immediately. You look? Hu Wu looked helpless. So, what if you travel all night? Does this have anything to do with him? Long Ying is seeking death. Who can blame him? After hearing this, Shen Huanqing pondered for a moment and shook his head decisively. Let's talk tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to send him away right now. The two smiled at each other, and Hu Wu turned and left. Long Shi, the head of the Black Dragon Escort Bureau, never expected that Shen Huanqing would be so rampant. He looked at the person who reported the news with a gloomy face, burning with anger. Is this the way you treat guests in Guanyang City? I'm sorry, Master Long. It's just that you came too late. The County Magistrate also needs to rest. Otherwise, why don't you find a hotel to stay for one night and come back tomorrow? The policeman spoke politely. Hearing this, Long Shi stood up, turned around, and left angrily. The two detectives looked at his leaving figure and rolled their eyes angrily. Your son hurt our Master Shin's wife? Or do you want us to give you a good look? Dreaming. Okay, let's take the time to rest. Tomorrow will be difficult. The policeman sighed, then entered the official residence, leaned against the gate, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as soon as Shen Huanqing arrived at the government office, Long Shi followed him in. Hearing the footsteps, Shen Huanqing turned his head. Their eyes met. Shen Huanqing raised his eyebrows at Long Shi with a smile on his face. You are the head of the Long family of the Black Dragon Escort Agency, right? I have known you for a long time. I wonder why you were here this time. Master Shen, Why do you ask questions knowingly? Now that the matter has been resolved, should I let my son go? Longshire's face turned pale. Hearing this, Shin Huanqing shook his head. Sorry, we can't do it yet. What do you mean? Master Long, hurt my wife and me. His crime is serious. How can I let him go? How can I explain it to myself and my wife? Mr. Long, why don't you come back another day? Another day? According to Shun Huanqing's methods, he may not know what he will see when he comes another day. Thinking of this, Longshire took a step forward and said, Shin Huanqing, I am talking to you because I think highly of you. Please don't toast me and eat as a penalty. I don't understand what Master Long means. Either you let my son go now, or, haha, someone comes here. Following Longshire's order, several people wearing black dragon costumes ran in from outside. They held swords in their hands, moved crisply, and stood in line as soon as they arrived. Seeing this, Shun Huanqing put away the smile on his face and looked at Longshire warningly. Master Long, do you want a rebel? Understand, this is the Guanyang County Government Office, not your Black Dragon Escort Agency. So what? If you don't let my son go, see if I don't trample this place to the ground. Arrogant. Shin Huanqing really didn't expect Longshire to have such a tough temper. It seems that he has someone behind him. Everything came faster than he imagined. Shin Huanqing's thoughts gradually deepened. Before he could speak, Longshire took the lead, grabbed Shin Huanqing's hand with lightning speed, and twisted it. Click! Dragon time! Master Shin, if you don't surrender to Long Ying, more than just one hand will be broken off. Chapter 69. Black Powder Found. Longshire ignored the anger surging in Shun Huanqing's eyes and threatened. The pain from his broken arm continued to stimulate Shun Huanqing's brain. He gritted his teeth and looked at the man in front of him, wishing he could tear him into pieces. The sudden change cheered up all the detectives present. They stepped forward uniformly and looked at the people from the Black Dragon Escort Agency with cold eyes. Huwu came late, saw the situation at the scene, and immediately stepped forward. Bold! Master Longshire, do you want to despise the official authority? Why don't you let me go quickly? Snort! After hearing what Huwu said, Longshire pushed Shun Huanqing out disdainfully. He patted his sleeves casually and put his hands behind his back. Master Shun, please don't cause trouble for yourself. Are you threatening me? I don't dare. I'm just reminding Mr. Shin. Yes. No wonder Long Ying dares to confront me directly. You two are really cut out of the same mold. In this case, I don't need to be polite. Come here and capture all these troublemakers. Go to jail? Yes. Ignoring the injured arm, Shun Huanqing shouted coldly. The next moment, Huwu took a step across to block him behind him, pulled out his knife, and looked at Longshire aggressively. The war is about to break out. Under the siege of several agents, the people from the Black Dragon Escort Bureau were quickly defeated. Everyone was captured, including Ryushi. This is not the end. Shun Huanqing looked at Longshire with cold eyes and spoke in his gloomy eyes. The Black Dragon Escort intends to murder court officials and deserves death. Go and confiscate the Black Dragon Escort and bring them all back. Yes. How dare you? Longshire exclaimed. He never expected that Shun Huanqing would have such courage. Copy the Black Dragon Escort Agency? How dare he? Doesn't he know who is behind the Black Dragon Escort Agency? Why don't I dare? Head of the Long family. Do you really think that I dare not touch you because there is someone behind you? You didn't ask me before you came. I, Shun Huanqing, have never been afraid of anyone. I will kill the godson of the prefect Wu Jiang. Not to mention you, Black Dragon Escort. This is what will happen if you mess with me. Why are you still standing there? Go. Remember to search the inside of the escort agency carefully. If you find anything you shouldn't find, bring it back immediately. Yes. Shun Huanqing's words seemed to mean something. Longshire understood the deep meaning of his words, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn it. If he had known this, he should have put those things away before coming out. I hope Shun Huanqing can't find it. Noticing the panic flashing across Longshire's face, Shun Huanqing couldn't help but laugh. Master Long doesn't look happy? Why? Are you afraid that I will find something I shouldn't have searched for? I thought that Black Dragon Escort Agency would be more honest during this time of crisis. Now it seems that the situation is not what he expected. It is necessary to go to the Black Dragon Escort Agency in person. Let's add a few of them to the prison first. Yes, Master Long. Don't say I'm unkind. You and your son can be reunited now. Go ahead. Shun Huanqing chuckled, waved his hand, briefly tied his broken arm, and then went straight to the Black Dragon Escort Agency. The Black Dragon Escort Bureau is about 80 miles away from Guanyang City. It was already late at night when Shun Huanqing arrived with his troops. Looking at the dark black dragon escort agency, Shun Huanqing raised a smile on his lips. What a great opportunity! Fifth brother, take action and catch them off guard. Good. Huwu nodded and led the detectives to forcefully open the door of the Black Dragon Escort Agency. They operated at night and didn't give those people time to react. Shen Huanqing stepped into it unhurriedly. Seeing the people in the escort struggling to resist, he immediately said, "Anyone who resists will be shot without mercy." "Yes. Who are you?" The people from the Black Dragon Escort looked at Shun Huanqing angrily, not knowing why they got into this unreasonable disaster. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing smiled and said, "I am the County Magistrate of Guangyang City. I am here to take you to reunite with your family head." "What? Are you Shun Huanqing?" As soon as Shun Huanqing said these three words, everyone present fell into panic. They panicked and wanted to escape, but the policemen had already surrounded the place. Shun Huanqing looked at their expressions with interest. After a moment, he raised his head thoughtfully and looked at the rafters. Get a few people to check the rafters and see what good things they have hidden there. Yes. Wouldn't these guys hide the black powder in the rafters? Thinking of some possibility, Shun Huanqing looked contemptuous. These guys are really not afraid of death. They actually dare to hide this thing on their foreheads. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, they might not know how they died. Just as he was thinking about it, there was the sound of rapid horse hooves outside the door. Several heads fell to the ground, blood splattered on the spot. Junmu saw such a scene when he came in. He hurriedly ran to Shun Huanqing and said angrily, "You are such a mess. Are you crazy? Master Jun, why are you here? You made such a big fuss. Can I not come? You are really crazy. Can you do less stupid things all day long? Do you really feel that you have lived too long?" Junmu cursed rudely. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing laughed and shook his head. Seeing several detectives carefully bringing down several boxes from the rafters, he quickly pointed at them. "Master Jun, don't be too quick to get angry. Look at what it is." "What is it?" "My lord, it's black powder." After the police officer checked it, he said with an ugly expression. As soon as these words came out, Junmu's expression changed drastically. "What?" At this time, Black Dragon Escort Bureau actually dares to. "Master Jun, I don't want to target the Black Dragon Escort, but there is no way. The Black Dragon Escort sold gunpowder privately and seriously injured me. The two crimes are combined. I should have killed them. You see, I am doing what they want. Give." Shun Huanqing said, helplessly waving his broken hand. Junmu looked helpless at the look of his strong figure. "I was too emotional, sorry." "Your Majesty, you're welcome. Just clarify the matter. Speaking of which, I happen to have something I want to discuss with your Majesty. There is so much black powder, don't waste it. I want to collect this batch of black powder and use it to make better and more lethal weapons for our use. Can you also make weapons?" Junmu had no intention of paying attention to black powder, but was attracted by another key point in Shun Huanqing's words. Hearing this, Shun Huanqing nodded. "Good boy. How many abilities does this guy have that he doesn't know about? Since you are sure, then do as you say. Come on, why are you still standing there? Move all the black powder away, and I'll show you my skills when I go back." Shun Huanqing waved his hand, and all the agents took action. As for them, smuggling gunpowder, they deserve death, so kill them all. "Yes." As Shun Huanqing finished speaking, the catcher raised his knife and fell. More than 10 people's heads fell to the ground, and they lost their vitality in the blink of an eye. "You guys stay behind and take stock of what's left in the Black Dragon Escort Agency. Move everything that can be moved and destroy everything that can't be moved." Chapter 70. Exploding Black Tiger Mountain at Night. "Yes." The detective followed Shun Huanqing's instructions and quickly moved the Black Dragon Escort Agency away. In the end, he didn't forget to smash the remaining things to pieces. They returned with a full load and put everything they had moved back from the Black Dragon Escort into the warehouse. Huwu was busy counting the loot. Shun Huanqing devoted himself wholeheartedly to the research of gunpowder. Yu Jiwen and Ouyang came in a hurry after learning about this and waited with Junmu. Brother Shun really knows how to make gunpowder? Seeing Shun Huanqing's skillful movements, Ouyang felt excited in his heart. Hearing this, Junmu spread his hands. "I don't know, but based on what I know about this kid, he doesn't have to joke with us about this kind of thing. Let's wait and see. If Brother Shin really has this ability, he won't have to worry about conflicts with other countries in the future. It's unimaginable that people from the small Qingtian village have such abilities. Shin Huanqing's strength has already impressed them. How about the capital? And what about Qingtian village? Origin is not a criterion for judging a person. Shen Huanqing was no worse than any of them present. Just as he was thinking about it, Shen Huanqing suddenly excitedly raised a cylinder of gunpowder. Done! After hearing this, several people hurried forward. Brother Shen, what kind of gunpowder are you talking about? This object is called Jintian Lei, which is a very lethal explosive. This round gunpowder is called Thunderbolt Bomb, which is a kind of smoke bomb. Shen Huanqing held up the thing in his hand and introduced it to the people next to him. Hearing this, Ouyang carefully reached out and took it. This thing won't explode for no reason, right? Of course not. Unless it comes into contact with an open flame, this explosive is quite stable. Come on, find a wide place, and I will show you the power of these explosives. Shen Huanqing couldn't wait. In the world he lived in his previous life, explosives were strictly prohibited. Not to mention explosives, they can't even set off fireworks. I finally got the chance, so I naturally wanted to have fun. Catching the excitement on Shen Huanqing's face, the three of them glanced at each other subconsciously. This kid feels so dangerous. If I had known this, I would not have given him the black powder. Seeing that the three of them were motionless, Shen Huanqing couldn't help but urge, "You three, what are you doing standing around here? Let's go." "Brother Shen, why don't you forget it? We all believe in you. How can this be forgotten? If you don't see it, I have to try the effect." After Shen Huanqing finished speaking, he walked quickly towards the door. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow. Suburbs. Bang, bang, bang. The successive explosions were deafening, also accompanied by flying dust. Looking at the huge, deep hole that was blasted into the ground, Junmu and the other three couldn't help but take a breath. Mr. Sun and Wu Jiang should really be glad that Shen Huanqing had not been exposed to black powder before. Otherwise, how could they have survived in front of Shen Huanqing? "Shen, brother Shen, the power of your explosives is indeed extraordinary." After being shocked for a long time, Ouyang said these words tremblingly. Hearing this, Shen Huanqing waved his hand with a smile on his face. "Brother Ouyang, you praise me too much. These are just gadgets. As long as there are enough materials, I can blow up Guanyang City in minutes. That's not necessary. It's hard to tell that this kid is still a violent person. Wait a minute, this thing is definitely not suitable for blowing up Guanyang City, but it is a good way to suppress bandits. In this way, Shen Huanqing, you have worked hard these days to make all the black powder into what you just used. Explosives, bandits have been rampant recently. I want to see what they can do with the help of this thunder." "No problem, leave it to me." "About how long will it take?" "All done within 7 days. Just do it." After Shen Huanqing returned, he didn't even have time to count the loot, so he started refining explosives. 7 days later, Jun and Mu were invited to the scene by Shen Huanqing. "Thanks to the background of the Black Dragon Escort Agency, otherwise we wouldn't be able to make so many explosives. Lord Jun, with these things, even if the opponent is made of copper and iron, we can blow them up to nothing," Shen Huanqing said happily. In front of the four of them, a mountain of explosives was piled up. Thinking about the scene 7 days ago, the three of them felt a chill. "Okay, with these things, let's see how rampant those bandits are. Mr. Shen, I wonder if you are interested in accompanying me? Going to suppress bandits? Of course, you developed this explosive after all. No one knows it better than you. If you don't go, I really don't dare to use this thing. Things with huge destructive power must be used by people who are familiar with them to avoid unnecessary casualties." Capturing the hidden meaning in Jun Mu's words, Shen Huanqing smiled politely and nodded. "No problem. I'll go with you." "Okay, then without further ado, let's take the gunpowder and head straight to Black Tiger Mountain." "Black Tiger Mountain?" Shen Huanqing frowned when he heard this unfamiliar name. After a long time, he finally remembered that there was a mountain range called Black Tiger 20 miles north of Guanyang City. These bandits are really determined and willing to run so far. To tell you the truth, the weather is getting colder, and the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain are making more and more noise. Recently, I received reports from people below saying that the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain are robbing people of money and food. There have been a few people were brutally murdered. Although I led troops to Black Tiger Mountain before, I was not able to wipe them all out. With your gunpowder to help me this time, won't everything be easy? Hearing this, Shen Huanqing nodded understandingly. What he despises the most are those who are healthy but insist on robbing other people's money. Now that this matter has hit him, he can't just sit back and ignore it. Just wait. None of them can escape. Wu, quickly load these explosives on my car. Let's go to Black Tiger Mountain. Okay, just do it. Ouyang and Yu Jiwen hesitated for a moment, but chose to go with Shen Huanqing. for nothing else. They didn't want to miss the good show of bombarding Black Tiger Mountain. The four of them went up the mountain with firearms and went directly to the bandits' lair in Black Tiger Mountain without making any other preparations. When we arrived at Black Tiger Mountain, it was already dark. Shen Huanqing refused Jun Mu's proposal to rest for the night and went straight up the mountain with the gunpowder. Black Tiger Mountain is strangely quiet at night. Except for a few people patrolling in front of the village gate, no other figures could be seen. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Shen Huanqing's lips. He took the explosive slowly and strode forward. Brother Shen, don't we need a plan? What's this good plan? Just blow it up and it'll be over. Fifth brother, let's go. Okay, you bastards of Black Tiger Mountain, Grandpa Shen will treat you to a fireworks show today. Shen Huanqing laughed loudly. The moment the words fell, the gunpowder came out of his hand. 10 thunderbolts were tied together, doubling their power. Hu Wu followed closely behind. The explosive drew a perfect arc in the air, and the next moment, a bright fire broke out, lighting up the entire night sky.